sir. Good for you. Full infantry made me the man I am today.
They raise their cry against the Taos fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke, they press on, facing Vaccinal's horde until the dawn. With every volley, they hold the line. Their determination, an unbreakable sign. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Taos fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Though the enemy's technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one. Their bravery shining brighter than the sun. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Taos fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Hello again and welcome to another Mordian Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream, potentially a beef stream. Beef. Oh my days. I don't know about you guys. Like, I want to make something clear here. This could be a multi-layered beef stream, because I got a couple of things I want to talk about here. I got a couple of things. On the one hand, it feels like there's a lot of, it feels like there might be some sort of collective burnout of 40k going on, and there's some beef in that direction, right? But then on the other hand, there's beef in a completely another direction. I don't know about you, but in the last like two or 3 weeks, maybe not even that long, maybe like the last week, maybe just this week and it's only Tuesday. I can't quite remember. I can't quite figure it out. But recently, I have been seeing a lot of YouTubers doing quitting 40k style videos. But they're not even following through. So, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Maybe they're just farming the content. Or maybe they're feeling part of this collective burnout. But I'm seeing a lot of activity online. And what I want to do today is kind of like drill down into it and figure out what the hell is going on. Is it a bunch of farming? Is it a bunch of beef farming? Are they farming beef? Is it processed ham? Is it that? Or is there actual proper beef right here? We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Or is it just... The thing is this just the third layer? The third layer of beef. The third layer of beef. Is it just end of edition blues? Right? Or could this be people looking for... Not even looking forward to the new edition, but actually looking... The new edition won't even make a difference. It's kind of long term. Long term. I don't know. It's crazy. But there's I'm telling you, is it a good day to talk about the GW's investor relations report? Oh yeah, of course. Because it's so crazy, because on the one hand, you've got every other YouTube channel that I seem to be subscribed to saying that they're quitting. And on the other, itchy shoulder. Oh, and on the other hand, GW's financial report is basically just the gif of Scrooge McDuck diving into his gold pit. So it's it's interesting. It's interesting. But yeah, Butt Mountain, I quit 40k before it was cool. Bro, you did. I don't know. Do you know what's interesting? Is there a chance? Is there a chance that some people are saying it's, people getting ready for the new edition, but I don't know. I think there's a very strong chance that is the case. But as we'll delve into it later in today's stream, once we've done our, roll call and super chats and stuff, I don't know. Sometimes you can't quite put your finger on this kind of thing. Sometimes you can't define it. But there's like a feeling in the air. A little bit of a vibe. A little bit of something not quite so logical. Something you can't put in a little box and define. But there's definitely something in the air right now. And you know what's kind of funny? If 11th edition is 10.5 edition, despite the fact that everybody says they just wish things wouldn't change so much, I bet it's quite paradoxical, quite ironic. Because I bet if 11th is 10.5, that might be the one thing it should have changed. I don't know. We'll see. But, it could... I bet 11th... there could be a very strong chance that 11th edition drops. And all of this talk of 40k quitting and everything could be... could look like egg on face. But I will also say this. And I will get into this. I think this is an important thing to talk about, if I may, for a moment. You guys remember how salty I was end of last year, right? You guys, I was crashing out. But I made one thing clear from the get-go, which was I wasn't quitting 40k. Right? And I'm going to get into why I said I wasn't going to quit 40k, and I'm going to get into why I never made a quitting 40k video. All right? All right. So, we're going to get potential beef, a lot of beef. Get your what is it, like peppercorn sauce ready, because you got some beef you need to chow down on. All right, so that's what we're going to be talking about in today's stream. But of course, it is a Mordian Glory stream, so anything and everything goes. If you want to talk about Warhammer 40k, you know, not necessarily this topic, but like Army List, Grizzled Company, hobbying, all that good stuff. If you want to talk about other games like Bolt Action, Conflict 47, Old World, Battletech, Drop Fleet, whatever it may be, all that stuff, then we could talk about that as well. Hobbying, you know, hobbying, competitive, casual, it all goes. Right. I think a lot of it will actually probably, you know, I imagine people will be talking about specific things in those different games and stuff. But I bet a lot of it will also be kind of like in relation to what is going on with 40k right now as well. So, Spriggs, stop it! Right, Spriggs, I'm timing you out, but only because I know that you're desperate for a poo. Right, you can go and time out for 5 minutes. There you are. Now, all right, so anything goes. We're talking about anything. It's a just chatting stream, all that good stuff. But we've done our briefing. We've done our briefing. Now let's get into the stream proper. And there's only one way to start the stream off. Spriggs has shown us the way. It's time for roll call, baby. Get 07 down in the chat. Let's see who is in the stream tonight. Let's see who is ready to rock out with their beef out. We've got Tough Grim Dark, Herm, Mutt Dog, Denzel Wenzel, Paul D, Squark, Rocket Man, Capic Eagle. I should say Rocket Man. We've got Capic Eagle. We've got Michael Bohr, Freedox, Wartforge, Daniel Simpson, Mango Shabonsky, Trooper, Toss Mutation, Private John, Mark Coyle, Damn Legion Short. Oh, fucking hell. Stop messaging me on fucking Steve Spriggs. Right, and then we've got... I'm trying to do the fucking roll call. And then we've got Damn Legion, Zello, Gaz05, Mill, Mike P, L Gobi Premier, Cud in Got. That's not right. Cudinogged. Cudinogged. Cudinot. KD. We've got oh no, it's all gone wrong. Where are we up to? I've lost my place. It's gone so wrong. There we go. I found it again. Mike Richard Bronski, Solarius, Toast, 6 foot tall angry dwarf, Macon, Tobacco Dog, Florida Eccentric, Sophie Shaw, Wolfguard, Andy Rowe. We've got Sergeant Sharp. We've got Helgast, 303 Hunter, Romiak, David Big Boutte. I like big booty bitches, yeah. Anyway, we've got David Pigeon, RSP moderately, Ibram Gaunt, we've got Fred Fox Jaruk, we've got Josh Russell W, The Promise End, Lucas Sphere, Christian Glover, Samuel Wilson, John Shepherd, Tank Karma. We've got Giant Goat Weasel, Southern Wolf, Tyler Kunkel, fucking hell, there's a lot of you today, isn't there? Fucking hell. I've lost it again. This is the most goddamn shambolic bloody roll call I've ever done. Wolfguard, Gaming Stuka, Righteous Fuzz, Zyphos Gladius, Asia Persuasion, Gaming Stuka, Dave Downs, What? You've all got... What's wrong with these fucking usernames? None of them are words. Keon Nauticon. Okay, that's actually all right, that one. We've got Boost Phallus. We've got Astra Wolf, Jared Mann, Andy Rowe, Hardcover Pilot, Savloy Lover, James the Basic Bassist, Nerf or Nothing. We've got Nostalgia Vivek, Drew Child Watcher. Stop watching the children, Drew. We've got JF Kroll. We've got Nightmare 40k. We've got is Spriggs back yet? Probably not. We've got Cats Aurelius, Aquarius Grape, Sand Ouch. We've got Herm, Maggie Bronski, Asma Kazuki, Kalanish Cat, And Greg Farias and Squidfist. Hey, fucking, we got there. Got there in the end. Jeez, well. JC Productions is here as well. And Antonio Guiela. I've always said that wrongly. And Big North. Oh my God, they're still coming. They're still coming. My God. Well, let me take a huge moment to say a huge thank you to all. Let me take a huge moment. Let me take a moment to say a huge thank you to all of you who joined there. I can't believe we've got over 150, well, about 150 people in the stream already. It's popping off. It's a hot topic. People, this is a hot topic. A lot of people join the stream. They want to talk about it. So I want to say a big thank you to all of you for joining today. Thank you for being here. Whilst I've all got your attention, can I also ask you to go ahead and like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you've not already done so? Look, if you guys know, liking and subscribing and interacting, it helps with the stream, it helps support. So big thank you to all of you guys that go ahead and do that. Appreciate it. And I also want to say a big thank you to everyone that's got the stream popping off, baby! Coming in with the super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships and all of that good stuff. And let's take a moment now to go through catch up on the super chats. We've got about half a dozen. And then let's get into the beef. That's an inappropriate noise to make when talking about beef. Get into the beef. I can't do it. I'll stop. I'm going to get demonetized. That's that. If you want to see more of that kind of content, subscribe to my OnlyFans, the Mordian Glory Hole. Right. I want to say a big thank you next to, big thank you first to Capic Eagle. Capic Eagle, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes, it is the Giga Chat. Couldn't find anyone interested in Conflict 47. Boo! It's all right. It's still a new game. It's still very much just finding its way. But found some great people who play something just as great. Picture in stream discussion. Let me have a look. Hey! Okay, I was going to say something just as great as Conflict. That's hard to believe, but then I did believe. Yeah, baby! For the Empire! For Sigma! And if you're playing Renegade Crowns, for gold! Yeah, man. That's cool. Very, 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 very cool. Yeah, I like that. That's big. That is big. Thank you so much for support. And it's great to see you getting into the old world. Who would have thought it? Who would have thought it? But old world, best world. I think it gets said unironically now. And controversial opinion. Controversial opinion. But I do think that after 2 years, old world, best world is starting. I mean, send me to the black ships. If let me wipe Capic Eagle, let me wipe myself off for a moment off the back of your super chat. Send me to the black ships because I said 2 years ago old world was going to be big, and I said 2 years ago that old world was going to be every other Games Workshop game except Warhammer 40k. But I said it was going to. I said it was going to take its rightful place at the, on the. It's like the dual crown, the dual monarchy of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, which may be a really good analogy for GW, but we'll leave that one for now. But I said Old World was going to be back in a big way, and it was. And Capic Eagle, you are in for a real treat. I will say this now. I will say this right here, right now. If you are someone who has joined the stream because you feel like, you feel like you need to try something new. And when I say try something new, I mean from a wargaming perspective. Old World is an amazing game. It's not balanced, but it's vibes first. And for every person that plays it, like cutthroat competitively, there are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people that play it just like, oh, why do you pick that unit? Because it's cool and I wanted to paint it. It's old world is old school. and it's legit. And I've been playing it for 2 years. I've played hundreds of games of it, and in all of that time, I've only ever had one bad experience, and that was against Beardy Brian. That's it. So yeah, it's a really good game, and it's definitely worth your time. Definitely worth it. And if you're not sure you want to invest hundreds of pounds in Old World, which I get, go and find yourself a copy of Warhammer Total War, and play that, because that'll probably scratch the itch. But you do get to you get the same feeling from. You get not quite the same feeling, but you get a similar feeling from both. Because Old World it's more of a vibe than anything else. Warhammer Fantasy it almost doesn't matter the medium in which it is delivered into your body. It's all got the same vibe more than anything else. Yeah. What have we got next? I want to say a big thank you to Russell W. Russell W, thank you so much for the gifted membership, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Woo! Thank you so much, Russell W, for the gifted membership. Thank you for keeping us fresh stocked with new conscripts. We've also got Florida Eccentric. Florida Eccentric, thank you for the super chat, man. New Conflict 47 goodies in stream discussion. All right. Wow. Oh my God. Let's have a look. Yes. Though that is some pretty solid Conflict 47 goodies. Look at that. 3 buttes. So we got a Guardian Lightwalker and a Hornet Medium Walker for the British Commonwealth, because we can't call it the Empire just yet. And then we've got a Wotan for the Axis. Nice. Big rail cannon times. So a rail cannon in my pants, man. Pleased to see you. Oh, so good, man. Literally 3 very, very, very good choices. Solid choices, sir. Solid choices indeed. My God. Yeah, man. I love it. I can't wait to see them all built and painted up. There you are. There you are. All right. Let's have a look here. Got a couple more super chats here. I want to say a big thank you to Meryl. Meryl, thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you for your support. And as always, Mild, I raise my glass to you, and I thank you for being our #1 Ursus Trooper in the chat. There we are. There we go. I also want to say a big thank you to John Shepherd. Thank you for the super chat, man. Army list in stream discussion. Well, let's take a look. It is the 1st Croatian Mountain Division. If you are a Warhammer 40k player, you may be like, I ain't heard of no Croatian Codex. That's because this is the bot action list. So we've got that. You know, back in the day, when Warhammer was less based on itself and based on like a lot of like historical stuff, like especially with like the Imperial Guard and stuff, I bet that Games Workshop would have flirted with the idea of releasing like a Croatian themed guard regiment with like a limited metal model line and everything. Even if it's we got sci-fi Hungarians, you know what I mean? What have we got next? What we got on the list? So we've got a chaplain, interesting. Platoon commander, veteran. We've got a infantry squad. Are they veteran? No, regular. Got another squad, regular. Ones that are. Have you got lots of assault rifles and LMGs? Nice. I tend to say, John, that I put assault rifles in one unit and LMGs in the other, because typically the LMGs want to stay still and the assault rifles want to get forward. So that might be just something to consider. So you don't have sort of weapons of mixed purpose, because assault weapons are shorter range and all that kind of stuff. I tend to specialize my units, but it's up to you. You seem to have just taken them and loaded them up with as much automatic firepower as you can get your hands on, which I can absolutely respect in bot action, 100%. I mean, I can respect it in any game, to be fair. So we've got 4 big squads loaded up with just quite a lot of DACA. Got a medic, got a sniper team. I don't like snipers. I would probably avoid them, but if you like the model, use it. You've got another platoon command squad, couple of medium machine guns, couple of 3 medium machine guns, and 1 medium mortar. I would swap that out to 2 medium machine guns and 2 medium mortars. You don't really need 3 MMGs. They're a little... You just don't really need them. Considering you've got all the LMGs, you don't really need 3 MMGs. You've got 1, 2, 3 light artillery pieces as the final bit. Okay, so with obviously an artillery platoon commander, yeah. Okay, so my feeling is that the list is fine. I mean, it does lack basically any anti-tank, but I know the vibe you're kind of going with is sort of more sort of anti-partisan stuff going on. So I suppose there would be less likely for them to have anti-tank. But I do think you could probably benefit from a bit if you were going to take it into a more... It's like a pickup game or it's like a small friendly event or something like that. Because even though your guys might be designed for anti-partisans, they very well may come across some big fucking tanks. Yeah. Yeah. So, I think that the list is fine. I mean, it's 17 odd dice at 1250 points. So that's pretty good. But yeah, I think I would consider getting a bit of AT in there just so you can take it to any... You take it to any game and know you'll be all right, kind of thing. Yeah. All right. What are we looking at next? I want to say a big thank you to Simple Logic. Thank you to the gifted membership, man. Thank you for your support, bro. 07, you magnificent bastard. Yeah, there'll be 5 membership infantry only. Oh, well, fair enough, John. You'll probably be okay then. I want to say a big thank you to Bob the Cheese Dealer. 42-month member flex. 42 months. 3.5 years, triple X-Force goodness. The Bob provides, my man. Thank you so much, man. Glory to the Four-Armed Emperor. Bring on 11th edition. Yes, I am in that. See, I don't know where I am right now with 11th edition, and I want to make it clear I'm not being positive or negative about it. I'm just I guess I am just a little ambivalent. But if I'm going to be honest with myself and honest with you guys so you don't get the wrong end of the stick, I know myself. And I'm one of these people that can struggle to get excited about something until it's like sort of there in front of me. Like, it's tangible. And I guess with the moment like leaks and stuff start happening around the 11th, it'll start becoming more real for me, and it'll start becoming more like, okay, yeah, like I'm getting excited for it now. So I think I will be excited for 11th edition, but I think 11th edition does have some powerlifting to do. I think there will be a lot of new blood that comes into the game with 11th edition. But 11th edition, I think, is going to be a somewhat watershed moment for the people that have joined in 10th edition, people that have joined early 10th edition, like the beginning of it, and before then. Yeah. But I 11th edition is going to be it's going to be interesting. Whether they stick the landing or not, it's going to be an interesting time. Yeah. But yeah, I feel like I'm with the Canorian here. I've enjoyed 10th. I'm looking forward towards my final games of the edition. I've enjoyed 10th, and I'm looking towards my final games of the edition. But I'm 100% looking forward to a bit of a shake-up with 11th. Yeah, I feel like I'm a little bit in that boat as well. Like was very salty with 10th edition. I've come out of that salt. And now I'm kind of like, I'm happy to keep playing a bit of 10th, but I'm also pretty excited. If I think about it, I can get pretty excited for 11th. Yeah. It'll be interesting. We'll have to see. Yeah, we'll have to see. We've got a couple more super chats here, and then let's get into the beef, boys. So I want to say a big thank you to Cosmic. Cosmic, thank you for the super chat, man. The Giga Chat, yes. The Paragons, they yearn to make Simon and Morty Bros sad. Is the box tomorrow? I hope so. I'm off them. But either this week, either this is the week, but either way, this is the week. I'm so ready. Are you? BAR. What? BAR. Is that Browning automatic rifle? Or that's Buster Rift? Buster Rift, Cosmic. Buster Rift. I'll see if I can pick it up tomorrow. Yeah, because I'm not streaming on Friday. I was going to, but I'm filming a big event, so I'm not streaming on Friday. But I'll try and make it up to you, you guys, at some point, like next week or something. But I have to either pick it up today or tomorrow. And I can't pick it up on Thursday because I'm gaming with Simon. So I basically have to pick it up tomorrow, right? So yeah, there we go. All right, Cosmic. So yeah, hopefully I'll pick it up then. All right. But Cosmic, thank you for the support, and I'm looking forward to getting Project Paragon. Yeah. I want to say a big thank you to Big North MXO 3350. Big North. Thank you for the super chat, man. I know we'll be talking 40k, but Warlord dropped another teaser for K47 today. Looks like it's part of the same image. My best attempt at combining them in stream discussion. Dude, we are talking about 40k, but it's a Mordian Glory stream, so anything goes. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm happy to talk about I'm always happy to talk about Conflict and Old World and other games and stuff like that. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look. Ooh. Interesting. So it was a hand. Everyone who called this as being a hand yesterday when we could only see that finger and stuff, you guys were right. So this looks like some swirling smoke. And then there's loads of like zombies, loads of totem core coming forwards. I mean, they're definitely totem core. I mean, it was a little like, it was 99% confirmed yesterday, but I think it has to be confirmed today. Because they've got they've got the MP40 there. I tell you what, though. No. Not like this. Guys, I'm getting worried. In a good way. Like in a, how the hell am I going to face this on the battlefield kind of way. Does that look like a power armored totem core to you? Because I got a Style Trooper right here. I'm looking at the Style Trooper model. I'm looking at the totem core. It feels like that might be a power armored totem core. Like, this looks like armor here. Armor around the neck piece there, maybe. He's just in a big jacket, you reckon? I'm not saying a Style Trooper. I'm saying a Schwertruppen. Yeah. Power armored Schwertruppen core. You think it's just the art style? Could just be the art style. Could be. If they made... Could you imagine if they made Totem Core in Mark 1 power armor so that they were damage value 7? Oh no! Not like this. Not like this. Oh. Oh no. Look behind his hand. What's behind his hand? I just see smoke here. I'm not talking about this guy, by the way. I'm talking about this one on the left. Oh, not. I see another one down here. They look more aware than the standard Totem Core. Mate, if they make power and Totem Core, I'm gonna go broke. Yeah, there's another Totem Core behind his hand there. That's very much like artistic license, that one, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. The one in the background looks like a Soviet Mark 1. It could be. I suspect it's artistic license, though. We still haven't figured out what the fuck this thing is, though. Has anyone managed to figure it out yet? I still have no idea. Yeah. I have no idea. But it looks like, to me, ruined building, bombers flying overhead. I feel like this is going to be some sort of crashed plane or something. And this is like from the perspective of someone from in the plane who is getting, the Totem Core coming out of the smoke and coming towards them. That's kind of what's going through my head. Those look like, I think those are American bombers, so probably not Stalingrad. Yeah. I think they're going to be dropping new parts of this image every single day, which is cool. Yeah, it reminds me of the World of War Zombie intro as well. Yeah. It looks cool. I'm excited for it. Hopefully every day we get a new picture. I don't know, by the way. I'm not hinting at anything there. I know as much about this as you guys do. I mean, I know a little bit more about the end result, but I don't know. Like, I know a bit more about when, like, there's some release dates and stuff, but I can't share that right now. But I don't know what the process of this bit of marketing is going to be like. If it's going to be one picture every day and stuff like that. I want to say a little bit more. I mean, I literally know like that tiny bit more. But all will be revealed soon. But I have no idea if we're getting new Totem Core or anything like that. But I think, that would be cool. Yeah. All right. Let's have a little drink. Let's have a little drink. And let's have a little talk. 1 minute. Okay. Just get myself settled down. I want to just do this. Okay. All right. Did you make sure to set your timer? I did not. But I will set it. I'll tell you what. I'll do a set now and then set it for an hour, because I don't think it'll take an hour for us to talk about this particular topic. All right.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Okay, let's do that. All right. For those of you that don't know, I'm every hour. I've got a New Year's resolution where every hour I do one bit of exercise. It takes about 10 seconds. Doesn't take very long at all. But we've got a lot of people in the stream tonight, and some of them might not have seen it before. So it's just a bit of a New Year's resolution. And basically every hour that I stream, I do a bit of free weights. But literally it takes a second. So don't worry, not too much disruption. Just chill for 10 seconds. All right. Oh. I just 1 minute. There we go. I probably don't need the jumper and the dressing gown, to be fair. Yeah. So I'll just take that off and then just keep the dressing gown on for the rest of the stream. There we are. Okay. Let me just move the microphone out of the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I want to make something clear. I'm not turning sideways for the gun show. It is because of where the glass cabinets are. where my desk is and where my microphone is. Like, yeah, no, I'm not that vain, I promise. All right. Got to do my squats now. There we are. Look, I'll turn the camera off if you want. If you guys want me to, I'll turn the camera off. Got to do my squats though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I'm laughing because Nostalgia Vivek said, squat cam from below, dirty boy. 7. No, that was 8. Sorry. 9 and one more. 10. All right, done. There we go. Just I ate way too much cake and gravy over, not in the same meal. I ate way too much food over Christmas, so I need to get back in shape. All right. Let's have a look here. Ugh. Okay. Where were we up to? The weight is not very much at all, by the way, if someone was asking. I think it's only 7.5 kilograms. It's really not very heavy. But I'm only just starting off. All right. I'm so here for Fit Hammer. I reached 110 pounds. Wow! That's very impressive, Grape Ape. That's very, very impressive. Yeah, well done. Yeah. CJ, your poll doesn't really have an option for people who want to keep playing but are tired of GW nonsense. I mean, I would go for option 2 under that situation. Like, I like it. I've had enough of 10th edition. It's not a perfect option, but I would go for that one. Yeah. Okay, we've got I was about to get into it from my perspective, but before I do, we have had a couple of bits of support coming here, and they're both related to this topic. So why don't we get a hot take on this topic from Wartforge and from like Butt Mountain, and then I can sort of give it from my perspective, because I want to make sure you guys are getting. I want to make sure the super chat people are obviously getting seen too, obviously, but B, also I like to make sure the community gets heard first before myself. So we've got the Warforge coming, the 40-month member flex, triple X-Force, baby. Amazing, man. Thank you for supporting the channel for nearly 3.5 years, man. Incredible. My honest thoughts on 40k 11th edition in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Okay, it's a big old wall of text, but let's have a look here. I reckon this will prompt a few thoughts. Okay, so honest thoughts to tie in with the stream topic. I think people are diving off, not just because people are fed up with GW, but the community, it's been cultivated since 8th edition. Oh, beef! Beef is Warforge. Warforge is like, I'm not sick of GW. I'm not sick of 140k. I'm sick of you cunts. Based. Alright, let's have a look here. I've been playing since 2007. I've been through the bullshit of Craft Worlds, Taldar, those Iron Hands biker captain smash fuckers, etc. Keep this in mind. 10th edition has been the most isolating edition I've experienced, and I've been feeling this vibe since 8th edition. As folks have seen in gaming experiences in various streams of my Night Lords, I've been playing a variety of play styles and games, and in all honesty, the community mindset has changed and it won't switch now. It's stuck. Back between 5th and 7th edition, there was gamey bullshit. There was power creep, Not going to dismiss that, but I felt there were gradients of players, and through those gradients, you could find like minds and form groups. The issue I'm finding is that from 8th edition to now, those gradients have slowly disappeared. Games Workshop make the goalposts and set the expectations, but the relentless push by the community and its influencers, soz, have only reinforced and spearheaded a more competitive mindset to the point where, to me, the damage is irrevocable. I want to read more. Don't worry, I'm going to read more. But I do want to say something here. I don't think competitive play is the I don't think the competitive play is like the demon. And I don't think that's where you're going to go with it. But I do agree that in the past the competitive scene led the casual scene. But as you said, there were gradients of player. And now I would say the competitive scene has consumed the casual scene. And you don't really... I think if you only play Warhammer 40k, not even if you only play 40k, but if you've only played, I would say, 9th and especially 10th edition, which I actually think makes up the majority of probably current Warhammer players. I think if you've only played those games, then you may not realize that there used to be this gradient of player. And so you've played the game for a while, Warpforge, and I've played the game for a while, so I know exactly what you mean. But for me, it's kind of like when you start boiling the frog, right? For me, I've been getting nicely boiled by 40k, getting more and more competitive. But the bit which I think was my realization, or realizing what you've just said there with the different gradients, is when I went to other games. Specifically, I think my big like come to Jesus moment, as it were, was Old World. And it was like, oh yeah, like it used to be. This is how it used to be. Because if you go to a 40k tournament, everyone, even no matter which table you go to, whether it's top or bottom, you'll encounter different player skill, but you won't really encounter much difference in player mindset. Okay, like if you are playing on the bottom table, if you're playing in the sort of bottom tables, mid tables, and you come across someone who's running like Dark Angels. If you come across someone in Dark Angels in the bottom tables, someone in Dark Angels in the mid tables, and someone on Dark Angels in the top tables, and Dark Angels is just a random fact I pulled out my ass, by the way, you're going to encounter basically a variation of a similar standard list and a similar mindset. Yeah. Whereas when you go to an Old World event, there will be maybe like, let's say there's like just, there aren't many Old World events that are this big. I'll use a more realistic example. If you go to a 50-person Old World event, which isn't uncommon, typically the top 5 tables will be everyone who's like there, like bringing the cutting edge, like meta shit. And then the remaining tables below will be everyone who is there with absolutely zero expectation of winning the tournament and is there with the expectation of, I brought these guys because I thought it was neat. Now, as Old World's gone on a little bit, I would say maybe that's gone from 10% to 20%, but that's just that's kind of just a sign of the game maturing a little bit. But it's still like 80% vibes. And I think a huge part of that being 80% vibes is because of the community. There is a bit of, if not community policing, there is community etiquette. Yeah. So I know exactly. So yeah, Warpforge, if you'd asked me this, if you'd come to me with this like 2 years ago, I probably wouldn't have really got what you were going for. But now I 100% get it. Yeah. I want to make something clear. I don't know if this is a problem with 40k. Some people will argue, well, if the vast majority of people are playing 40k in this way, then that means it's appealing, and 40k is growing in popularity, then that means that that's a good thing. And I wouldn't even necessarily argue against that or for it. So I want to make something clear. I'm saying I've noticed the same thing, but I haven't yet made my mind up on whether I think it's a positive thing or a negative thing. I think it's just a thing. I think it's just a change. It's the next step in evolution. Anyway, let's have a look at the next bit. Through my games between 8th and 10th, I've noticed a lot more people, especially at pickup games. Is that what we used to be? Especially at pickup games, is that what used to be frowned upon? Okay, I've noticed a lot more people, especially at pickup games, using what used to be frowned upon and is now seen as the socially accepted norm. What we used to call as gotcha moments only shifted the goalposts to wordplay. Many times I've played a game, told my opponent my intent, and they tell me okay, only to mention an excessive timing of an event that I've missed that disrupts the whole intention. In my older days, things like this used to be dismissed. Now it feels like people rely on wordplay with the timing of events to make gimmicky hero hammer wombo combos work. I think there were always gotchas. I think that I think the issue is not necessarily gotchas. I think the issue is Warhammer 40k is not complicated, but it is convoluted. It's because it's so convoluted, everyone feels that they do have to try and be like really open about, hey, this is what I'm going to do, what I'm going to do, what I'm going to do. And it's almost like people almost play with too much of an open hand. And I remember someone doing a video on this. I think it was Hellstorm Wargaming. I didn't agree with the way they were going about it, but I understood what they were saying. Where we used to complain about balance between 5th and 7th edition, it used to come to the point of the intention of GW to try and stop power creep. Now it's only accepted but defended under overly glorified dismiss statistics from MetWatch articles. I feel like I'm playing with the most toxic elements of the War Machine Hordes Mark II. I'll tell you this. You want to know something that's changed over the last, I would say, last 3 years? People worshipping Mathhammer. People worshipping event results. Event results is more understandable. They are a somewhat useful litmus test or peek into how things are going. But Mathhammer, Jesus, man. No word of a lie, we used to take the standard position of people in Warhammer 40k at all levels was to take the piss out of the nerds that gave a shit about Mathhammer. And that might sound mean, but we're talking about the kind of people like, well, you're fine, and actually I'll do 3.7 wheels, and this means that this should go off, and if I do this, this, and this. And it's like, bro, why don't you just roll the dice and see what happens? No, statistically, that should have happened. It's like, dude, it's a dice game. It definitely feels like the number of people that will, like, if I say something and they'll go, well, the Mathhammer says this, you see? And it's like, but the Mathhammer can't take into account what's actually happening on the tabletop. Mathhammer is a useful guide, but it is certainly in no way, shape, or form infallible. Yeah. Mathhammer is a guide, not the Codex Astartes. Yeah. There are times when I see so many combos that remove agency of an opponent. I feel like I'm back when I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! With so many people getting hyped because they were just playing solitaire with the extra steps, and you're the NPC just watching. Yeah. Just so that you can brag about some score on BCP. The curve to lethality is not better or worse than the previous editions. It's just been standardized and accepted now, rather than something that the community wanted to end. I don't know if people want... I don't think people want lethality, but... I definitely have... There have been moments when I feel like I'm basically an NPC in someone else's game, because they can just... We're just not even... I wouldn't even say that. There have been moments when I have realized that I am not really playing the same game as my opponent. And sometimes that's been when I've been so far ahead of them. And sometimes it's been when they've been so far ahead of me. And we're of equal player skill. It's just coming down to the combos. That both the combos that both sides have access to. Most games, I just feel like there isn't a point in playing the game because it's now filled with people who are solely looking for an end goal and not the experience of play. Looking for an end state and not looking for the 2 to 3 hours in between from starting the game to the last turn. Yes, the game is a victory condition and all players play to their objective and end goal, but there's a game and in between that. I think it's because so much has been standardized. At the end of the so much has been standardized. Everyone plays in the same terrain. Everyone plays the same missions. 40k has become very, very homogenized and very, very standardized. And that has come with many benefits. In some ways, the expectation of what to get from a game is the same no matter where you go. I would say 90% of players go to a game of 40k and they both know what they're doing. And this is kind of what you're saying, right? But it obviously has come with some downsides as well. And I'll give you an example. I played a game of Conflict 47 recently, and again, I wouldn't have really understood what you were saying, Warforge, until literally 6 months ago. Because I was a happy frog getting boiled, right? And I'm not necessarily an unhappy frog getting boiled now. I just kind of now know that I'm being boiled. I'm still in the water, but I know I'm being boiled. That's where I would say I am right now in the process. And it wasn't until I played Conflict 47 that I kind of... If I hadn't played Conflict 47, I wouldn't have known what you were going on about. Okay? Because when I played Conflict 47, I played a game this weekend, and I got... And I'm just gonna use the graphic language. I got fucking fisted. It was a hate fucking. And you know what? I didn't get upset. If I had been on the receiving end of that absolute turbo thrashing that in a game of 40k, I would have got quite bent out of shape. Because in 40k, there is only victory. There is only, nothing else matters. There is only victory. And in Conflict, because because of the gameplay experience, that's the only thing. It's a lot of bookkeeping and points and all that kind of stuff. In Conflict 47, I didn't mind even slightly that I got wrecked. And that's partially because it's in the honeymoon period. Gotta be honest. But it's also partially because of the gameplay experience. Because even though I was getting wrecked, I was still able to enjoy what was happening as part of the gameplay experience because of what was going on with the mission and the story that the organic narrative, the dice that were being rolled and all this kind of stuff. And so I came away from the game just being like, that was a loss of a game, but it was an enjoyable experience that I've added to my life. And that's the difference. And that's how you can lose a game and have fun if the overall experience was a fun one. And it was with, it was a good game. Yeah. It was even though I lost, it was a good game. It was a good experience. Yeah, it was funny. It was comical, Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to, I'm going to say something here now, and a lot of you, this is going to click into place for a lot of you who maybe you only play 40k, so you don't play Old World, you don't play Conflict, so you're a bit like, I'm not sure what you're going on about here, Mordian. How many times have you watched a Warhammer 40k battle report, looked at the armies, so gone to Army Overview 1, gone to Army Overview 2, and then maybe watched a little bit of the first turn, skipped ahead to the end to see if the result matched what you thought was going to happen. And then the end is exactly what you expected to happen, so then you quit off. Or if the ending result wasn't what you expected, in the rare moments it wasn't what you expected, you then went back and watched the battle report. That is the perfect example of what Warforge is kind of getting to. And do you want to know what's fucking funny? That is, we're getting off on a little different topic here, but that is what is slowly killing a lot of 40k battle reports right now. I'm not saying it's going to kill 40k battle reports in general. I'm saying right now 40k battle reports across many channels are suffering because of the way the YouTube algorithm works. It's based off watch time and all this kind of stuff. And if you do that, YouTube basically doesn't like pushing that video. Yeah. Yeah. So that's it's a little off topic, but the main thing of watching the beginning and then skipping to the end, everyone does that with, not everyone, a lot of people do that when consuming 40k battle reports, and it's a really, really big indicative factor. Yeah. Or well, really big indication. Yeah. The issue I have with 11th edition and why I'm not excited about it, because once the player mindset has reached this point, it's irreversible. Everyone is the same, and it doesn't matter what you do. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a prime example of this behavior. A community that thrives on pouncing on the power creep at all costs. Is there what more news to say in older streams? When you have a group of like minds, but someone wants to play more competitive, that one drop of poison, I don't like that word, but I'll go with the imagery, and that's all it takes. Truly, we are reaching the Konami days of GW and its game. Whatever happens, I'll still be kit bashing mad bastards, making Thanatos Night Lord's lore, and completing what I already own for my current 40k projects, because I already have the models and I'll be damned if I don't complete them. Can't wait to start Conflict 47. Been thinking of coming back to my Resistance in Drop Zone Commander 2. Nice. Yeah, the moment that one person, if you have a gaming group, the moment that one person starts playing competitively, it basically starts an arms race. But you can't really demonize that person, or you can't really demonize any person that goes through that, because at the end of the day, 40k, there are winners and losers, and you can't really get mad at someone for trying to be the best they can. But at the same time, there is it's that endless sort of battle between. But the thing is, though, we did used to call people like that whackers. We did used to call people like that, that guy, the person that would only play the game to win. Do you know what's funny? I did a stream a little while ago, and I used the term whacker, and people in chat, and I had like 200 people in chat, didn't know the term whacker. They had a lot of people hadn't heard of it before. Whereas and I don't know if that was just maybe an anomaly, but it was a little interesting. Yeah. But I think I'll say this, Nostalgia Vivek, I agree with quite a lot of what you've said there, and I feel like thanks to me playing some of the games outside of 40k, I would say my perception has increased, and so I actually kind of get what I know. You've said these things before, but I actually think it's the first time I've actually fully got what you've said and been able to go, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I think it's important not to demonize. I think it's important not to demonize competitive play. I think it is. And I think all too often people do lay down all the sins of Warhammer at the feet of the competitive scene. And I don't know if that's really fair. I'm not necessarily saying that's what you've done, Warforge, but I'm saying that is definitely something that people can do. And unfortunately, we're on the internet, so this hasn't really got any place here. But it's more nuanced than that. It's more nuanced than that. If I was to see, it always gets annoying. It can be very annoying when someone goes, "Oh, it's much more complicated than that," and then doesn't actually try and explain why. Because I actually, don't think it's really complicated. I think the reason why 40k has gone, I and like I said, I acknowledge there's been lots of positives and negatives about it becoming much more standardized. But if I was to give a hot take on why I think 40k is has become this way, it is it's going to sound like a big one, but it is essentially the entire fucking game is the reason why. The way that terrain is thought about, the way that the rules are designed to be abstract rather than simulative, rather than immersive. It's not one thing. The entire the reason the community has gone that way is because of the way the game is fundamentally designed to be played and interacted with. It's that simple. Why are L-shaped ruins the only terrain that people play on? Why? Because they're the only terrain feature which works. The other ones don't work. I mean, the rules physically work, but they don't work inside of the rest of the game mechanics to facilitate the game to actually work. Because if you don't play an L-shaped ruins, even at the beginning of the edition, people will just get blown off the table. Because there's no... Because then let's get into... Okay, so why do people get blown off the table? Because there's a severe lack of things like certain to hit modifiers, like to hit modifiers over range, to hit modifiers for moving, and all this kind of stuff. The way that everything can wound everything. Like, if I had my way, I would have it where if you shoot a lasgun at a tank, you can't kill it. You can't do anything to it. You go and get a tank right now. Go, modern day tank with the modern technology that we have. So it's all relative to like if it was 40,000 years in the future, right? Go and get a tank right now. Go and get an assault rifle of your choice and shoot at that tank. You might damage an optic. You might scratch the paint, but you're not going to do any real meaningful damage to that tank. So the point is that it's not one thing. It's not the community's fault. It's not Games Workshop update. This is the thing. People say, oh, but it's the game updating constantly. Let me tell you, you'll be much more pissed off if the game didn't change as much as it did. And you might not believe me, but I was there, Gandalf, 3,000 years ago when you got when I had the same Imperial Guard Codex, basically for like 8 years. People use the same Dark Elder Codex for fucking 3 editions, okay? And Games Workshop never FAQ'd anything, never updated anything. If it was broken, it stayed broken. Imagine Eldar. Imagine how bad Eldar were at the beginning of 10th edition. Imagine if they were still that way now. That's how it used to be, okay? Now things weren't quite as broken as they used to be back then, but you get the idea, right? The updates are not the problem. The updates are not the problem. The community is not the problem. Games Workshop isn't really the fucking problem. That's the thing. They are all symptoms of the problem. And the problem is, and problem is a strong word. Here's the thing. I don't like using the term problem because the problem sounds... the word problem sounds like it's got negative connotations. And like I said, I like playing 40k 10th edition, so I don't even really like using the word problem because problem sounds like it's something that has to be fixed. What I'm saying is the cause. The cause of this is the fundamental game design of 10th edition. And this is just my opinion. But the game itself is going to... The player base is going to reflect the game. The community is going to reflect the game. Why is Old World so vibes first? Old World is phenomenally more broken than 40k is. Like, honestly, you took the best players of Warhammer 40k and put them in Old World. They'd be running around probably tabling people in like 1 or 2 turns. Do you know what I mean? So how come there's all that power there? The vast majority of Old World players are aware of that power, but why is not everyone running around with unkillable Tomb Kings armies or unkillable Vampire Counts armies? Because of the way the core game is built and designed, the way the armies are built and designed, or the core game, the rules give you so much more to explore and so much more to do than just build the most broken thing. But if you're someone that wants to build the most broken thing, that is there available for you. Same with conflict. Conflict 47 is not balanced. There's nothing, I'm going to tell you this right now, there's nothing stopping you from building a somewhat unkillable conflict army. Do you want to know what it is? Take an assault platoon, take 24 Schreckwolfen. Anyone who's played one game of conflict will tell you that would be so oppressive, because that would only be about 1,000 points. There'd still be 500 points left over for all the other gnarly shit. Do you know what you do with that? Take another assault platoon and take 2 more maxed out squads of Schreckwolfen. Just take 6 squads of Schreckwolfen. There's no rule of 3. There's no reason you can't take 2 assault platoons. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. But people don't. Some people will eventually. I imagine that will become meta in some way, shape, or form. But the reason people don't do that is A, because it's a very new game and people are still learning and exploring it and all that kind of stuff. Of course. But even in the long term, like I'm using my powers of clairvoyance, like I was able to with Old World, I'll use it with conflict now. The reason why people don't is because there's some people will do that and they'll will events and they'll have a great time and well done, you spam Schreckwolf. Okay. And I don't mean that facetiously or derogatory or patronizingly. I don't mean it in that way. I mean, like, well done. You won an event and you took a good unit. Like, there's nothing wrong with doing that, right? But the reason why the vast majority of people won't do that is because there's so much more to explore in the game than just winning. Because the core rules are designed that way. The core rules are designed to encourage a lot of different things to go on in a game. And so this is, and let me put my final nail in this coffin before we move on. Okay, before we move on, right? My final evidence for why the core rules, the core design of 40k right now, and why I'm not sure 11th edition being 10.5 edition is the right call, but we'll see. We'll see. Crusade is fucked. Why is Crusade not able to properly fill in the gaps and properly cultivate the traditional Warhammer experience, for lack of a better term in any way, shape, or form? Because Crusade is still built on that foundation of core Warhammer 40k. If you take a bunch of immersive terrain in Crusade, does it magically fix the problems with L-shaped ruins? No. You just get fucked. This is, people often point to Crusade as like a thing, but the problem is that the reason Crusade has never taken off the ground is because Crusade is built, it's built off the same thing that core Warhammer is, and that's where the issue is. Every single Crusade campaign I have ever seen has required a massive amount of effort on all participants involved to not cheese it to fuck. And it is manufactured artificial effort where people have to stop themselves from bringing the best stuff. And the only reason that they're stopping themselves from bringing the good stuff is not because it enhances their experience. It's because they're like, well, I don't want this to be like a competitive game of 40k. That's the only reason people do it. They're not doing it because taking the less good stuff offers them a better, more immersive experience. They do it because they're trying to be nice. They're doing it as like a favor. That's my hot take. That's my spicy hot take. So there you go. There you go. So Warpforge, I thought that was a really, really interesting super chat. I thought you had some really interesting takes. And there is my contribution to your takes and to the explanation for why I think you've seen the game and the community go this way. And I want to make one thing abundantly clear. It may sound like I'm being negative. It may sound like I'm shitting on 40k, but I'm not. I haven't made unlike so many other people out there, I haven't made a quitting 40k video because I'm not going to. Because I now see through, I don't see the Matrix anymore. I just see RTT, GT, Super Major. And I don't even think any of the things that we've talked about today are negative or positive. I think they are merely objective opinions on why the way things are in 40k right now. And some people will see the way things are in 40k right now and they will absolutely love it. And they won't be wrong for loving it. And some people will see the way things are in 40k right now and they will go, this isn't the game for me anymore. It's not 40k is and has evolved. But the reason why 40k is the way that it is because the reason why the community is the way it is because the way the game is. Yeah. I see through the lies of the Jedi. I no longer fear the non-GW games as you do, Obi-Wan. I see through the lies of the Astartes. There you go. Yeah. 40k is still a great game, but it is a very, very different game. Yeah. Well, we've got some more super chats coming in here, and I think it's all related to today's topics. Let's have a look. Butt Mountain, thank you for the super chat, bro. I think for an increasing number of people, the days of GW being the only company they play games from are coming to an end. Very, very, very true. I think through no fault of their own, I think Games Workshop's monopoly, it used to be called the Warhammer hobby, and I don't think it really is true. And because they used to be the only game in town. 40k used to be the only game in town, and now it is not. What's interesting though, and I will say this. They used to be the only... There's two reasons why they're no longer the only game in town. They're a very big game, by the way. Have you seen that financial report? Fucking hell. Well done, GW. They are smashing it on the money front. And I do not begrudge them that. I wish them all the success in the world. Because I like Warhammer. You know, I want, the more, successful GW can be, that can be a benefit for us. There can be some negatives to it, but I'm never going to begrudge anyone for making money, But... Games Workshop, the reason why 40k used to be the only game in town is partially because the market for tabletop games was a lot smaller. But there have always been tabletop wargaming companies other than Games Workshop. Mantic has been around forever, for example. And historical wargames. Wargames existed before Warhammer. It's that simple. Flames of War has been around forever. War games existed before Warhammer. But with tabletop wargaming becoming much more common, you find there are more, a a rising tide lifts all boats. There's an element of that. I will say this though, and I had a real light bulb moment. It was one of the first revelations in the, I think we're up to like 13 Mordian revelations at this point, maybe 14. I've lost track. The revelations, they come thick and fast. The dark gods, they speak clearly now. But one of the first revelations that I had was that Games Workshop, that the reason I now don't only play Warhammer 40k, whereas in the past I only played Warhammer 40k, is because 40k no longer offers everything it once did. My light bulb moment was last year with Horus Heresy 2.0, before the new edition came out, when I looked at the Horus Heresy 2nd edition Imperialis Militia free codex that Games Workshop, like index that Games Workshop published. And I remember this thing had been out for like 2 or 3 years at this point. And I remember going through this and being like, oh my God, this offers me everything that I want. Granular points, conscripts, waves of tanks, ship munchers, like everything. It was everything that I wanted. And then I remember that when this had been announced 3 years ago, it was when it first came out, it was in like 9th edition when it first came out. And I had looked at it and completely dismissed it because I was like, well, this doesn't really offer me anything that my 40k is giving me everything that I want. And so now 40k doesn't give me anything that I want. That's why I play other games. 40k now actually scratches a very specific itch. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. People say that, oh, they're trying to make 40k really mainstream and so on and so forth. They may be doing that on the lore front, but I'm not a lore guy, so I'm not going to comment on that. But I'll say on a gameplay front, I think weirdly 40k has become quite specialized. Controversial opinion, right? Controversial opinion. But if 40k is the... Do you know what I use 40k for now? When I want to scratch the competitive itch. And I like playing competitively. I basically every game I play at some point I take it to a tournament. But I don't actually like going to bolt action tournaments all that much. Like I go to them very occasionally, and more of like a social thing. More like because I don't go to any bolt action tournament. I like the ones in the local area because I know the TO and he's a good guy and I want to support him, and he runs them as very much a social event. And same with why do I go to the old world events that I pick? Because I really like my local old world community there. Very, very good bunch of guys and girls, and I like it. But the game that, when I want a proper competitive experience for tabletop, the game that is better than all of them at providing that experience is Warhammer 40k. And sometimes I want to play competitively. And if I want to do that, then I'll bust out the 40k. A lot of the time I want to play competitively. That's why 40k is one of, but not my only, main game. But it used to be I could get all of the different experiences from 40k. So 40k has specialized. And, they do say a game for everyone is a game for no one. And I don't think 40k is a game for everyone. I think 40k it's a competitive game, and if you want to play and you want to win, it's not even if you want to win. You know what? 40k is a competitive game. It's not even if you want to play, you have to play competitively. It's not even playing to win. It's like if you want to get the experience that the game is designed to give you, you have to play competitively. If you play the way the game is not designed to be played, you are fighting against the system. And the system will not reward you. Yeah. That's my take on it. That's my experience of it. Yeah. And that's why now, as you know, as But Mountain says, the days of GW being the only company that people play games from, I think is over. Because if I want to play, a sci-fi game that is not competitive and is very much beer and pretzels, I will go over to Conflict 47. But sometimes I want to play with my fucking Imperial Guard and hold the line, but to win. Yeah. I think it's that, yeah, 40k. If you're not playing 40k competitively, you are not going to be rewarded by the game. Yeah. That's my hot take on it. What do we got next? Got some more super chats coming in here. Bucket of Steel Cables. Thank you for super chat, man. Omni Scrambler units should turn off rerolls within range because they scramble targeting systems. Encourage those units not to sit at home to screen out Deep Strike. I agree, Bucket of Steel Cables. Now, I don't even know exactly what an Omni Scrambler is. I don't even know exactly which unit it goes on. Could be Votan, could be Mechanicus. Not sure. But I think that... I think 10th edition has overly simplified the game. Where basically... It's interesting because I like bolt action because a man with a rifle is a man with a rifle. And that's very standardized. But I don't like it so much in 40k. And I think, again, it comes down to the core rules. Bolt action, a man with a rifle is a man with a rifle. So that's where the simplification happens. But the core rules themselves are very crunchy. Whereas in 40k, the core rules are very basic. So basic, they've had to basically rewrite them. And the rules commentary is now the true rules book. It's not really a commentary. It's the true rules book. So they've simplified the rules. And then they've standardized... They've standardized everyone's equipment. But again, I think it keeps coming back to that rules, man. I just don't think the rules are... I don't think the rules cover enough scenarios. And the issue with that is evident in the rules commentary. Why is the rules commentary longer than the core rulebook now? Or about the same length? Because the core rules were so... were unable to... were so uncrunchy, were so simplified that they weren't actually able to cover the scenarios that players were playing. It keeps coming back to it. It keeps coming back to the core rules. Yeah. Keeps going back to it. Big Mac, you know Wargear costs are coming back and Leather Drive. That would be amazing. It'd be amazing. It'd be a step in the right direction. It would be. Yeah. 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 Capic Eagle, thank you for the super chat, man. Any recommendations for me? 1 minute, before I say that. It's not just the core rules. I think that... I don't know how you do it with 40k. I'm thinking about something, and I might just think out loud, even though it'll be a bit messy, because otherwise I'm just gonna be sat here for like dead air, like duh, like I wasn't working it out. What's going through my head is how come there are so many different factions. There are as many factions in Bolt Action as there are, and basically as many factions in Old World as there are in 40k, but neither of those games really have the same level of gotchas. I wonder if it comes down to Like, the only gotcha bot actor is Reki. I don't think you've got any reactive moves or anything like that in Old World. It's funny because people say reactive moves and stuff are good because they allow for interactivity in your opponent's turn, but I think that's bullshit. Old World does have evasive. I guess that's the one. That's the one. Yeah. Yeah. Big Mac. I'm not even Big Mac. I'm not crashing out on 40k in any way, shape, or form. I'm chill. Let me say this. We've got about 300 people in stream right now. I am super fucking chill about 40k. I am totally okay. I'm neither mega excited about 40k nor utterly crashing out. And it seems to be there's only like 2 states of being if you're a 40k like person, or especially if you're a 40k content creator. This is what kind of fucks me off a little bit. It feels like there's only 2 kinds of 40k content creator. It feels like you either need to be sucking down the fat chode of GW and just shilling for them and never a bad word can ever be said, or it feels like you need to be taking a giant wet steaming dump on Warhammer 40k with every living breath, and nothing that they do will ever be good. They could literally make they could give you a blank check to make the perfect game your way, you'd still shit on them, right? So it seems like that's the only 2 states. And I feel like it's very important for me to clarify right now, I am neither one of those. I'm not even fence sitting. I'm not even fence sitting. I'll tell you exactly how I feel about 40k, because I think it's important to define it, by the way. And the way where I am is like, I quite enjoy 40k. Sometimes it pisses me off. Sometimes I enjoy playing it. But it's fine. It's a game. That's where I've got to with it. I like talking about it competitively. I like coming up with tactics with it. I enjoy painting the models with it. But yeah, there's some things that I think are a bit fucked about it. I think there's some things that are pretty good about it. Yeah. That's it. There's no salt here. I have genuinely, truly transcended the salt of 40k. And that's what I was kind of saying. Earlier. Like, why is 40k the way it is? Because the community reflects the rules. But that's not even really a bad thing. That's just a natural sort of cause and effect. Yeah. Yeah. Cosmic Drew, Tim, your rant sucks so bad I fell asleep and I don't sleep. It was a very bad rant because I wasn't ranting. I was just trying to analyze it. Anyway, going back. Catholic Eagle, thank you for support. Any recommendations for me starting out with Empire for Old World? I watched some of your old videos, but I don't know if things have changed since then. I mean, not massively, but I would say if you're playing Empire with Old World, you want to have 2 bricks of 30 state troops. You could give them all halberds if you wanted. You want a steam tank, and you want 2 cannons and a Hellblaster volley gun. After that, and your state troops are okay, but they tend to do better when they're actually being led by a character. Your characters are fragile as fuck, so they're not going to survive anything, so you might as well just give them like a big choppy sword. Yeah. So, a couple of brick state troops with maybe like a captain or a general in each one. Give them some sort of magical attack weapon. Never leave home without a BSB, Battle Standard Bearer. Steam tank, good. Double cannon, Hellblaster volley gun, good. Take a couple of engineers. If you have that as your foundation, you'll probably have a few points left over and you can spend whatever you want. Yeah, that's the solid sort of stand base that I would build for Empire, and then you could just expand. Then you know what? I fancy running 3 company militia. I'll run like 20 of them. Do you know what I mean? Because things don't change quite as much in Old World, so you can expand into different avenues without worrying about it getting fucked. Yeah. But whilst there's always the element of you want to take things for fun because it's vibes. you also want to make sure that you're having a good foundation, which you can then use as a springboard off into different play styles and stuff. Yeah. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Here's some money. Ban Warpforge. Only banana here. There's no salt, Cosmic. I mean, I think Warpforge was being a bit salty. But I don't even know if Warpforge was being salty. I think Warpforge... I'll tell you this. Warpforge can confirm whether he was being salty or not. But I tell you what. I don't think he was being. Not intentionally. I think Warpforge is just... having his awakening moment. He's just, he's having his awakening moment. Yeah. He's analyzing his experience. He's like Neo. Neo, when he comes out of the pink pod for the first time, he's like... a little bit. Cornate Gains, thank you for super chat. It's not fun. I'm going back to 4th edition. Okay. Cornate Gains, I'm going to say something right now. And I love you, buddy. And you know I love you. But I think it's fair to say, Cornet Gains, everyone is on this journey with 40k. And some people go down different paths. All right? But everyone essentially is on the same journey. That's why at first people are like 40k is the only thing they want to play, and then eventually they end up trying other stuff and whatnot, right? It's just part of being a wargamer. Now, one of these, I would say Warpforge is one of these people. I think he's a little bit further down the road than you. He's had his crashing out of 40k moments and then coming back, and maybe he's crashing out right now. But I tell you what, Corner Games, you are the moment that you are on this journey is you're on the fuck GW, fuck the man. I know that's the step of the journey you're on. Because I've been on that same journey. And I've had that same moment. And that was me last year. That was me in 2025 in the Salty Summer of Mordian. I was like, fuck this, fuck them, fuck GW. They're like Disney. They're a bunch of wankers. And there's nothing wrong with that. And maybe, maybe you will fully crash out of 40k, and that's okay. That's part of the hobby journey, But I feel like where you are now is where I was last year a little bit. Yeah. I just can't wait to play the Fallout factions with the wife. Dude, play another game, have a ton of fun. I'm going to be talking a little bit later on the stream about how you can, if you're feeling salty and burned out on 40k, how you can kind of manage it. Yeah. Not even manage, it's not even at the right term. But for lack of a better term, I'll use that one. All right, it's time to lift. It's time to lift. All right, it's time for another lift because we've been here for like an hour. All right. I haven't even got to my thoughts on this right now. I want to say, by the way, I haven't got to my thoughts yet, but my God, the reaction from the community has been amazing. Guys, I'm loving all the opinions. I'm loving all the hot takes. I'm loving everything. Keep it coming. This is, and I'm not just saying this to wrap you up in cotton wool. I'm not just saying this to try, just agree with everything that my community says or anything like that. A lot of people are saying stuff that I agree with. A lot of people are saying stuff that I disagree with, but I am enjoying seeing all of your takes, and I'm appreciating seeing all of your takes. I think that's important. Yeah. Because for some people, it is just a fuck GW, I hate them. And for some people, it's I love 40k, baby! And that's all good. Yeah. I think there's a little element where everyone feels like they have to try and convert people to their opinion, and I don't think that's necessarily true. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then we squats, because I've got to skip. I can't skip leg day because I was getting legs that look like fucking noodles. All right. I know this is like super weird to do it on stream, guys, but it's my it is my New Year's resolution that I'm going to be doing a bit of exercise because I became a giant lollopy gravy balloon over Christmas. You know when like people look like insects because they've got like a big body but like spindly legs? That was me. 4, 5. I need to get the shake weight. You're right. Yeah. 6. I fully encourage all piss taking during the on-stream workouts. I love it and it's absolutely appropriate. 7, 8, 9, 10. I love Spriggs doing the peekaboo thing. Brilliant. 10 peekaboos. Alright. Fucking hell. I look like I'm putting a cape on. Oh no, I can't even dress myself. Can't even fucking dress myself. Jesus Christ. Alright. There we are. Okay, where are we up to? Beanspud, thank you for 23 months, man. X-Force, baby. Nearly 2 years, bro. Incredible. Discord update on the short men. Let's have a look, man. Hey, here we go. Getting the last 10 actual slayers done. Then I have 2k of angry orange short men. Then for Middle-earth strategy battle game, I'm keeping in theme. I'm getting some Khazad-dûm dwarves done as well. Really branching out from 40k now. Only issue I find is the events are far less in numbers compared to 40k ones. Yeah, it's one of the out of breath. One of the big advantages that 40k has, and I endlessly trumpet this. And bear in mind, as someone who was really salty about 40k, right? But I endlessly trumpet this is that it's so popular you can always find a game. And every tournament you go to is pretty standardized, so you don't have to worry too much. As long as you know what the terrain you're playing on is, you'll be fine. And yeah, 40k has, you know, the standardization of 40k has caused a lot of issues, but it has also brought a lot of benefits. Whereas when you go out, when you start trying to play games outside, or, you know, competitive games outside of 40k, it can be a real Wild West. It can be a little bit. Yeah. But, you know, you just, as long as you go in there with a fairly open mind, then it's fine. Hey, these look great, man. Proper slayers, man. Cool. Hey, I have that exact same model, bro. Nice. That's cool. That's Durin, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, man. So I actually have a Middle-earth strategy battle game dwarf army, but I don't even know if it would be legal anymore. But it was back in the day. I had like a big brick of these, like I don't know what they're called, like Royal Guard guys. I've got the army down there. It's unpainted, but I played a few fun games with it. But I got a bunch of these guys, like maybe like 15 or 20 of them, and then I used to have like Durin with them, and the guy with the big stick. And that was like my that was my army basically. Yeah. It probably isn't a legal army anymore because obviously there's been a new edition and everything, but it is what it is. But dude, they look cool, man. And yeah, Beanspud, awesome to see you branching out of 40k. You know, really, I'll get to this. I'll get to this a bit later in the stream. But I'll tell you this, right? One of the things that made me get over my salt of 40k and start loving the game again has been playing other games. And that's not some silly joke or anything. It just allowed me to get a bit more, like, perspective. And it allowed me to kind of, you know, anytime I felt like I was getting a bit salty, I was like, oh, why don't I just play a game that I enjoy? Yeah. Got my first Old World 2K event next month at the Saffron Slam. Really looking forward to it. Nice. Just go in there, have a bit of fun. You'll win some, you'll lose some. You'll meet a variety of different players. I'm sure they'll all be fine. And yeah, it'll be great. Yeah.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Yeah. Dude, that's cool, Beanspud. I'd love to see it. Das Coop, thank you so much for the super chat. Would love a Legends review on the Command Salamander. I'll make a note of it. I might do a unit review of it. But you know what? I'll just have a quick look at it now. It only took me 1 minute. Salamander. Salamander command vehicle. Here we go. What's up? What does it come with? Heavy bolter and a heavy flamer, and a hunter killer missile and heavy stubber. That's not bad. And every time this model is shot, select one unit until the hit by one more of those attacks until the end of the phase. That unit cannot have the benefit of cover. So it's like a long-ranged Hellhound, essentially. Okay, what's going to decide whether it's any good or not? Because the Hellhound is tougher with a better save and more wounds. But to be fair, this is slightly faster. But what's going to determine it is going to be the points, isn't it? Which is under the Unitorm Field Manual. All right. Let me have a quick look. No, that's the wrong one. Shit. Where's Unitorm Field Manual? It's the Legends points, isn't it? Which are like near the bottom. Is it Command? Or is it Salamander? 80 points? It is 45 points cheaper than a Hellhound. I'll tell you this. I'd take it for 80 points. Fuck it hell. I'd get some real... like, hull spam going on with that. Yeah, I think for 80 points, I think it's pretty legit. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. There you go. Could you get away with running a Griffin as a Basilisk? You'd have to ask your TO. Probably not. It's just a little. The profile's a little too small. In a casual game, sure. In a competitive game, probably not so much. I want to say a big thank you next to Blade Charge. Thank the 38th month member flex. Triple X Force, baby. Thank you for supporting the channel for over 3 years, man. Bolt action, etc. is limited on local availability. 100%. One of the things that really 40k has going for it is how popular it is. And that should never be lambasted, derided, or taken for granted. I think one of the first things people sort of start to experience when they stop playing 40k, even if they're a bit like, oh, I'm not sure I want to keep playing 40k, they start looking into something else. And they start being like, wait, who the fuck do I get to play against? But there are players out there, and there are groups out there. You just got to find them. Yeah. And it's not. But the thing is, I would say like two or 3 years ago, it was a bit harder. But I would say now, it's a lot easier. Yeah. There's so many people that have come through 40k and now play other games as well. That it's every day that goes by, it gets easier and easier to find groups of people that don't play 40k but still play war games. Yeah. I want to say a big thank you to Stamy. Thank you for the 10-month member flex, man. Thank you, bro. I want to say big thank you to Sir Newbie. Thank you for the 6-month member flex. Proof in stream discussion that GW pushed L-shaped ruins. Oh, I mean, I know GW pushed L-shaped ruins. They took over, like, they basically bought out, like, the ITC Frontline Gaming sort of, no, I don't think they bought out Frontline Gaming, but they basically bought, like, BCP, ITC, all that kind of stuff. And when they saw how popular that was becoming in 8th edition. Yeah. I'm trying to find Sir Newbie. I can't find you in stream discussion, man. Let's have a quick look. It's after that. I can't see it in stream discussion. I'm seeing a lot of people talk about the Fallout game. Maybe it's just maybe I've missed it, or maybe it's not loaded in. So Nibby, just post it again and I'll pick it up, mate. I'll pick it up. Wait, no, I found it. I found it. Oh, you talk about the tournament companion. Yeah, no, GW absolutely pushes L-shaped ruins. 100%. Yeah, 100%. The tournament companion. Yeah, like that was posted at the very beginning of 10th edition. It continues to be updated. It's a good thing. Like, once you accept that 40k is the competitive game, suddenly you need to accept it into your brain, into your soul. A little bit. Well, you don't have to accept anything, of course. What do we got next? So we got a few people popping off. It's really cool to see, man. Tough Grim Dark, thank you for the super chat, man. Is the Atlas recovery vehicle in 40k any good? Yes, but it is more expensive than a tech priest and basically does the same thing. Also, it's in Legends, so you can't really use it in competitive play or even casual play. Well, I say casual. You can use it in agreed games with your friends, basically. Yeah. But fundamentally, it's not that bad. The Legend! Thank you for the super chat, man. Wasn't into 10th edition, looked into 4th, and bought all books save for Demons and Space Wolves. Also like the look of the Fallout game. Obviously, Bolt Action and Conflict 47 too. 4th edition is an amazing version of the game, and I really want to... I still want to play some games of it, especially before 11th edition drops, because when 11th edition drops, I'm kind of going to, like, you know, that's going to be dominating the headlines. I can't be doing, like, old Hammer content whilst everyone else is doing 11th edition content, and truthfully, I'll probably, like, want to be playing 11th edition as well. Unless it goes to shit. Maybe 11th edition will be the time when I do release old Hammer content. Right? Who knows how it'll land. But yeah, 4th edition... 4th edition is you need to, like, there's a few like there's it's 4th edition, especially with guard, you do need some of, like, the Imperial armor books as well to get the full roster, but it's a good game. 4th, yeah, it's a very, very good game, very immersive. It's a very crunchy game, and when I play games like Bolt Action and Conflict, I do hear the echoes of 4th edition in my mind. I do, yeah. But it's a good, yeah. I can see why when people read, I can see why you read 4th edition. It makes you, it hooks you. Yeah, it does. Justin's here, get it. The Legend. Thank you so much for super chat, man. For another super chat, dude, double super chat, double thank you. How I see 10th edition, it's modern Yu-Gi-Oh, but a war game. See, I've never really played Yu-Gi-Oh! I played it a little bit back in secondary school, but I didn't know really fucking clue what I was doing. And I obviously saw all the memes and like the, bits of the cartoons whenever they were on TV. Like, I plays my trap card, face down, like that kind of thing. But it's funny because 40k is like, there's a lot of trap cards, but everyone then tries to constantly be telling you about the trap cards, which is really good. Then it kind of feels like that just sort of slows everything down. This is going to sound quite intangible, but I feel like it's also going to be quite an all-encompassing hot take. I've been fairly balanced towards 40k right now, and that's because I feel fairly balanced towards 40k. But objectively, if I was to improve the game, I think we need to get rid of all of the fuckiness. And I include reactive moves in that. I include Blood Surge in that. Everything that kind of makes you have to stop and you're not thinking about your plan. Because there's always moments in a game where you should stop and think and consider your next move. But considering your next move shouldn't be you're having to work out which eggshells you need to step around. It should be, okay, if I move that unit there, I might be able to get a firing angle on that. That will weaken that unit, so then I can bring this unit round here. And you don't really have that in 40k. 40k, the times you stop and consider is the times that you're trying to figure out your way around the fuckiness. And I think that's what needs to go. We need to get... And this might be how a lot of you feel about me right now. I'm going to say something which might be highly ironic. It might be highly ironic. But, when you talk to someone, and it might be about a topic of debate. Maybe there's some current affair that's going on. Maybe it could be something that's happening in a sport. It could be something that's happening like in your country. It could be something that's happening in a video game. But there's a topic of discussion going on, right? And you start talking and you start like trying to have a discussion with someone, and then they start going on and on and on and on, and they're saying a lot of words, and they're using a lot of big words like, I think what we really need is to consolidate our photosynthesis with direct synergy, and we touch base. It's like corpo speak, right? And they're saying a lot of words to make it sound more complicated than it actually is. And you realize that actually it's not that complicated, right? Or you realize that what they're saying, it sounds really clever, but actually isn't that clever. I think that's kind of what 40k has. I think that if there's one problem with 40k, I think there's a lot of stuff that it's there to make the game look cleverer than it actually is. Like reactive moves and stuff. So some people see reactive moves as like this big, like clever thing, and they're just not. They're just annoying. And I'm using them as one example, and I am scapegoating them a little bit. But things like reactive moves and blood surges, and if I shoot you, you'll shoot me on death, and all this kind of thing. Guard has reactive moves. Guard has blood surges. All that kind of stuff. It's just annoying. It's just really annoying. And it kind of is there to like trick you into thinking that it's really deep competitive play. But it's not. I think, yeah, I kind of feel like that might be the... If I was to one criticism of 40k, I think it's trying to be cleverer than it is. And it's pseudo clever, but it's not. That's why I say 40k is convoluted, not complicated. Yeah. 40k is not complicated. Like it has a lot going on, and there's a lot to keep track of, but it's not complicated, it's convoluted. And that, I would say, is the first real criticism I've leveled at 40k tonight. I've been very complimentary towards it on a lot of different areas, but that's where I feel, if there's one criticism, that's where I feel it struggles. And I will say this, 40k did not always used to be that way. 40k used to be complicated, not convoluted. It also used to be fucking bullshit with like Riptides firing, with you being able to build an army list that's like 9 Riptides that all fire 4 times in one turn. So it's like having 40 Riptides in your army, which blew people off the table. But that was 7th edition, and 7th edition is not the standard by which Oldhammer should be judged. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, I think 40k, I think the problem with 40k is it's not particularly intuitive. I think there's a lot going on. I think there's quite a lot that can be complimented about 40k. But I don't think 40k is a particularly intuitive game. It can take a while for people to really pick it up and understand what the fuck's going on. And I think sometimes that lack of intuition can be seen as, oh, well, it's difficult to get into because it's a complicated, hard like game that you need like some big wrinkly brain to understand. And I actually don't think that is the case. Yeah. Lungu Grungus, thank you for the super chat, man. Coming in with the beam blade, the big super chat, man. Amazing. Top chat again. Hashtag King Vibes. Also, leaf blower list inspired in stream discussion. Love you. Love you too, buddy. Let's take a look at your list, man. What horrendous leaf blower list have you come up with? Grizzle Company, of course. Love Grizzle Company. Triple Commander. Commissar without human detail. 1, 2, 3 Deathcore squads. 1, 2 Big Bulgrin squads. 1, 2, 3, 4 Chimeras. 2 Hellhounds. And an Ogrin squad. It's interesting. I think you might... Well, you have Bulgrin. You do have Bulgrin. And you can... You see, what I was going to say is not enough objective control. But you can order those Bulgrin to be objective control 2 each, thanks to the Commissar. So... And you have 9 vehicles. The Hellhounds, the Chimeras, they're all covered. You lack indirect fire, but then you have Bulgrin, so is that even a problem? Commissar goes in Ogrins in a Chimera. Yeah, it makes sense, because he can order out the Chimera, because it's a command vehicle. That's kind of cool. Hey, I tell you what. I like the list, by the way. I give it 2 thumbs up. I think it's legit. I tell you what just occurred to me. Does Loudhailer interact with the Chimera datasheet? Let's have a look. We've been talking some pretty high-level bullshit concepts about 40k. Let's tackle that shit off for a moment and talk about something specific and cool. Okay. In your command phase, one officer mod embarked within this transport can issue orders even though it's not on the battlefield. When doing so, measure distances to and from this transport. No, the Chimera doesn't give you a 12-inch range, Cyrillic dude. You are wrong, sir. You are wrong. It just lets you issue... See? It just lets you issue an order. And it says when doing so, you measure distance to and from this transport. So if we now... I think it works. I think it works. Right? So... Let me have a look here. Don't worry, Cyrillic, dude. I get things wrong all the time. All the fucking time, bro. I was just teasing you. Astronaut officer model only. Each time you select a unit for this officer model to issue an order to, that unit can be within 12 inches instead of 6 inches. I think it works, man. I think it works. So you measure distances to and from the hole, and the loudhailer lets you issue orders within 12 inches rather than 6. Yeah, baby. You are not explicitly allowed to use loudhailer inside the transport. But it's not an ability, Trickstick. Okay. Can someone, like, check the rules commentary? Because, frankly, I can't be bothered. I'll be real. I can't be bothered. Can someone check the rules commentary and check if, like, enhancements don't work? Because, like, the thing is, all this is doing is increasing the number from a 6 to a 12. It's not like some ability you have to trigger. It's just upping a stat. Do you know what I mean? It's upping the stat. Right? So it feels to me like the officer is the one, if we read the Chimera datasheet, right? The officer is the one issuing the order. It says your officer model embarked with this transport can issue orders even though it's not on the battlefield. So normally the loudhailer says you could issue orders to units within 12 rather than 6. Mobile command vehicle, it's just a passive ability it's just a passive upgrade you get. The mobile command vehicle lets you do orders even though you're inside of, you're not on the battlefield technically. So I think this does work. He opens up the top hatch of the Chimera. It's like, listen to me, you bastards. I don't know. You can't put it on the commissar who's ordering the Ogrins and Bulgrins, because obviously he can only have one. You can only have one enhancement. But I'm thinking, could you put it on like a Cadian Castellan? Have like a command Chimera. Have a command Chimera? I think you could. I choose to believe. Like the bullshit pack mule medic that the Scions can get. Which to this day I still think works. I will choose to believe this until someone can point to me the rules that say it doesn't, because that is Warhammer 40k 10th edition, and it's all about being a rules lawyer. That's it, and that's the game that we love, and that's what I embrace about the game. Yeah. But Lungu, I liked your list, and it inspired a thought in me, man. I like it. Cosmic, thank you for super chat, man. All GW and 40k answers are now going to be one word. Fine. What do you think about 40k? It's fine. What do you think about GW? They're fine. There you are. Arantanak, thank you for the big super chat, bro. Great to have the streams on a regular basis again, man. Amazing. Screw GW. Screw the man. Buys another can of Leadbelcher. Yeah, I will say this. I do like some of the GW. There's some products that GW makes which I like, and I do like Xandri Dust, and I do the rattle can, and I do like the what you call it, the Leadbelcher. I will say, yeah. They do some. Whilst a lot of people don't like what they do, a lot of what they do, I do think, and non-oil's great. Yeah. No, I haven't yet found anyone who's made like an easy replacement for non-oil, but I don't think everyone's really clamoring for it. Like, non-oil does the job, right? Let's have a look. Home of Hung. I can't. It's not coming up with the full name. Let me have a look, mate. Home of Hunger. There we go. I had an Empire of Japan Ghost War question in stream discussion. Well, I will do my best to answer it, sir. Okay. Mr. Gloryhole, the problem comes from me being bored during work, many such cases, and giving your Empire of Japan faction focus video a rewatch to make some notes. I am very interested in the Ghost guys. Good, because they're probably the thing holding the entire faction up. They're very, very good. I was following your explanation of unit use cases of the officers and ghosts and trying to theory craft a mesh of officers across the battlefield. Naive, sure, but I want to look into it. No, I think you are doing it the right way. I think you have, like, the officers are like nodes which you jump to. So I read through the rules for company/platoon commanders and then the Kenpai Tai officer and got confused about order tests versus morale checks. I looked closer at the Ghost Warrior squad to see which it was, but realized the central problem. The Spirit Dance sequence is specifically beam them up, roll the morale test within the rift, then beam them back down. So in your video, you say that both the commanders and the Kenpai Tai can benefit the rerolls. Am I missing something, or heaven forbid, did you get this wrong? I could have got it wrong. I could have done. I am not infallible. Have only played a single very scuffed TTS game against myself, so imposter syndrome hit me like a train, and now I can't tell which it is. Dude, I could be wrong. Absolutely. It has been known to happen many times. I'm very aware. But I'll have a look. I'll have a look at the sequencing. Let's have a look now. This is where it's like everyone gets to beef me because I got something properly wrong. That's interesting. Let's have a look. I see what you're saying. After executing an advanced run or fire order, a ghost attack squad may exhaust one of its rift dice to remove itself from the battlefield, retaining its order die, rift die, and any pin markers. If it does so, it must take a morale check. If the morale check has failed, the unit is destroyed. If the morale check is passed, the ghost attack squad may set up again anywhere on the table that is at least 12 inches from the enemy and at least 6 inches from the objective, including intelligence markers, enemy bases. A ghost attack squad may never use enhancement. A ghost attack may use enhancement while locked in close quarters. Okay, I see where you're coming from. I think it is slightly convoluted. Okay. So it says, after executing advanced run of fire order, a ghost attack squad may exhaust one of its dice to remove itself from the battlefield. If it does so, it must make a morale check. So do you take the morale check when you exhaust the rift die? Or do you take the morale check when you remove yourself from the battlefield? Because you could read that as, okay, expend your rift dice, remove yourself from the battlefield, then take the morale check. For me, it's a little bit like it's the wording around if it does so. That's the bit that's getting me. Because it doesn't say once the unit has been removed from the battlefield, it must take a morale check. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? So, if it does so, refer to when you exhaust the rift dice, or does it refer to when you remove yourself from the battlefield? I'd say you test before, but the wording is ambiguous as it gets. Yeah. To me, it feels, I mean, if you've got like 2 pins on you, you take a morale, I mean, how I read it naturally is you exhaust your rift dice, take your order test and take your morale test and go into the rift. I do think I got it wrong with the Kenpai Tai, because I think that's only for order tests. I think I think Gaz, not Gaz, who was it said that? Trickstick got that right, yeah. So I don't think, I think I got it wrong with the Kenpai TIE officer, but I could have well got it wrong with that. It's a little ambiguous. Yeah. It will be a shame if they have to take the morale check once they've been removed from the battlefield, because they're already a quite expensive, quite elite unit. And the Japanese don't really need any nerfs right now because they're a good army, but they're very tricky to like get your head round. So if it was up to me, I'd be like, let's give the Japanese a chance. If it chooses to, but then you test, but it doesn't exactly say when. Yeah. If it's morale, when in Rift, it's very spendy and not worth it. Agreed. Home of Hunger. Agreed. I feel like it. Thing is, I feel like it might remove itself from the battlefield, because it's like, why would when you think about it, why would the officer make them better at ghost walking? He's not a ghost walker. But I could ask what the intention behind it is. I can ask. Let me add it to the sheet of questions I have. Ghost officer would be cool, and I do hope that they do one. $27. When do ghost warriors take the morale test for Spirit Walk? Is it after they are removed from the battlefield? Because if so, this is shit. Because they need the officer buffs to do it reliably. There you are. Yeah. The Ghost Warriors are really good. Oh, shit. I want to save it. Yeah, there we go. Okay. There we are. Good question, Home of Hunger. Very good question. I would, frankly, if I'm going to be honest, I always say you play a rule that's in a way that, if you're not sure, play the rule in a way that disadvantages you rather than advantages you until clarification. And right now, applying that golden rule, you have to remove them, then take the test. And until otherwise stated, I think that's the way it should be. Yeah. Badger called Smokey, thank you for super chat. You've inspired me to get back into streaming. Hey, amazing, man. That's very kind of you to say. Would you find it okay if I did streams on a hobby or minis and react to your videos? My content, what? I do not have a monopoly on hobby streams, and I do not have a monopoly on reacting to videos. If my content is out there, if anyone wants to react to it, that's fine. All I ever ask, if you're going to react to a video, if you're going to use a part of my video in any way, just credit the channel. That's it. That's it. At the end of the day, I'm a content creator. I do find that term a bit wanky. I can't decide between content creator and YouTuber. It's all modern and a bit wanky for me. But as long as influencer's the bad one, though. I want to influence people. But I put stuff out on the internet. It's there for people to... I can't control it once it's out there. Yeah. I think that's pretty normal. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. Erica and Lift, superior glory. It's the right thing. Right, where's Cosmic? I'm banning him. Where is he? Right, he's getting... Where, Cosmic? I'm going to scroll up. I'm going to find him, and I'm going to fucking time him out. Where I'm gonna fucking. Can I time you out from here? I fucking can't. Right, Cosmic, you're going on timeout. There you go. I know he's only being silly, but it's funny to ban him. All right. I want to say a big thank you to Joshua Hammer. Thank you for becoming a channel member. Thank you for your support, man. But Mountain, thank you for the super chat, man. Yet another high-profile YouTuber crashing out over 40k. Really? Oh. Stop linking me to my own video. That's it. He just sent me a link in streamed. Right, look at this. He just sent me a link to this video. And it's one of my fucking videos. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ. That was 2 years ago, man. That's crazy. Well, look, more than 2.5. Yeah. 2.5. To be fair, I never said I was quitting 40k. I said I was done with Games Workshop. And by and large, I have been very consistent with that. I think there's a big difference. I think there's a huge difference. And I don't think I think there's a huge difference between being done with Games Workshop and quitting 40k. Yeah. What are we? But man, I loved it. You fucking troll. I love it. Let's have a look. Cosmic, thanks, sport man. Tim is on trial. He knows he was wrong. Cosmic, I'm not going to share the fucking right. I'm glad that I timed him out now. He's Cosmic has said, I don't even know if I can show this. I don't even know if I can show this. But Cosmic has decided that this is me when I get something wrong in a game. You know, I think that maybe the deep fakes and AI have gone too far. Cosmic, this is absolutely reprehensible. Why am I not on a bikini? Oh, man. All right, what do we got next? I want to say a big thank you to Joshua Hammer. Thank you for super chat, man. Hey Mordian, just shared my funny SAS by action list for tournament in March. It's an SAS truck spam list. Hope to see your opinion on it. Here you go. Let me have a look. So I think so. I'll say this. I think you've used the wrong rules. And I'm not shitting on you, man. But the blood-curdling charge and picking your army rules, that's from the rule book. And now, since now in the army book, those rules have been superseded. So you want to make sure you're not using the bolt action rulebook version 3. You want to be using the Armies of Great Britain version 3 or 3rd edition. Yeah. Okay. So that's the first question. Second, but the thing is that won't really change like the points. The points well, the points aren't the same because you've got different points values. Not it's difficult to say. I think it's before. I think there's not much. Truth be told, I'm not sure the value in me reviewing the list if it's going to have the wrong army rules, because the wrong army rules are going to influence what choices you take, right? So I think my review of the, and I don't want, I will happily re-review your list, but I think you need to build it with the right army rules. Otherwise, any advice I give is going to be misleading at best. Yeah. So sorry about that, man. But I hope that it's been useful me, point out, because you don't want to go to tournament with the wrong rules, right? Yeah. Towson, thank you for becoming a new channel member. Although you're not a new channel member, you're actually an old channel member, but you're renewing your channel membership. There you are. And then we've got Josh, I was using the Warlord app. If it's wrong, it's hilarious. I'd say make sure your app is updated. And I think it might depend on. Yeah, I'd say make sure the app is updated. Because I've got the app right here, and I'll double check. You might be right. It might be a bug on the app. But let me check before we know. I'm just going to select like an officer, and then I'm going to select a couple of infantry squads. Okay, now let me have a look at the export. No, so I think you need to update your app, man. Because if you look at this, so I'm on the Warlord app. I've just added some basic units in. I've gone, I just did it a second ago. Oh, here, I've gone export to PDF, and it's got the different special rules there. Army special rules, Armies of Great Britain. Yeah, so I think just double. They are in there. Maybe it's Army special rules. Configure supplements. Okay. That's what you want to do. Okay, so on your app, go on the cog, go configure supplements, and just make sure that you've got Armies of Great Britain selected and not got these two selected. Okay. There you go, man. There you go. It just must be one of the things that maybe in like an update or something, or maybe you ticked it, or maybe it came ticked by default. Who knows? Computers, right? Who fucking knows? It could have happened anyway. But yeah, literally just do that, and then we'll be all right. Oh my fucking god! Look what someone's done. Syriade, you're a bad man. Syriade, you're a bad fucking man. Stop it. The least you could have done is give me a pair of giant fucking bolt-ons. Fucking hell. AI is fucking bad at it, boys. Holy shit, man. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. This is why you can't afford RAM for your computer now. Because of that bikini picture. I'm sorry. It's my fault. All right. I want to say a big thank you to Gabby. Thank you for the super chat. How would you say a Chaos Space's Traitor Guard Squad compares to some of the Guard battle line units? I think it's interesting because I think it can Dark Pact. And that's kind of cool. But the fact that it hits on a base ballistic skill of 4 is kind of annoying. But Dark Pact is cool. Being able to like get army-wide like lethal hits or sustained hits is pretty legit. Yeah. I think probably in a one-on-one fight, Guard probably beat Traitor Guard because of orders and other things like stratagems and whatnot that will be more designed to support them. But I think it's pretty close. I think it depends on who gets the drop on who first, I suppose. Who, a bit like in a tank duel, whoever fires first normally wins. In a guard versus traitor guard, whoever gets the first shot in probably going to weaken the squad and allow them to weaken their opponents, allow them to win overall. Yeah. Yeah. There you are. All right. Now, we've caught up on super chats, and a lot of these have been related to the topic, but we haven't actually really dug down into what I wanted to dig down into. We've just been getting some hot takes from you guys. That's all good, though. That's all good. Don't think I'm lambasting. I'm not. But I do want to dig down into this idea of why is like... I want to dig down into this 3-layer beef. Okay, Scribbles, did I miss yours? I do apologize, man. Scribbles, let me have a look, man. 15 months. 15-month overflex. Xbox, baby! 07 certs some pictures of a World War II game over the weekend. Nice. Let's have a look, man. Oh, a bit of chain of command, I see. All right. In similar topic to different game systems, I got to play Chain of Command this weekend on one of the prettiest boards I've ever had the pleasure to play on. It was Japan versus America on a Pacific island, and the epic scale of the models and the terrain was super immersive, and everyone who walked by the table had to stop and watch a few rounds of gameplay. As far as the game result, American victory. We managed to push the Japanese out of their hiding spots of mortar fire and clear the area. Though there are a few banzai charges here and there, overall, super cool game. Here's a few action shots of the game. Wow, look at this, boys. This is not, this even, look, World War II and bolt action like that does tend to have prettier boards than 40k, but this is a cut above everything. Yeah. Wow, so cool, man. Holy shit. Look at that for a board. Hills, forests, roads. Wow. That's actually amazing. That's so impressive. Yeah, holy shit, man. Really, really cool. Really, really well done. Marines and Japanese fighting it out in the bitter jungles of the Pacific. Like, the fact is, like, I like there's like one building, and it's probably like an important like strong point because it's like the only like building on the map. Yeah. Holy shit, that board is beautiful. That's an absolute beaut. Yeah. Wow, look at that, man. That's cool. Is that, are they all the different? Yeah, they're the different units. So is that the Japanese and the Americans, or just the Americans? It's cool either way, though. Yeah, very cool. That's the Americans. Wow, pretty big force. Yeah.
I'm taking mortars every time.
They're over there hanging and firing.
Yeah, I will tell you, every time I've taken mortars as a support option, it's been a good game for me.
Good old mortars. No matter what game system, they'll always peak.
Yeah, the barrage definitely helps.
Nice. That's cool. A little bit of the action camera. Dude, that is 10 out of 10. Really, really, really like it. Yeah, really, really good stuff. Dude, it looks like a lot of fun. And it looked like it was a really cool board to play on. Amazing. Amazing, man. Scribbles, that's awesome, bro. And we've got Badger called Smokey coming in next. A quick super chat, and I need to grab a drink and then a catch up. Quick drink, piss, and then not drink piss. I need to have a piss, full stop. Get another drink, full stop. Come back here. I need to drink my piss and then come back. Badger called Smokey. Stumor with the cannon in K47 Axis list. Yay or nay? I haven't used it myself, so it's hard for me to comment on it from a first-hand experience point of view. But I can comment on it from a theorycraft point of view. I did use Stumor once in one game a little while ago. The Stumor generally is a very good unit. It's very good in bolt action. I don't see why it wouldn't be good in conflict. It's a cheap, light howitzer. It's a cheap, light howitzer that's on a vehicle. Yeah, Looks good to me. Yeah. There you go. All right, I'm going to be 30 seconds. I'm going to be 30 seconds. Give me 1 second. Give me 30 seconds even. Uno momento, por favor. Right. So, I'm going to have a whiz, grab a drink, and then I'll be back. And when I get back, I want to write, actually, let me write some down so I don't forget. We're going to get into this a little bit. All right. I need to write my notes down before I forget. Okay. And okay, cool. Right, I'll be back in a moment. Give me a second. I'm back. Right. Okay. All right. Let's have a little talk. Let's have a little chat. Appreciate your patience. So here we go. So we've been doing a lot of talking tonight. And had a lot of opinions from like the community, and from you guys on sort of where you are with 40k right now, and that's been really, I think, really like genuinely valuable to see things from different perspectives, because obviously sometimes we can feel like we're going mad in our own world. You know, maybe we have an opinion and it's but you're not sure if other people feel the same way and all that kind of stuff. You know, and we've been pretty pretty balanced on our takes. You know, we've said some good things and some bad things, but you know, we've had a little bit of a sort of awakening moment, rewrite the core rules a little bit, right? A little bit. But what I want to get into now is I want to just share with you guys my thoughts on this beef. Okay? I want to show you guys my thoughts on this beef. And I do think it's multi-layered. And I encourage you all to give me your thoughts and your takes on it. Okay. So I said this at the beginning of the stream, but I've noticed quite a significant uptick in videos being produced by Warhammer 40k content creators saying something along the lines of, I'm quitting 40k. And I do think there's a little bit of drama farming going on, but as a drama farmer, I can respect the hustle, you know. I can. But I do think there's been a bit of an uptick in this, and what's interesting is how popular these videos are becoming. And I think there's a lot. They're getting a lot of views, and obviously there's always a lot of views around like negativity, but it also feels that there's a little bit of a market for it, for lack of a better term. And I think also I think most content creators are pretty open about their takes on the game and their takes on Games Workshop. So I actually don't know if there's this like collective idea to like jump on the farming 40k drama, or if actually it's just there's quite a few content creators which are kind of coming to this realization around the same time. But what's interesting is not only listening to what they have to say, but also listening and reading the comments and the conversations that get generated like around these videos. Obviously, if someone watches a video like that, it's going to prompt the conversation in a certain direction. But still, even taking all of that into account, I think it is worth talking about. This concept of quitting Warhammer 40k. And I'm not going to do some bullshit video where it's like, well, if you want to quit 40k, maybe you could do it this way, blah, 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 blah. No, I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about, like, have I seen more people leaving the game? Do I think lots of people are quitting 40k? Now, bear in mind that this video is being, this live stream is happening the same day that GW just released a quarterly report about how much money they made, and they're like Scrooge McDuck, like swimming around and like his bank vault and all that kind of stuff. So this is not a video on is Games Workshop dying, is 40k dying, or anything like that, because I think there is a big difference between there being a slew of people who are maybe crashing out of the game and 40k dying. Because one thing Games Workshop is very good at doing is sort of, they have the funnel, and they're very good at getting new blood into the game constantly. I mean, we've just had Christmas. Loads of new people have been coming into the game around there, and we've got 11th edition around the corner. So this is a video which is very aware of the things that are taking place around it. This is a stream that is very aware of the things that are taking place around it. All right. Although I do, like, Games Workshop has been doing so many, like, scummy things. And then seeing them making, like, record profit. It's like, can you guys just stop buying the fucking FOMO boxes for 1 second? Please. How many times do we need to say, stop it? I don't want to see another person complain about the FOMO boxes. I don't want to say another thing about it. Like, at this point, it's like gambling, okay? You know, like gambling. I am not pro gambling in any way, shape, or form. And for a long time, I've been a bit like, I don't think gambling should be like advertised and stuff, because it's a bit like, this is one of my personal opinions. I don't think it should be advertised because it can be so damaging and so addictive. But you know, the gambling companies have won, basically, right? Like they advertise everywhere now. It's everywhere in the UK. Like every single street seems to have like a Betfred or something like that. So I'm like, fuck it. If people want to do it now, I don't give a shit. Like, I'm not going to do it, but if people want to do it, that's fine. And it's the same thing with FOMO. I've given up on complaining about FOMO boxes. Okay, I've given up on it. If you wanna, if I see another person complaining about FOMO, I'm just going to be like, you're not sincere, are you? Because you're going to go and buy the fucking FOMO box. Right? So, getting back on topic, though, there has definitely been a big uptick on... There's definitely been an uptick in people quitting 40k. I'm just going to say it. This is not just something that is happening online. I am seeing it a lot in my local area. Now, of course, I am but one person. And my perspective is my own, and it's very anecdotal. But I think the big question is, you know, the big thing that I think the big there's a few tell points here, is who is quitting 40k, and why are people quitting 40k, and thirdly, is it even like a long-term thing, or is it like a temporary thing? So this, I think the last point, we're going to address that one first. I think there's a huge element to this of it being the end of the edition. And there's a huge element to it. I think people are burned out. I think 40k 10th edition has felt like the no life edition. It has felt like the edition that people have gone deeper than ever before. And maybe it's because there's the constant churn, so people feel like they need to keep buying stuff to keep up. Maybe it's been a really like addictive edition for one reason or another. Who knows? But I can say, you know, from my own perspective, and from the people that I've observed in this community in general and in real life, I feel like this has definitely been the edition that people have really, really no-liked. It feels like it has burned really bright, this edition. But I also feel like the bright, the higher you climb, the further you fall, kind of thing. And so that's where I think 40k has kind of gone. It's gone all the way up, and it's gone a little bit. I want to say I don't mean in like money. I mean like in terms of maybe the conversations around it. Like, everyone seems to complain about 40k in Games Workshop non-stop. I did. I did. Last year, I was so fucking salty about 40k. I'm part of this conversation. You know, I'm part of this. But I never said I was going to quit 40k. And I'll get to the point where I say I never will quit 40k, but we'll get that in a moment. Get to that later. But it definitely feels like it's been a huge, huge uptick of the conversation around 40k being about everyone like quitting, or I'm going to be trying something else out. And I mean, this week, since the beginning of 2026, and it's interesting because considering that 11th edition is around the corner, you'd think that people would maybe not. There'd be that feeling of holding out hope until the new edition, right? But since the beginning of 2026, I have seen, it must be double digits now, of content creators which have said they are really, if they're not full-blown quitting 40k, they are really diversifying the games that they cover. I mean, we're talking big content. We're talking big and little content creators. We've got who was it the other day? I think it was Tabletop Minions. He's got several 100,000 subscribers, and he gets tens of thousands of views on every video that he does. And he was like, I'm just not excited for 11th edition. I am probably going to keep covering like indie games and stuff. And that's been a really good direction for his channel. And a lot of people in his comment section were saying, hey, you should keep doing this. This is what we like to see, that you cover more than just 40k. 40k is like, keep your eye on it, but we like that you've been covering the indie games. And we've seen some big battle report channels as well, trying other games out. We've seen, I think, is it Play on Tabletop? Correct me if I'm wrong. Play on Tabletop is probably like the biggest battle report channel out there, and even I think they've been doing like a lot of Marvel like Crisis Protocol stuff, which is really cool to see. And they've got hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and then we've got Tabletop Titans. They've got hundreds of thousands of subscribers. I think maybe a few of those are legacy subscribers, but they've still got a good amount. They still pull in thousands of views every battle report they do, and they've been doing some Trench Crusade stuff. And this is all that I've seen in like 2026, and we're like 2 weeks in. And some of this was towards the end of last year, beginning of this year, I'll be fair. And we've seen, only today, I think it was Hellstorm Wargaming, Hellstorm Mikey, who was like, he basically said, I have to play other games than 40k now. Like, I'm going to play 40k, but 40k, I need to occasionally come off the treadmill, play something else, have a breather, and then go back on the treadmill. And I thought that was a really, really, really good analysis. I thought that was a very, very good way of putting it. And so I'm seeing it a lot in the content creator space. I'm also seeing it massively in my local area. I mean, local GTs that would sell out reliably are now struggling to get half capacity. And again, this is sort of end of last year, beginning of this year. I say end of last year. We'll say the last 3 months. So it wasn't like it was just Christmas affecting everything, right? Local RTTs aren't selling their tickets out. The last 40k event that I went to, that was a local one, that had full attendance, was a private event. And it was a social. It was the Christmas social, where I took the silly Krieg army with all of the artillery and all that kind of stuff, right? It was a Christmas social. And the reason why everyone turned up. And I would say half of the no, not even half. 90% of the people that went to that event, I chatted to all of them because they're all my local club mates. 90% of them said that this was the first time they'd played 40k in several months. Now, I think that's quite, and these are all hardcore 40k players. These are, my local scene, I'm very fortunate that I play with some very, very hardcore players. Now, so I definitely think, and I've seen, when I've been going to my old world, my local old world scene has exploded. They sell out every old world event they do now in the couple of local stores that I play old world. And the majority of players that are there are now ex-40k players. So I do think there has been, I think there has been a big quit. But I think there's been a lot of players that have come in to replace it at the same time. But I do think there has been a big quit. But I'll tell you, so that was the first thing. I think there has been a big quit, and this is where I've noticed it happening, online and in real life. So the next question is to ask, why is there the big quit? And I think a big element of it is the end of edition burnout. I think you can try and overcomplicate things. I say everyone. One can overcomplicate things. One can try and look for deeper meaning than is necessary. And sometimes the most obvious answer is the right answer. Not always, but sometimes. And sometimes the simplest answer is there. And it goes back to what I said before. This has been like the no life edition. And I think people have massively burned themselves out. I think collectively, there's been this sense of, gotta get your reps in, gotta be on the treadmill, gotta keep your arm up to date. Every 3 months there's an update, and in some ways, you enjoy being on the treadmill. You feel the two legs pumping like steam locomotives. Doing exercise, can release endorphins and all this kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like, there can be a lot of people. DeCram is like, I've played 5 games into 10th. I love it. Okay, but this is what I mean. There's new people coming in, right? That's why I said there's a lot of quitting, but I don't think 40k is dying, because I think there's lots of people who are also just getting into it, right? But I think for, how to put this, the veteran crowd, and I think this is, I don't want to give the game away too much, but I think there's a lot of people who are only just getting into the game. But there's a huge amount of people that started with 10th edition, so we're not talking the last few months, we're talking like 3 years ago, right? Who started with 10th edition. And I think there's a massive amount of people that returned to the game with 10th edition. And I think even more than that, I think probably one of maybe not the highest, but a very significant portion are people that came from 9th to 10th. So there's been people that have been playing this game a lot. And they've been playing 40k for a little while. And 10th edition, for those crowds of people, I think that 10th edition has felt like the edition of no life. How do you kill that which has no life? Well, if it's Typhus, you just got to make sure that you don't try and kill him in combat with some shit munchers. But no, I think it does. I think for that veteran, and I do count, at this point, with how many changes that have happened, I do count if you started with the beginning of 10th, I do count you as a veteran now. You're a longbeard. If you've been playing this game for three years now, or 2.5 years, you are now a longbeard. I think you are. If you've been playing it for 2 years, you're probably a longbeard, right? So I think 10th edition, there has been a lot of churn. There has been a lot of updates. That I don't think anyone would deny that, and it would be just it would just be wrong. It would be lying to deny that, right? It's been very much the no life. The treadmill has never been harder. Do you want it? Do you want it? Who's seen the TV, the British TV program Peep Show, when Mark goes to the gym and he's got the personal trainer who throughout the entire episode, every time, there's like two or three times when he's like working out with the personal trainer, and the personal trainer is always making it harder, and the personal trainer's saying is, do you want it? Do you want it? And every time he says it, he has to work harder on like the treadmill or whatever it might be. And so by the third time this happens, he goes, the personal trainer goes to Mark and says, do you want it? Do you want it? Starts pumping the difficulty up. And Mark just goes, no! And the personal trainer goes, what? And Mark says, no, I don't fucking want it. It's too hard. It's no mountain could possibly be that steep. It's unrealistic. And I really feel like, and basically Mark, he crashes out of going to the gym. And I really, really feel like that scene right there sums up this entire situation with 40k 10th edition and why we're sort of seeing this epidemic, this perceived epidemic, because I'm sure in some areas none of this is happening, right? But why we're seeing, this perceived epidemic online and in real life of, it seems like people are quitting because or taking a break or whatever it may be, or needing another game in their life, whatever, a palate cleanser. Do you know what I mean? Something like that. And I think it's because we've all been on the 40k treadmill, and 10th edition, GW is the personal trainer, and GW is the one that's turning to us, with another FOMO box, with another update, and it's going, do you want it? Do you want it? We're like, oh, I want the new update. I want the new box. I want the new unit so I can make my army better, because I'm trying to, Mark was trying to get fit for it, trying to get fit. We're trying to get tournament ready kind of thing. And then we've all just got to this point where Games Workshop has been like, is that, Warhammer Quest Dogwater. Do you want it? Do you want it? No! Do you want the new Do you want the new combat patrols? No! Do you want the new 500 Worlds campaign? No! There's too many updates, GW. No amount of game needs this many updates. It's unrealistic. Right? So I think that's what's happened. And I think there's probably... and that's why some things have felt a bit like a shot in the arm. Like Grizzle Company has definitely felt like a shot in the arm for the Guard community, which is awesome. Yeah, Mad Larkin, why is the Kree Combat Patrol limited stock? Why? Do you know what I mean? Why? Yeah. So, if GW is definitely addicted to FOMO. I did a video about this a while ago, but GW is definitely addicted to FOMO. But the point is that we've all been on the treadmill. GW has been asking us, do we want it? And I think there's been this almost like collective, like, and people have like crashed out. And that's why I think, there was, I think one of the first indications that this was kind of happening was probably Trench Crusade. And I know Trench Crusade has been getting some bad press recently, but Trench Crusade was a really interesting, looking back at it now with the benefit of hindsight, why did the Trench Crusade Kickstarter explode so much? Because it was kind of like an indication of how the community was feeling at the time, but they hadn't quite how the community was beginning to feel. It was kind of an indication of where the burnout was kind of like starting, and and it definitely had some fuck you GW vibes. Yeah, of course, right? Yeah. But I think it was a little bit of an indication. And then, I think, for me, I think one of the reasons why I've seen Old World really picking up is, what Old World really picking up, and Bolt Action really picking up, and Conflict 47 really picking up. I think are very indicative of a lot of people crashing out of 40k. A lot of veterans. Again, I'm going to keep referring to that. A lot of veterans, a lot of long bids. Even if you've just been in the game for 18 to sort of 2 years, 18 months to 2 years, and that might not seem like you've been in the game that long, but think of how much has changed in that time. Every month a new box is released, a new data sheet is added, and it's it's great that the game is so live and everything, but it's a lot to keep up with it all. But I think one of the number one selling points of some of these other games, these non-40k games, is they're not quite as in flux. They're a little, it's a little calmer pacing. And if you are someone who is burned out, if you're someone who's been on the treadmill and you need a break, you kind of need a game that can be that break. And so I think, I reckon a lot of people who are quitting 40k right now, I think it's part of the process. It's kind of like going through the 5 stages of grief. It's like the 5 stages of quitting 40k. And I think what ends up happening is they come back to 40k, but it becomes one of many games that they end up playing. I think some people do quit permanently. And I think some people quit permanently for a time. But I think 40k does end up becoming a game that is, if you just get burned out with keeping up with the churn, you just go, okay, well, it's just not something I'm going to worry about. It's going to be a game that is one amongst many that I play. And I think that's one side of things, but I don't want to actually go there just yet. I want to sort of focus on this idea of, if you're burned out, what is your natural response? You look for something that is more calm. If you're tired, you look for something that allows you to take a break. Yeah. To grab us, continue working hard until I fully collapse. That's what you shouldn't do. And I think that's what happens when people don't take a break. I think that's what happens. I think that's people. I think if you just keep trying to push through it, you end up. You think you're committing more to 40k, and I think what ends up happening is you end up actually quitting permanently. You break harder than if you crash out completely rather than just partially. Yeah. Now, we've talked about, are people quitting? And I think the answer is yes. But that more people are coming in. We've talked about why people are quitting. I think it's burnout. I think one last thing I want to say on this whole quitting 40k topic. There's 2 more things I want to say, actually. I want to talk about the kind of people that are quitting. And I also want to talk about, well, maybe just talking about why people are quitting is more important. Yeah. Yeah, I think we are. I think that I keep referring to it being veterans that are quitting. If you look around at the content creators, including myself, and I'm not quitting 40k, I want to make that clear. But I think you look around at the content creators who are crashing out about 40k, whether completely or partially. They're all content creators who have been around a long time. They've all got several years and several editions under their belts. And even if they're not all the same age, they're a lot of them are similar ages. Feels like people in their 30s. But you've got some that are a little bit older, but it kind of comes down to how long they've been playing 40k. And so I think what's kind of happening is you have got a lot of players who have been playing the game for a similar length of time, who are probably of a similar age, who are coming to the same realization around the same time. Yeah.
You heard me?
And so why? So I think, yeah, maybe it's the grognards taking the off ramp. Yeah. Maybe it is. But I think the reason why 40k, I think because never before have we, I think what we're seeing is the funnel in action. We're seeing the funnel in action. But before, in days gone by, 40k wasn't as mainstream. There weren't as many content creators making the content about it and all that kind of stuff. When people passed through the funnel, they there was no like public record of it happening. But I remember I was there, Gandalf, 3,000 years ago, making and being part of like forums like is it like Librarius Online, I think, and like Daka and like Bolter and Chainsword and all that kind of stuff. Warseer, all that kind of stuff. Blogs were a big thing. And I was a younger wargamer that was reading about reading the content that was being put out there by more mature, more longbeardy wargamers. And they always seemed, and they were, the things that I'm talking about now and the things that loads of content creators are talking about now are the same things they were talking about 10 years ago. I'm going to say, if you are a Longbeard, I bet 99% of people won't have heard of this guy. But if you are a true Daka Longbeard, right? If you're a true Daka Longbeard, you will remember the series of guard battle reports by a guy called, I think it was Aelarius. And his series of battle reports about his Folian, I think it was Folian 1st Regiment. And he did like he did the best Imperial Guard written battle reports and like Daka like blog style thing. Amazing. And he had a website. He had a dedicated website where he recorded all this, and it got taken down. Well, I just think he quit 40k, so he stopped paying for it, so it ended up going down. And it's a shame because all of his pictures were hosted on his website. So when that went down, all the pictures on the Daka things went away, and so it was obviously kind of, it still does like a partial record, but like a full record. But I remember him talking about basically he played a lot of 40k, and I think he sort of stopped playing around, sort of towards the end, at some point in 8th edition. And he went through the same steps that I've seen myself and others go through. He was a guard-only player. Then he started, as he was sort of getting towards his final crash out, he started playing other factions. Like he went over to World Eaters for a bit before they had a separate codex. It was just like Chaos Space Marines, where he just chose to collect a subsection of Chaos Space Marines, right? And you know what I think is happening right now? I think what happened with him 10 years ago is happening with a lot of content creators now. Because life is a circle. 40k is a circle. It's a cycle. And I think one generation is passing is I think one generation is kind of like, I don't know if passing the torch is the right term, but yeah, Denzel. In my 30 plus years in the hobby, it's the same shit that goes around and around. People whinge, and then once they're settled, they find something else to whinge about. I think that's true. Yeah. History repeats itself. Yeah, definitely. Raven, sounds like WWE fans. Lol, they grow up and out of it, but then the younger generation takes over, and it's new to then. Exactly. Yeah, 40k is new to is new to loads of people, and I think 11th edition. I think 11th edition is going to be really, but I think 11th edition is so. Having said all of that, I've been quite fence city, and maybe fence sitting is the wrong term, but I feel like I've been quite objective, and I have been neither negative on 40k or positive on 40k. I've kind of just been doing a high level, my take on the whole the quitting epidemic, as it were. I do think two things. Firstly, I feel like, I'm trying to think how to put this. $40k, I think, is a game you grow out of. Not entirely. But I think as you get, there's that meme, isn't it? When you hit your 30s, if you're a man who hits your 30s, people say World War II, but I don't know if it is. I think we had a little blip on OBS there. I think we're okay. I think it is. I don't know if it's necessarily World War II or if it's more historical, history in general, right? But people suddenly become very interested in history, and I think they become very interested in like cooking or something, but they become more interested in the real world. I think that's what that is a symptom of. I think they become less interested in fantasy and they become more interested in reality. And so I think there's an element of this taking place in 40k, whereas it's not necessarily an element of I don't know if it means everyone's going to jump over to what action or other historical games, right? But I think a lot of people, when you're growing up with 40k, when you're a bit younger, I think it does appeal to you a bit more. And I don't think I want to I don't think it means when you get older you're not allowed to play 40k. Fuck that, man. I love playing 40k and I'm fucking 32. I love it. Yeah. But I do think you end up when you know there's a lot of very silly things in 40k. I think there's a lot of silly things in 40k, and when you're a bit older, I think maybe it becomes maybe you get boring. You become too serious, you know. Maybe. Really depends on the person. Grown-ups, adults still play D&D unironically. Yeah, D&D it's a bit different though because it's a social group. D&D is like you are still playing D&D, but you don't play D&D with anyone. You play with the same boys or same girls. You play the same group you've always played with, and it's more like hey, should we get the guys around for some D&D and some fucking beers and some chill and all that kind of stuff. I think it's more like that. Yeah. So I think there's an element of maybe if you look at the 40k content creators who are quitting 40k, and then look at the age, and you realize that it's all people in their late 20s, early 30s or older. So I think there's a little bit of that.
Bone of the guard, ready to serve.
I think there was a little bit of that. But putting all of that to one side, I will now come down off the fence, the perceived fence. I don't think it is a fence, but I will come down off the fence. And I will say I've been playing 40k for a very long time. I've been playing, if you include every year I've played 40k, I've been playing it for about 27 years, but I don't think I can really count when I was 5. So if we include what I would say are the meaningful years of me playing 40k, it's about 14, 15. When I say meaningful, from the age of 18, I basically have been playing 40k as what I would say is an adult, and I've been playing it like competitively over many editions. You know, when you play in as a kid with your mates, it's a bit different. Not bad, but it's just a bit different, right? So as someone who's been playing it for nearly 15 years now, I do think I've seen many editions come and go. I have seen many editions come and go. I saw the heady heights of 5th edition. I saw the terrible lows of 7th edition. I saw the mad gold rush of 8th edition. I saw the huge power creep of 9th edition, and I have been running on the treadmill since day 1 of 10th edition. And I do think, based on all of that experience, that there is something a little different this time. Truthfully. And I want to caveat this by saying I am 100% ready to be wrong and to eat my words. Egg on face, right? But I reserve the right to be wrong because 11th edition isn't here yet. And 11th edition could change this. Because if 11th edition, because at the end of the day, a good game is a good game, right? At the end of the day, a good game is a good game. And if GW smash it out of the fucking park with 11th, then I think their legacy will be solidified for 100 years. I think this, yeah, I think so. Okay, I think they'll win back all the old players, and they'll have their new cohort of new players, and everyone will be spending like fucking mad, and they'll have all that hype, and people are much happier to accept FOMO if they're like, well, it might be a FOMO box, but this game is like on another level. So I'll happily spend the money because I know that the game is amazing. People don't like spending money on a game which they think is trash, but they'll happily spend any amount of money on a game which they think is good. But anyway, going back to where I was. So I think this, I could be wrong on this one. I could be. But I think it is a little different this time. The reason I think it's a little different this time, and that seeing all of these people quitting 40k could be quite a big warning sign to the health of the game and the health of the community. And it's not just within the veterans, but within a lot of people. It's because there's a lot of other games out there for people to pick from. Look at what happened with War Machine back in the day. War Machine did very, very well and really exploded in popularity because there was somewhere for disenfranchised 40k players to go. And the moment that there was somewhere for disenfranchised 40k players to go, they went there. And at the time that War Machine was like exploding, Warhammer Fantasy wasn't having a great time. And 40k wasn't having a great time. So people couldn't, which I think is different now. Now, what happened with War Machine is Games Workshop had got rid of all of their specialist games. And there was only really Warhammer Fantasy, Lord of the Rings, and 40k. Lord of the Rings was really, like, really niche. It does make GW a fair amount of money, but it was quite niche. You know, it was very localized in where it was popular, and the internet wasn't what it is today. So it was harder if you just didn't know one of the local groups, you just wouldn't find it. Do you know what I mean? So 40k players couldn't really go to something like that. 40k players also couldn't really go to Warhammer Fantasy, because where Warhammer Fantasy was, it was around the sort of 7th, 8th edition times, and Warhammer Fantasy made Warhammer 40k look cheap. And that's taking into account relevant cost today. Like, Warhammer Fantasy was insane. You needed, I mean, it was like you probably need like $1,000 back in, 10 years ago. Maybe longer, $1,000 from 15 years ago to get an army. And imagine how much that would be now. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but Warhammer Fantasy was very, you had to, each box was 20 quid for 10 guys, which doesn't seem like a huge amount. But then you needed, if you were Skaven, you need 300 guys. And that's just for your shitheads. And 3D printing wasn't a thing. Third-party alternatives wasn't really a thing. So it was impenetrably expensive to get into. Yeah. So it's $600. I'd say 600 to to 800 pounds back in the day, which translates to $800 to $1,000. And that was in money back then. So you can imagine how much that would be now. That's probably 1,500 quid now, right? $1,500 now, right? Anyway. So they couldn't have, there wasn't anywhere for you to go in within GW. So that's why people went over to things like War Machine, because there was an alternative. And I think there's a potential for but War Machine was a very hyper competitive game. It was a very hyper competitive game. So people were burned out with 40k. And they kind of went over to War Machine to basically have a rebound and to hate fuck them. But that wasn't really solving the problem. It was just a rebound relationship. This time it's different, because there's a lot of burnout going on. But the alternative game systems which are out there aren't fuck you GW games. The alternative game systems which are out there, some of them are within Games Workshop's ecosystem. Games Workshop doesn't really mind if you crash out of 40k and go over to Old World. They don't really mind that. That's why them bringing Old World back was such a genius move. So I haven't even mentioned Age of Sigmar this entire time. I'm sorry, but I think the same things that are affecting 40k are affecting Age of Sigmar. So I think that Games Workshop can continue to be a massive success. I don't think this is a GW's dying video, but I think there is a potential that this is a 40k has a slightly uncertain future. I think a lot is riding on 10th edition for 40k. And I think that's the right term, a slightly uncertain future. I don't think 40k will fail. You got the Henry Cavill thing around the corner, all the Total War games, Dawn of War. It's obviously not going to fail. But I think there could definitely be the potential for a little wobble on the 40k, the war game front. I think a lot of people will probably could consider gravitating over to Old World. But if you go over to Old World, you're, that's not a fuck you GW game. Old World is just a good game. And it's not hyper competitive. And if you're burned out, it offers one of the perfect places to go because it's chill. Even 2 years after its release, Old World is chill. And if you're burned out on 40k and you're going over to Old World, you're very unlikely to make it like 40k. Because you've just come from that and you're burned out. You're looking for something else. So you're not, maybe you'll try a few 40k tricks like spamming stuff at first and realize it doesn't quite work like that in Old World. But you're coming there for a different change of pace and for the vibes. Yeah. So I think there's an element of that. And then I think, there's, even if you don't want to play fantasy, I think there's alternatives like Bolt Action and Conflict 47. And they're just a couple of examples that I cover. But there's Qua. Qua is very, very niche, but it's there. And there's Drop Fleet and there's one-page rules and all, and so on and so forth. But just I'll stick to my lane. This isn't a Warlord shilling video at all. But I think the alternatives that are available there now are different to the alternatives that were available in the past. And they actually exist. Because there's been time, basically in the past, there's been no alternatives or there's been shit alternatives. And now I think we're at this stage where there's big burnout. There is alternatives, and those alternatives are good. Yeah. Those alternatives are good. And so that's why I think there is a potential that all of this quitting of 40k and all of this exploding in terms of popularity of other game systems, even Trench Crusade, which, like I said, it's had a bit of a shit one, but it still exploded in popularity. And other games like Conflict's doing very well, but Action's doing very well. Warhammer Old World is doing amazingly. Necromunda's popping off, all this kind of stuff. I think all of this is a bit of an indication that not only is 40k a little burned out, not only are we collectively a bit burned out, but I think also that we all need a little bit of a little bit of a palate cleanser. If I may toot my own horn, and this is the final point I want to end on. I'll just end this part on, and then we'll catch up on some super chats and take your takes. I think that everyone just needs a fucking palate cleanse. I think CB Cooper is right in many ways. I found it's not 40k I need a break from. It's the internet. I got stuff away from. Get the boys together and play and remember why I like it. Well, in a funny sort of way, you are stepping away from 40k there, CB Cooper, because 40k, as it is meant to be played, designed to be played, is hyper competitive. The competitive scene has consumed the casual scene, right? So when you getting the boys together and playing it, that's doing it old school. You're basically emulating Oldhammer there. Right? You might not think you are, you might not realize you are, but you're kind of emulating Oldhammer there, right? That's good. I'm not shitting on you. That's good. You've done the right thing. But you've taken a palate cleanse from true, for lack of a better term, from proper, for lack of a better term, 40k. And so if I were to sum all of this up, I would say people are getting burned out of 40k. People are quitting 40k. It definitely seems to be prevalent in the veteran community. There's loads of new blood coming into the game. 40k definitely isn't dying. But everyone right now who is going through this somewhat, it feels like collective burnout, whether it's content creators or people that you know in real life, I think everyone has just been trying too hard to make, like they've been afraid if they look. I think they just need a palate cleanser. They've been no-lifing 40k. They've been trying 40k too hard. They've been taking it way too fucking seriously. I include myself in all of these criticisms, all of these observations. And I think what everybody needs is a palate cleanser. And that can be in any form. That can be staying with 40k. Maybe playing an older edition. Maybe just getting the boys together and be like, can we just leave all the competitive shit and all the janky shit? Can we just bring some normal fucking lists and play some normal fucking games, and I'll get the pizzas and I'll get the beers in. Get that palate cleanse. Or maybe it's going through the game system. Or maybe it's just something. I don't know. But I think it's definitely... I think it's just everyone's just played a little bit too much 40k. Not everyone. I think everyone who's feeling the burnout are the people that have played a little bit too much. And I want to say something. I know a lot of new people are coming into the game right now. I know. And that's why, Raven, I'm not being a negative Nancy. I've been very, 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 very level. Because for every person that I've seen in my comment section, or I've seen in other people's comment sections, which have been saying, fuck 40k, there's been another person, or sometimes even two people, coming in saying, I've just got some 40k for Christmas, and I'm really excited to start like playing this game. I think we're in the circle of life. And on that note, it's time to lift. But I think that's what it is. That's what it is. And before I lift, I want to share with you guys a little pearl of wisdom, which is, I was very salty last year. And looking back on it now, I think it is obvious that I was burned out. For like the whole year, I was burned out. And I think I was on that treadmill. And, you know, GW was like, do you want it? Do you want it? And I was like, I kept pushing and pushing and pushing. And then it just got to like summer. It got the salt gust, and I was just like, I nearly crashed out at 40k, but I didn't quit. And the reason I didn't quit is because I had a palate cleanser. And I think I had to go through the salty moment. So I'm telling everyone, you should go through your salty moment. All right. But I went through my salty moment, stepped away from 40k for a little bit, and then got excited about Conflict 47. Got excited about playing some Old World with Simon. How much Old World does Simon and I play towards the end of last year? It was amazing, right? Every week another battle report, every month another tournament report. It was awesome, right? I had a proper palate cleanse, and then just as I started feeling like, okay, I've had my palate cleanser, GW dropped Grizzled Company, and it was just the perfect time to re-energize me. And that's it. So if I was to comment on, is 40k dying? If I was to comment on everyone quitting 40k, I would say this very, very simply. Everybody just needs to get a side game, and everyone needs to get a little bit of Old World, Conflict, Bolt Action, or whatever it might be in their lives. It will make you enjoy playing 40k again. 100%. There we go. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think. Let me know what you guys think. Right, I've just had my for my alert go off. So I've got a lift, and then I've got to take your takes. All right, let's have a look. Yeah. Watching your 40k in Old World has been much more fun than playing 40k myself. Anything, Matt? I love it. Yeah, K47 and Grizzle Company saved a soul. I agree, CB Cooper. Raven Mercenaries. Raven Mercenaries. It's funny you say, but these other games don't have Tau. But I think Axis is very close to Tau in K47 because of the rail cannons. There you are. All right, let's do a couple of sets. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then I've got to stare into your soul whilst I do my squats. 1. Stop it now. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. I need a shake weight, yeah. 7. 8. 9. 10. Now I actually missed a set before, so I'm just going to do 10. I think they're called, I don't know what they're the shoulder ones. I'll do those quickly just to make up for it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. There we go. Sorry for the slight disruption. But I've managed to keep up a New Year's resolution for 14 days so far, so I'm pretty happy. There we are. Get the old robe back on. So, let's take a look at what you guys have been saying about 40k. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look. Oh. Thank you to everyone for your patience, by the way. I know it's been taking me a little while to get to you. I was going off on one. So we got Ryan Panda. Thank you for the super chat, man. How do you think Grizzled will be needed in 11th? So, 11th edition is slated to be 10.5. I've heard that there's going to be a big rework of the flyers coming, which is cool. And someone said earlier in stream there was going to be granular points coming back for war gear, which is cool. Will it be a big reset though with indexes? No, I think the current cycle is Games Workshop does an index edition, a continuation edition, and then they do another index edition. So I don't think we'll get indexes in 11th. I think we'll get indexes in 12th. Yeah. I think 11th edition, so bearing that in mind, I think Grizzled will stay as our go-to detachment going forward into 11th. It depends on if Games Workshop give it the patented triple nerf just before we go into the new edition. I'll tell you this. it'll be a big blow to the guard hype train if Grizzled gets a triple nerf before the new edition. Yeah, it'll be a shame if they do that. I don't think it's that overpowered. I think it's good, but I don't think it's broken. Tal Tom, thank you for the super chat, man. Did my tip go through? 40k is dead. Long live 41k. Let's have a look. I'll check if your tip came through, mate. Just a tip. Emil, for all my bitching about lack of armor rule, at least agents never get nerfed. I mean, true. Agents have been a very stable army. You know, they've been consistently dead for. Oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't be mean. Right, let's have a look. Tal Tom sent in a doubles list. Thank you for the tip, man. Sent a doubles list for bot action. I had actually sent an empty email before it. Definitely not a meme list that I talked Mike into playing. Oh my god, what have you sent? I do think Warhammer 40k has. I don't think we're in Warhammer 40k anymore. I do think we're in Warhammer 41k. I do think that. All right, let me have a look at this list. So. So he's got a tiger. Wait, why has he got double tiger? Why has he got a tiger 1 and a tiger 2? Oh my god. He's got. So basically, you've made him take meat platoon. You've got a rifle platoon that is 78 points. And then you've got armor platoon, which is 780 points. Jesus wept. And what list have you taken? Kenpai Tai, platoon commander, and then you have just taken all of the shit munchers in the world. You know what, man? I think it'll actually work. Yeah. I think it will actually work. He's brought the tanks, you've brought the infantry. Nice. Good combo. Yeah. Good combo. Think it works, man. That's the way to do it. If you go to a doubles event, that's the way you do it. One guy, you bring 2 lists which are specialized that add up to a proper list. And he brings the stuff that his army's best at doing, and your army brings stuff that it's best at doing. Japanese is best at infantry, and Germans are best at tanks. Yeah, that's cool, man. I like it. Also got, who we got next? Joshua Hammer. Thank you for the super chat, man. Hey, Mordian, fix my list if you would take a look. Let me have a look, man. Fix the list. Okay. So, cool. 14 dice, 1250 points. You've got a platoon commander with 3 extra bozos and 4 submachine guns. Regular. SAS veteran, 6 submachine guns. SAS veteran, 6 submachine guns. SAS veteran, 7 rifles, 1 Vickers K. And you've done that again, roughly speaking. That's a 6-man squad. You've got 2 assault squads, 2 shooty squads. You've got a truck, which you've paid for the LMG. I probably wouldn't bother with it, just because it's an LMG that's firing 2 shots. It's not really worth it. And you've got 2 of those. You then got the LRDG armed trucks. These are a little bit more like it. You've got the light AT gun and the pintle-mounted forward-facing Vickers K. Obviously, you can only really use one of those at a time because it's forward-facing. Likewise with the other one that's got the autocannon and the heavy machine gun. Okay. And then you've got the SAS Jeep. which has got a lot going for it. 360-degree twin Vickers K, and then forward-facing HMG and forward. That okay? I really like the SAS Jeep. I think they're really good. Holy shit, man! Yeah, I'm not surprised you've taken a few of those. 1, 2, 3 of them, and then you got a little light howitzer. I mean, I like it. I think you are lacking an anti-tank. But I think you can probably just pin up a bunch of tanks. Like, you know, you put a couple of heavy machine guns. You put a couple of those Jeeps into a tank. Even if it passes its order test, it's still going to have one pin on it. So, that's good. So, you can kind of... You can't really kill enemy tanks, but you can button them. And you've got enough infantry there to be doing some good work yourself. And it feels very themed. It feels very themed. So overall, I like it. Yeah, I think it's got some weaknesses, but it's a nice themed army. Yeah, it's cool. I bet in some games, I bet that'll be a nightmare to face. In other games, I bet it'll be. I think it'll have some good matchups, some bad matchups. Yeah. I want to say a big thank you next to Seth Key. Seth Key, thank you for Super Chat, man. You're doing a great job with the show, making everyone feel like part of the act. This is a good topic, and I've DM'd you a screen if you want to look. Dude, it's very kind of you to say, man. Thank you for your support. Let me have a look at the DM. Okay. Let me have a look, man. Let me have a look. Dude, I did think it would be a good topic to talk about, because I saw a lot of people... you know, making these quitting 40k videos, and it sort of made me, I thought that's something interesting to discuss online, so on stream. Yeah, let's have a look. Seth, I'm a guy who started in 3rd. I think the thing that 40k has lost over the last 25 years is the personalized aspect. It used to be the niche. The game designers told you to make it your own. Customization was the norm. It existed in other arenas like literature and video games, but now the tabletop game nearly seems secondary to the peripheral content. Streamlining the game, making it more arcadey, more, yes, go for it, has widened the base of players at the expense of the dedication of players. When I say yes, go for it, I mean rapid fire used to mean shoot twice or charge. Now you can do both. Very good point. They've tried to make an old grognard's game into a Gen Z game, and that was never going to work. This is a game that requires some attention span, and attention spans are going the way of the dodo. Trying to make the game quicker is against the inherent nature of the game. See, I agree with it's losing that personalized touch. Definitely. I think, and this is going to sound somewhat strange. I do not mean this in a negative way. But I think the proliferation of commission painting is definitely a sign of the times. No one ever got anything commission painted. Like, it just wasn't done. Like, it was very, 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 like, rare. Well, not unheard of, but it was rare. And now, I think it's so commonplace. I think most people still paint their own armies. But I think there's definitely an element of... and I'm not saying commission painting is bad, but I think it does show... I think it's an indicator. Yeah. The thing I don't agree with is the attention span thing. I actually think... I think for thousands of years, humans have complained about the attention span. Older humans have complained about the attention spans of younger humans. I'm not... maybe it's different now, but I don't necessarily agree with that. But what I will say... I won't... Let's not even get into that, because I know I'm certainly not qualified to talk about it, really, from any professional... From any angle, really. If they've tried to make the game quicker, they have laughably failed. Laughably. It has never taken longer to play a game of 40k. The fact that you can play, the fact that you get 3 hours to play a game of 40k and everyone feels rushed is a joke. If I can come off the fence and really complain, 40k plays like a sack of shit. I'm not saying it's not fun. I mean the flow. The flow of the game is abysmal. It is a clanky, janky, rough, rickety fucking machine. It looks like, you know, those first, like, is it like the first trains where it's like, it's like all those old cars. Whenever you watch like old, like Saturday morning cartoons, and, you know, so, you know, Bugs Bunny or someone would, like, you know, Bugs Bunny's probably not the right one, but like someone would come out in a car and it'd be like, and it was like always vibrating all over the place. It was like, that is what 40k is. It's fun, but my God, the moment that you play, ironically, and people say, oh, people say, and I'm gonna, you've said this right here, Seth. So you're like, there are about 20 games that I have realized. There are also about 20 games that have released since 40k that are just as good, and I Go You Go makes the game feel so old. Trying to turn 40k into a tournament game is insane. 3 games in a day is just too brutal to expect from a regular man, not a hobby supermen like you and I. Playing 3 games a day is a piece of piss, just not in 40k. Plus, you get older, and the idea of standing across the stage and having interactive 2 hours seems less and less appealing. Right. It's like Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, yeah. I Go You Go isn't the problem. Old World is I Go You Go, and they give you 2.5 hours for a round. So Old World is 2,000 points, has just as many, if not more, models than 40k. Think about it, like, you know, Old World, there's often like 2 or 3 bricks of infantry, like 30 or 40, 20 or 30 infantry in each one. There's like 60 to 90 infantry, 60 to 100 models in most Old World armies, right? Nowhere near that many in 40k. Everyone's just running like elite infantry and stuff. So Old World has as many points as I Go You Go, has as many, if not more, models than 40k, and you get 2.5 hours for a round, including setup, and often you will finish early. More often than not, you will finish early. It's not... I Go You Go is a perfectly fine system. It comes back to what I said at the beginning of the stream. It's the core rules. It's the way the game currently is fundamentally designed to work. It always comes back to that. Yeah. And it's like Steve Brown said, it's each unit is activating in every single phase. Yeah. Yeah. Further proof of Old World's superior nature. Old World is a better game than 40k. I have no issue with saying that. I'm not saying it's a more popular game. I'm not saying it's bigger than 40k or anything like that. But from a game design point of view, Old World is vastly superior. Yeah. And the indication for me for that is how smooth does it play. It just smooth. Yeah, 40k is like fucking Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Bomb 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 bomb. Oh, it's broken down again. Gotta crank it up again. Yeah. They need to fix the flow. They need to fix the flow of the game. It needs to flow from one turn to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next. They need to improve the flow. Yeah. But Seth Key, I think you make some good points. I don't necessarily agree with everything that you say in detail, but I do agree with most of what you say in the high level. Yeah. What do we got next? Monkey Fist, thank you for the super chat, man. Marshall, Trench Crusade exploded because people didn't know that Grimsicle was an option. Qua. I'm by Quarius. I'm going to collect 2 different Quar armies. I'm by Quarius. There you are. Seth Key, thank you for the super chat, man. You're doing a great job with the show. Making everyone feel like part of the act. This is a good topic, and I DM'd you a screen you want to look at. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I already read that one. Sorry, man. 303 Hunter, thank you for the super chat, man. Can you take a look at my guard collection discussion? It's 3 parts, and my Discord name is Bushman. Of course I can, bro. Here we go. Part 2. Look at these fucking things that have been made in the fucking chat. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ. Part 1 of my guard army. I'm fairly new to 40k, and this is what I've collected over the past year and a half. I have 20 Deathcore Krieg and 1 Deathcore Command Squad. I believe they are recast for the obvious models. Then my 10-man squad of combat engineers. Next, my Caden shock troops. I have 30 infantry, 1 command squad, and a Castellan. 10 of the infantry are GW models, but the rest of them are from Armored Industries. Nice. Oh, they look very good. Well, it looks like a good infantry corps to me. I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 60 infantry. Command squad here, nice. Command squad here, nice. Got Chimera over here. Yeah, I mean, it looks like you've got about, 60 line infantry, plus another approximately 20 specialized infantry. So we're looking at, 80 infantry, very solid. Got some Rough Riders in the back there, or Death Riders in the back, that's good. Got some, I mean, everything here looks good. Yeah, everything here looks like it. You've got the right mixture of units. Yeah, those are the old Kriegers, but they still look good. Yeah, all good, man. Yeah, no dramas in any of this. Nice mixture of units. Loadouts seem pretty reasonable. Love the Anvil Industry stuff, man. I've got a load of that myself. It's great stuff. Yeah, okay, that looks fine. Part 2, Cadians, mortars, and stuff. Yeah, these look fine, man. I think I saw most of it in the big picture, right? And then what do we have? Part 3. I have 1 Libras tank command that I built from the Horse House Libras and Anvil Industry Mini. Magnetized expansion from my 40k tanks. Next 3 Rust tanks with Vanquish cannons. The crew of the Heavy Stubber is a game for Industries, and the Heavy Stubber, Hunter Missile, and turret hatches from Tiny Panzer. I have 3 Sentinels, 1 old Scout, 2 new ones. I can swap between Armored and Scout Sentinels. And lastly, I have 2 field batteries, 1 I built with the Bombers guns, and 1 with the Heavy Lance cannons. I mean, honestly, man, looks like you've got a good collection there to me. You've got 4 Russes, 2 Chimeras, 3 Sentinels. You've got some field arms batteries between them and the mortars. I mean, to me, mate, it looks like you've got a really, really solid bread and butter guard armies. What I mean by that is, from a unit of what units have you got available to draw upon, right? The conversions and the modeling are all great, by the way. Really, really good, and I like that you've really personalized the army. That you've done a very good job on the modeling front. I look forward to seeing how you paint it all up, because you've put a lot of thought and passion and love into this army, which is fantastic. But in terms of the units that you've gone with, I think you've got a nice solid variety, and you've got a really strong army. Like, I don't mean strong in terms of like power. I mean strong in terms of like durability, as in, will it be able to survive from one edition to the next? Will it be able to survive from one balance patch to the next? And I think it absolutely does. You've got 4 Lehman Russes, solid tank corps, couple of dedicated transports, got some sentinels for some light armor, got some artillery, got some heavy weapon teams, got some cavalry, got some infantry, you got some officers. Yeah, I mean, just this army isn't overly niche, it's not overly specialized. It's a nice collection with nice variety, but without not having enough of anything. It's got a bit of everything, and it's got enough of everything. Yeah. I think it's good. Yeah, 300. I think you think you've done a good job, and you're going in the right direction, and keep doing what you're doing. Yeah. Fennec, do you think 3D printed proxy vehicles will replace with 40k? 100%. I think Games Workshop... the more competition that Games Workshop gets in whatever form it may be, the better for all of us. Because competition breeds innovation. And frankly, GW should be doing a fucking winter sale at some point. Or summer sale. Do you know what I mean? But Games Workshop never does a sale because Games Workshop doesn't feel like they need to. Because they feel like people will just buy whatever they put out for whatever price they put it at. Yeah. I want Games Workshop to get lots of competition, so Games Workshop will do even better. I don't want Games Workshop to fail. I want it to be as good as they can possibly be, but I think they need competition in order to do that. I want to say a big thank you next to Winter Sale. I think it's 50% more expensive. Fucking hell. I want to say a big thank you to Mud Dog for the 24-month member flex. Double X Force, baby! Yes! Yeah, buddy! Woo! Yes, man. 2 years, bro. Amazing. Thank you so much for your support. Finally got my Conflict 47 US box and D-Day US Airborne. Yeah, man. Nice. That's awesome, bro. Keep us posted on the hobby journey. Let us know how you end up building them and all that kind of stuff. And welcome to the Rift. There we are. I want to say a big thank you to Average White Shark. Thank you for 34 months, man. Double X Force, nearly triple X Force, man. Awesome. Nearly 3 years, man. Crazy how time flies. Have you heard of 40k Reforged? More in stream discussion. I have heard a little bit. Yes, I have. And I've literally seen that exact video. Average White Shark. You know, the whole, like, pinning mechanic and how they can make leadership more impactful. Yes. I definitely have my eye on it. It looks like it has some potential. Well, I tell you what's crazy. Before 9th/10th edition, I wouldn't even say before 9th. I would say before 10th edition, there was very little. There was basically no push to play older editions or to reinvent the current edition. Everyone was just happy playing 40k, the one that GW put out. And now it seems like there are dozens and dozens of projects. 40k definitely feels a little bit like a Bethesda game now. They put out the base game and it feels like it's not quite got there yet, right? But it feels like they put out the base game and it feels like the modding community like fixes it. We haven't quite got to the modding community like fixing things yet, but there's a lot of people out there working on a lot of mods for 40k. Yeah. I want to say a big thank you to Cosmic Drew. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat, man. Where's the octopus? Don't tell me you've lost it. He's right here, man. I was rearranging some of the shelves and I took him out and I just put him on. I just put him on my my monitor there, but I can put him back. Oh no, he's eating. He's eating the Belgian mortar team. There you go, man. Oh, you can't really see him there, though. I have to put him somewhere else. He can eat a bunch of Americans. That should be all right. There you go. What do we got next? The legend. The legend. Thank you for the super chat, man. Vow progress in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Got all the base colors done. Just need to shade and highlight now, which won't take long, hopefully. Hey. Cool, man. Cool. Now, seeing this Deathclaw model, I do want to go on another 2-hour ramble about how I've been really enjoying Fallout recently, but I'll stop myself because I've already done that this week. But it's a cool model, man, and I like what you've done with it, and I'm really, I don't know, I feel like I'm getting into Fallout a bit. I think I'm getting into Fallout a little bit. Yeah. I don't know. No, I don't even mean like the game. I just mean like the universe. Yeah. Fallout is on sale. Which one? The board game, the video game. I've got to log back into Steam now, but Spriggs will probably start harassing me on it again. Fallout doesn't look like it's on Steam sale. Oh, Wasteland Warfare. I don't know. Isn't the thing is there's a couple of different Fallout games, and I don't know which one is the legit one. I want to say legit one. Like there was one that came out and didn't it like stumble, and there's been another one that's come out since. Like one was more gang relate, like sort of skirmish sized, like gang sized, and now it's like there's like a battle sized one or something. Or maybe I'm getting mixed up. They all use the same models. Oh, okay, fair enough. So Fallout, Wasteland Warfare. Where is it on sale? Fallout 33 sale? 33% off? Ah. But what is on sale? There's a lot. I want the miniatures. I want the Brotherhood of Steel. Oh, wow. There is some cool stuff in there, yeah. Frank Horrigan. T-45 power armor. Hey, it looks cool. I'm going to collect a Mirelurk army. Oh, wait, I can get Enclave stuff. Yeah, baby. It's going to be between Enclave and Brotherhood of Steel because whoever can bring the coolest power armor to the table is what I'm all about. Yeah. I'd have to look at it. I've never seen it. I have to watch like a battle report or something on it. It does look good though. Yeah. Interesting. Enclave has the coolest, Brotherhood has the most. That sounds about right, to be fair. What have we got next? Squawk, my boy. Squawk, thank you for the tip, mate. My dear, sweet, handsome, strikingly masculine Mordian. I've never been called that before. I've been patient through the pre-10th edition hype the 10th edition release hype, the printer euphoria, the old world hype, the rise and fall of Horus Heresy, the K-47 explosion, and the reign of Salt. Can it please be try one-page rules time now? Right. I was going to play one-page rules, but then Northern Exile, he bailed, man. He was the guy who was going to teach me it, and then he bailed. Full-blown Christian Bale. And now I need to find someone else to teach me the game. I'm sorry. I don't know what it is. It just doesn't appeal to me. Maybe it's just too close to 40k. I don't know. I feel very strongly like one-page rules is going to be one of those games which I'm like, I'm not going to play it. I won't. And then I'll play one turn of it and go, I love it. I feel like there's a real distinctive possibility that's the way it's going to go. Yeah. Yeah. There you are. Yeah, I feel like maybe there's an element of that. Yeah. But one page rule just feels like off-brand 40k. I mean, like a little bit. But you know what? Every day that goes by, that's not a bad thing. I think I will come to one-page rules at some point. Like I came to Horus Heresy. I think as 40k continues to evolve and continues to the march of progress, as it were, at some point it's going to feel so different. It's going to become so different. It's not even going to feel like 40k anymore. Yeah, like, I mean, these days 40k feels like off-brand 40k. Yeah, exactly. And either Games Workshop is going to release 40k Classic Edition, which I think they need to release like soon. Or I'm going to go to Old Hammer, or I'm going to go to one-page rules. Yeah. At some point. Because I haven't changed. My tastes haven't really changed. But 40k doesn't quite, doesn't quite satisfy all of my cravings as it once did. And I think it still satisfies many cravings, but not quite everyone. Yeah. Yeah. If 11th edition doesn't turn into a banger, GW will start on Classic 40k. Yeah. Yeah. What are your thoughts and wants and not for the games? Okay, I can tell you what I want from 40k. I have talked about this before, but I don't want to like repeat myself too much. I think that people make a lot of excuses for 40k. Oh, there's so many factions. Oh, GW, it's so difficult to like balance and all that kind of stuff. I think tabletop games in general can be somewhat difficult to balance because unlike a video game, you haven't got that data, that sort of live data gathering. So I think there's an element of truth to that. But you know what? Scrub that. Put it all to one side. What do I want from 40k? frankly, I think I don't want the abstract. I just don't want abstract rules. 40k, it just feels childish. It just feels arcadey. It doesn't feel like a war game. It feels 40k feels like two armies Naruto running at each other and like smashing into each other. That's what it feels like. And if I wanted to fix 40k, I want to take that away. I don't even handle that. It's not even chess. It's not even chess, man. I know what you say. I know what you mean. You take turns trading pieces until the end. Yeah, well, okay, yes. But it's just like, it's just people just. It's 40k. No, 40k the game. I feel no longer tries to simulate. It's not. I don't think it's a war game anymore. I don't. I think it's a fun tabletop game, but I don't know if you can categorize it as a war game anymore. I think it's, you got. I think we've got to take the war out of Warhammer. I think it's just Hammer now. I don't think it's a war game anymore. I think if you want me to give you my 100% honest opinion, I think 40k is a very enjoyable game, which can be played very competitively, which has a lot of positive things going for it. But I think that it is too abstract and not immersive enough. And I think it needs to get down into the fucking dirt. And it needs to fucking have a good old fucking wallow. And it needs to get crunchy, not convoluted. It needs to get intuitive, not abstract. And it needs to be simulating. It needs to be attempting to simulate whilst not being like boring. It needs to simulate like a war game. Yeah. Like I think there's a fine balance. There are those like military in like video games. There's those like military simulation games like Armor. And Armor's like really good, but it's a bit in depth for me. It's a little much. And then you've got games like the modern Call of Duty, where it's like just stupid. It's too casual. You need, and the shooters that I kind of like are kind of in between the two. Where you've got to manage your ammo, but you don't have to like. You got to like manage your ammo, but you don't necessarily have to like keep track of exactly how many bullets are in each magazine. And you're like a little bit like Fallout. It's not a great example, but like in Fallout, I have to like. Well, yeah. If you're playing like hardcore mode, you have to make sure you're having a drink every now and again, but that's about it. I mean, a little bit like PUBG, a little bit, not like necessarily. A little bit like PUBG in terms of like the gunplay and everything. Yeah. Maybe a bit like Hell Let Loose. I think Hell Let Loose is a good example. Yeah. Or Hold Fast, Nations of War. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even think. You know what? It needs to be along the lines of Call of Duty Modern Warfare, COD 4. And COD World at War. I actually don't think I actually think that's the era we need to get back to. Or Helldivers 2. You know what? It needs to be like Helldivers 2. Yeah. Helldivers 2. I won't sound like a grognard and look back. I'll use a more recent example. Yeah. I think it needs to be that's the level. It doesn't need to be Call of Duty, bullshit arcadey, ADHD, fucking Mountain Dew fueled. But it doesn't need to be Armor, where someone's idea of a fun game in Armor is spending like 6 hours like watching an enemy base through a pair of binoculars and like radioing that back to base, but no one actually ends up doing the attack. Maybe a little bit like Battlefield 6. Maybe a little bit like Battlefield 6. Yeah. What were old editions like before the wound system? Oh my god, mate. Bob Dylan. Seventh edition was a 7th edition was bad. We don't talk about 7th edition. But Midhammer from 3rd to 5th, it's never been beaten. It's never been beaten, and it never will be beaten until they go back to it. Until they remaster that edition. Yeah. Everything that they have tried to do since that point has been inferior. Not in the detail. Not in the detail. We get a lot more updates and stuff now, and the models can be argued to be much more detailed, much more beautiful. Okay? So not in like the micro detail, but in terms of the general quality. Quality is not even the right term. It's almost an intangible thing. There's so many little things you could say that they do better now, but there's so many little things that were just so much better back then. I think 3rd to 5th, which is peak 40k. Were there AP? It's like a different game. It's like you're asking me to explain how does the entire Conflict 47 rule system work? It's a different game. 40k back then it's like a different language. Okay, so you want to explain? Okay, so where to begin? Where to begin? Right? Explain to us, always one. Gather round, children. Gather round. 1 minute. Okay, 1 minute. Oh. There's a cold storm a brewing. Gather round, younglings, gather round. I was there 3,000 years ago during the golden age of Warhammer. So, where to begin? So the first thing that will blow people's minds is that vehicles did not have wounds. Vehicles did not have toughness. Vehicles had what was called armor value, AV. And essentially how it worked. Bob Dylan, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you. It's a little bit like Bolt Action with I Go, You Go. A little bit. Yeah. Bob Dylan, thank you, man. So, if, let's say you had like a lasgun, which is like strength 3. The minimum armor value was 10. So, in order to be able to damage the vehicle, you had to roll a d6, add the strength of your weapon to the result, and it had to meet or beat the opposing vehicle's armor value. So if I've got a lasgun and the minimum armor value is 10, then that means that even if I roll a 6, I only get a 9 in total, right? A 6 plus 3 is 9. So I can't damage you. So there were the big thing that will blow people's minds is that there were Dark Elder had some armor 9. Okay, maybe there was some armor 9. I don't know. I think that came later to John. I'm pretty certain Raiders were armor 10, man. I think Venoms maybe came armor 9, but that was, I think, not until like 6th edition, maybe. But essentially, we won't get bogged down the weeds of Eldar because there's always some bullshit going on with Eldar, right? But basically, vehicles had armor value, and they could, and many vehicles were immune to small arms fire. Bolters were actually significant because they could damage some vehicles. Now, there were some vehicles were really light. Oh, and vehicles had different armor values depending on which side you hit them. So the front armor was nearly always the toughest. Side armor was a bit weaker. Rear armor was the weakest. But there were some vehicles like Land Raiders which were like armored all round. So a Land Raider, for example, which like the tough at the time, Land Raiders were the toughest vehicle, and they had armor 14 all the way around. So it didn't matter if you hit them on the side or the rear; they were tough. They were tough. And if you had a las cannons are strength 9, and las cannons would only be able to damage a Land Raider on a 5 or a 6. And if you roll... And missile launchers could only damage Land Raiders on like a 6 because they were strength 8. And then autocannons, plasma guns, grenade launchers, and their equivalents in other factions couldn't damage Land Raiders. One of the things that made Imperial Guards... and Land Raiders were like really peak. One of the things that made Imperial Guard so good, well, not so good. One of the defining features of the faction was that we had like standard battle tanks that were armor 14. No one else had this. Not even the Space Marines outside of the Land Raider had this. But we were only armor 14 on the front, so we had all our armor on the front of the vehicle. But when you got to the side, it went down to like armor 12, and when you got to the rear, it was like armor 10. So bolters could kill your Leman Russ if they shot them in the back, because if a bolter rolls a 6 to wound, it matches your armor value, right? Yeah. So, and there were some exceptions there, like, but there was like a difference between different Leman Russes. So, like right now, the Leman Russ all shares the same stat line. In Oldhammer, a Leman Russ Demolisher would have like a different armor value to like a Leman Russ battle tank, because the battle tank was like the standard issue, but the Demolisher was the siege. It was called the siege variant of the Vanquish of the Leman Russ hull, and the siege variant was designed for like punching through, so it had to be more armored. So it went armor 14 and then 13 and then 11 on the back, and vehicles had no saves. They had cover saves. So vehicles didn't have an armor save like we have now. They had armor value. And so basically either you could damage them or you couldn't. Now, if you... how many super chats have you got to go through, mate? Not many. I think I've literally got 1, 2... I got like 4 or 5, not too many. But I'm going to get back to them in a moment. Don't worry, Nostalgic, I've not missed it. If you matched... So if you match the armor value, you got what was called a glancing hit. And a glancing hit, you didn't do any wounds or anything like that. You rolled on the glancing hit damage table. It was a D6. and it would tell you what kind of damage you'd done to the vehicle, a bit like in Bolt Action. So there was a result on like the glancing hit table that was like weapon destroyed, and you would literally, for the game, you would permanently destroy one of the weapons on the vehicle, and it was like, I think it was like randomly determined, so it could, or maybe the player got to pick, I can't quite remember, but I think it was randomly determined. So you could shoot like a Lehman Russ. Let's say you had a las cannon and you shot like a Lehman Russ. It would be possible for you to basically damage the battle cannon, so it couldn't be used for the rest of the game. You could immobilize vehicles, so you'd like detract, you'd like blow the tracks off, so it would like be stuck where it was and it couldn't move for the rest of the game. You could destroy a vehicle, but you needed to get a 6. And then you had the and then if you equaled the armor value. If you beat the armor value, you penetrated. You got what we call a penetrating hit. Much hilarity was every game. I'm going to penetrate you. I've said every time because we're immature. Now, a penetrating hit was much more damaging. A penetrating hit, I think you destroyed the vehicle on like maybe like a 4, 5, or 6. Maybe it was only like a 5 or a 6, but you had a much better chance of destroying the vehicle on a penetrating hit. So, but you've got to think about, like, you know, it's a bit of a grim dark example, but you know, like in real life, in like the Ukraine war, like at the beginning of it, when the T-72s were turret tossing, that's basically what a penetrating hit was. There was like 50-50 chance you'd do a turret toss, essentially, and your vehicle would be knocked out, but there was different levels of being destroyed. You could just be like knocked out, but if someone, so like I think, oh, come back to that in a moment. I think if you rolled like a 4, if you destroyed the vehicle on a 4 or a 5 on the penetrating hit table, it was it just got knocked out. If you rolled a 6, it did an explosion, and that's like a deadly demise, and that kind of like started doing damage to every unit around it. But yeah, that was that was one of the things that was different in the game. So vehicles had no wounds, but you could one-shot them, which is kind of realistic. You know, vehicles can either, you know, if you look at what like happens in like real life, vehicles are either, tanks are either taking the shots, or they're getting buttoned, or they get popped. They get knocked out. Tanks often get knocked out in one go. Yeah. What was terrain like? So terrain was pretty simple, but it was simple yet effective. So you had basically like terrain was defined so terrain could slow you down, and it would give you a cover save. So terrain would how would it slow you down? So if you were moving through difficult terrain, and most terrain, if it wasn't open ground, it was classed as difficult terrain. If you were trying to move through it, you'd roll 2d6 and pick the highest, and that would be like how far you would move through the terrain. Something like that. Might be not getting it quite right. So you know how like everyone could like just like everyone could just like run through L-shaped ruins and not get slowed down? Yeah, that wasn't a thing. Imagine if when you were moving through an L-shaped ruin, you could only moving through, through and out of, you rolled 2d6 and picked the highest for how far you moved. That was how terrain slowed you down. Vehicles could get immobilized in terrain. So if you moved a vehicle into terrain, vehicles weren't slowed down. I think maybe vehicles, you couldn't go like, vehicles had different movement speeds. So vehicles could either stay still and shoot with no problems, or they could move and shoot at like reduced accuracy, or they could go flat out, move really fast, but they couldn't shoot anything. But vehicles that moved into terrain, you had to, they weren't slowed down. They didn't have to do that, the 2d6 picking the highest. They just moved at like, I think it was called like combat speed. So you couldn't go flat out, but you could move like sort of 6 or 12 inches. But after you finished your move, you had to roll a dice. On a 1, your vehicle got stuck in the terrain, like it threw a track or something like that. I don't know if skimmers were affected by that. I think skimmers just floated over the terrain. They didn't give a shit about it. That skimmers were really powerful. Yeah. But that's where dozer blades came in. So dozer blades actually had a function. They were like a 5 or 10 point upgrade, and they would allow you to re-roll the dice. So if you were like pushed your vehicle in terrain, rolled a 1, you could use a dozer blade to re-roll the dice. And it wasn't like a one-use thing. The dozer blade always gave you that re-roll. Yeah. I think also against certain weapons, dozer blades actually increase the durability of the vehicle. But I might be getting mixed up with bot action on that one. Forests. So cover. So they slowed you down. But there was a benefit to going into terrain, which it gave you a cover save. So obviously in 10th edition 40k, it just gives you +1 to your save. In Oldhammer, it didn't do that. You had your armor save. So like a guardsman would have like a 5+. But then you also got you had cover saves. So like a forest would give you a 5+ cover save. And then you had like invulnerable saves, like we have now. Now, you didn't get to roll every save. You got to pick the best save. So, if someone shot you, let's say you're a guardsman and you get shot by like a las cannon, right? That's going to cut straight through or a heavy bolter, that's going to cut straight through your armor. But if you're in a forest, you would get to roll a cover save instead. So how AP worked is AP didn't degrade your save. It wasn't like it is now where like a heavy bolter's -1 to hit. A heavy bolter was AP 4, not AP -4, AP 4. And what that meant was you did not get, if you had a 4+, a 5+, or a 6+ armor save, you did not get an armor save against a heavy bolter. But if you had a 3+ or a 2+ armor save, you got your full 3+ armor save against that. Basically, either the weapon penetrated your armor or it didn't. If it didn't penetrate your armor, you got your full save. If it did penetrate your armor, you got no save. So it's quite all or nothing. This is why cover saves were so important, because the standard bolter that every Marine and every Chaos Space Marine came with, the standard bolter was AP 5, and Guardsman had a 5+ armor save. So the standard bolter cut through your armor. But if you were in a forest, you still got a 5+ save. If you were in a ruin, you got a 4+ cover save. And so this is why Ignore's cover was very powerful, because if you were like a heavy flamer, which was AP 4 with Ignore cover, then even if you were a guardsman in cover, the flamer, you had no save against it. It burned you out. It's like that scene in Saving Private Ryan where they like shove the flamethrower into the bunker. That's basically what happened when a flamethrower went into a building. And I think flamethrowers use templates. So the flamethrowers didn't roll a random number of shots. Flamethrowers had a cone, a teardrop shaped template that you put on the end of the flamethrower, or I think it was on the edge of the model's base, and every model that was under the flamethrower got hit by it. So you couldn't bunch up. If you bunched up in a ruin and someone laid a flame template down, they might hit your entire squad and they would potentially wipe out the entire squad. Because flamethrowers didn't roll to hit. They just place the template down. Anyone underneath gets hit by it. They still wounded, but wounding was different. So wounding was, there was a whole like table for like wounding. But it was actually, you didn't really need the table. It was actually really simple. If the weapon's strength is equal to your toughness. So a lasgun shooting a guardsman, strength 3, guardsman toughness 3. It wounded you on a 4. If the weapon was 1 higher strength than your toughness, so a bolter was strength 4, a guardsman toughness 3, the bolter would wound you on a 3. If it was 2 higher, then the strength was 2 higher than your toughness, then it wounded you on a 2. And if it was, more than 2 higher, it would continue to wound you on a 2. So like a flamethrower, a heavy flamer with strength 5, AP -4, ignore cover. So if a heavy flamer, if you bunched up in a building and then they put a heavy flamer into your squad and they hit your whole squad, they would kill you on 2s, no cover save, no armor save allowed. The only save you would get there is like an invulnerable save, and guardsmen didn't get invulnerable saves. There was also other templates. There was blast templates. So these were like, there was small blast and big blast. Small blast was a 3-inch circumference, 3-inch circumference, and the big blast was a 5-inch one. I feel like radius. I'm getting my radius and circumference mixed up. But anyway, the 3-inch, yeah. Anyway, 3-inch radius, 3-inch circumference. Anyway, someone will tell me in chat. I do know the difference. I'm having a blank moment. So the 3-inch one, so like a missile launcher and like a grenade launcher could fire like diameter. Is that the one I'm saying? Diameter. There you go. That's the one. 3-inch diameter. I was like, it's not radius. It's not circumference, but diameter. There you go. So yeah, blast templates you would pick a person in the squad to put the blast template over, and then you would roll a scatter dice, which is a d6 dice with like different arrows on it, and that would tell you the direction that the shot was going to go in, and then you roll 2d6 minusing your ballistic skill, and that's how far it would scatter. And there were like 2 sides of the d6 were like a direct hit. So if you got a direct hit, it didn't scatter at all. If it rolled on the arrow, you would see which direction the arrow is going in. You would roll your 2d6. If it was, let's say it was like a 7 on average, your guardsman's ballistic skill 3, so you're -3 off it. So it scatters 4 inches in that direction, and then you place the template down, you see who's hit by it. Yeah. People say that scatter dice and templates are a problem because people used to argue over it. But the only people that argued over it were cunts. Either cunts who were trying to get more hits than they should have done, or cunts who were trying to say you weren't getting as many hits as you should. I think if they brought templates back, you have to remember that 40k was a lot less mature as a gaming space, and there were a lot more cunts, especially around the times of like 6th and 7th edition. I think if they brought back templates and scatter now, I think that there wouldn't be any arguments. Do you know how I can prove that? Because there's scatter and templates in Old World, and no one complains about it. Yeah. You could scatter onto your own men and blow them up. So doing blast weapons close to your own lines was a risky proposition. And Guard had a unit, had an officer called the Master of Ordnance, and he did a really powerful big blast template, but it always scattered. No, even if you rolled a direct hit, it always scattered because there's like a little arrow on the direct hit symbol that you could use. It always scattered, and it was 3d6. So, because it was like off-map artillery. Your deep striking units scattered as well. So deep strike, you'd say you'd place one model down, and that would be the center of the unit. Then you do the scatter, and if your unit landed on terrain, they had to take a deep strike mishap result. They had to roll on the deep strike mishap table, which could result in your entire unit being destroyed, or it could result in them just like materializing in the terrain and being fine, or it could result in them not turning up and going back into deep strike. Yeah. There was initiative as well. So there was none of this, if I charge, I go first, unless you've got fight first, then you go first. Combat, who struck first and in what order, was done by initiative. People often say that initiative was this really complicated thing that had to go away. It wasn't. That's one of the lies and misinformation that gets spread about Midhammer. Do you know who went first? Whoever had the highest initiative. So you just worked through it. You go, okay, they said this is how the and again, do you know how I know this works? Because they have it in Old World. The conversation would go something like this. Okay, I've charged you. What's your highest initiative? Ah, well, I've got an officer in there. He's initiative 4. What's your highest initiative? Oh, well, I'm a space marine. I've got a space marine, so I'm initiative 4 base. It's like, okay, well, my officer and your Space Marines will strike at the same time. And then after that, what's your next highest initiative? Oh, well, I'm initiative 3 on my Guardsmen. Okay, so they'll strike after the Space Marines. All right, and what do you have any lower initiative in your Space Marine army? No, it's all initiative 4. Okay, so it goes your Space Marines and my officer, and then it goes the Guardsmen. Yeah, that was it. You just worked through each initiative bracket, essentially. And striking first mattered, or striking at the same time mattered, because units that were killed, models that were killed before their initiative, before they had a chance to strike, didn't get to strike. Just like it is now. So it's not that hard to figure out. Like, if someone attacks you, if your models die first, they don't get to strike back, right? But the reason why this mattered is Eldar were like initiative 6 base. So even if you charged them, often they would strike first. But they were like dirt fragile. Dirt fragile is not a word. They were as fragile as glass. Initiative 7 base in some areas. Yeah, Madlock, I think you're right. So yeah, that was some of the other changes. And so the difference, and so this is why Midhammer was peak, because you didn't have this problem that you have now in 40k, where everyone stages up and then has a go turn, and then basically units just crash into each other, exploding constantly. Yeah. Yeah. And let me just say, this is the very, very tippy tip of the iceberg. Do you want to know the standard way of playing? Standard way of playing was called victory points. Victory points was for if you destroyed an enemy unit, you got its army list points, its value. Let's say like a Lima is like 150 points to put it into your list. Like when you're building a list, it's 150 points. That's how many victory points you earned. If you like damaged it, if you like immobilized it and like damaged it, you'd get like some of its victory points. So there were also then like objectives around the board that you'd want to like hold at the end of the game, which would give you like bonus victory points. And sometimes you weren't fighting over an also the players placed the objectives would take it in turns. They weren't pre-placed. So there was a bit of a mini game. So let's say there's like 3 or 4 objectives. So if you're like but you place the objectives down first, and then rolled off to see who had which side. That was very important, because if you didn't, if you placed, so that's why you wouldn't like just like place the objectives down on your side of the board, because if you did that and then lost the roll off, you might end up with your opponent having like 3 objectives on his side of the board and 1 on yours. So you had to be very careful about where you placed them. Most people just, but there was like 2 ways of placing objectives. It was like take it in turns, or it was like look around the map and pick points of what you think of strategic importance. So buildings and ruins and stuff could be objectives. Yeah. Yeah. So that was kind of cool. Scoring wasn't done throughout the game. Scoring was done at the end of the game. So you didn't have to keep track of anything. You just got to the end of the game and just worked out what your victory points were. And again, this is all the tippy tip. Everyone was affected by universal special rules. So there wasn't like, oh, you've got one version of fights first and I've got another version of fight first, and you've got like a special version of like rerolls and objectives, and I've got a different version of getting some different rerolls and objectives. Yeah. Yeah. You could pick up objectives. That's right. CB Cooper, you could pick up objectives. There was one objective called the Relic, where you had to pick up the objective in the middle of the board and try and get it off the board. That was pretty good. Yeah, there was a lot. There was a lot. It was good times. It was good times, and I think truly with the benefit of hindsight, if they released Midhammer Remastered with the benefit of hindsight and the modern updates to keep the game balanced, I think it would be the best version of 40k. I think you want to basically remaster 3rd to 5th edition. I think you need to stay away from... Oh, psychic powers were a thing. So you had a whole phase called the psychic phase. And someone would try and get a spell off, like a psychic power off, and one of your psychers would have to try and, like, stop them. It's like a battle of the minds. Yeah. Yeah. And there's so much more. Oh. So this one might be a bit of a controversial one. Would I lose newer models? No, I mean, I think they'd have to remaster, take the old rule set, remaster it, and put the new units into it. Close combat was mental. So you could be completely routed. Like, morale, oh my god. So morale was super impactful. So if you took like 25% casualties from shooting, you had to take a leadership test, a battle shock test. But it was roll 2d6 and try and roll under your leadership value. So it's basically the same thing as it is now, but you're trying to roll low rather than roll high. So if you had leadership 7, you try and roll 2d6 and roll under. If you failed, your unit didn't become battle shocked. Your unit physically retreated. Not off the board, maybe off the board, but not. You rolled 2d6. I think it was 2d6 picking the highest. And that's how far. And you move them back towards the nearest board edge. They actually ran away. And then they would rally next turn. If you took if you were below half strength, you wouldn't automatically rally. You'd have to roll a rally test. So at the beginning of the turn, you'd go through each unit that was fleeing, that was below 50%, roll 2d6, and try and roll under your leadership test. And if you did, your squad would rally, and it would basically stop fleeing, and it could basically turn around and be ready for the next turn. So someone could be on an objective. And you wouldn't need to, from shooting, you wouldn't need to, kill every last model to clear that objective. You could literally shoot enough of them to force the enemy units to retreat off the objective. And then they had, Tyranids had synapse. So Tyranids, so how synapse works now is it's like you get to be better at passing battle shock. It's okay. What synapse used to do is basically meant you always pass leadership. The will of the hive mind overruled the self-preservation of the bugs. But then the Tyranids, if the little bugs without synapse were out of range of the big bugs with synapse, they would have to roll a leadership test. And if they failed, they would succumb to instinctive behavior, because the little bugs are basically just beasts. And different creatures had different instinctive behavior. So a Hormagaunt's instinctive behavior was to feed. So it would run towards the nearest enemy unit and try and get into combat with it. Even if it was a fight, it had no chance of winning. But a Termagant's instinctive behavior was to lurk. And it would try and go to the nearest piece of terrain and just hide there, try and bed down. Yeah. Space Marines weren't fearless. Space Marines could fall back, but they always automatically rallied at the beginning of the next turn. They shall know no fear. They didn't. I think that came in about 5th edition. I think before then, Space Marines did feel fear like everybody else, but I think they could maybe always rally below half strength or something, but I can't quite remember. But Space Marines were a bit less susceptible to morale, but they could still fall back. They would just auto rally. Yeah, I think it was 5th. I don't think They Shall Know No Fear was a thing until 5th. There were things like fearless and stuff as well, but morale was massively different. Yeah. Anyway, so that is that's the old hammer, and there's still so much more to go through. Moving and shooting had penalties. Rapid fire weapons, you could stay still and fire one shot at maximum range. Or if you moved, you could fire 2 shots, but you could only fire those at half range. Assault weapon, that was the difference. And then assault weapons. So it's a little bit like it is now, but imagine if you moved. So imagine rapid fire now, but if you move, you only get to rapid fire. You only get the 2 shots, like it is now. Yeah. Oh, and the biggest thing, boards were on a 6x4. So there was real space. There was a lot of space. Yeah. There's yeah. So that old hammer, going back and playing old hammer now does feel a bit limited because we've had so many new units and stuff come along since then. But the core rules are important and are very good. So what are the battlefields now? So the battlefields now are 60 by 44. So you lose a foot off one side. They're about, I think they're about a foot off one side and like 4 inches off another side. It makes a huge difference though. Yeah. Like if you look at an old world board, that's the size all games used to be on. Only my custodians got more inches. Well, there were more turns. There were 6 turns. There were 6 turns, and you scored at the end of the game. So, but everyone moved basically. You would dedicated transports were really important because they made you faster and more durable. Like a dedicated transport could like go really fast. That's why he took them. And now no one takes dedicated transports. Custodians would need Custodians probably wouldn't need transports though, because you'd have deep strike everywhere. Now, I'm not so bothered about if they brought back Deep Strike and they made it like it is now, where you can't get too close. I don't, not everything Old Hammer did was better. I think scattering on Deep Strike was a bit shit. I think reliable Deep Strike is fine. I think it is. Yeah. Instant death would annoy people who didn't play back then. Yeah, I think the thing that would really annoy everyone would be getting Space Marines back down to 1 wound. I'm sorry, it's got to happen. It's got to happen. Yeah. But I need my 2 wounds. No, you don't. You think you do, but you don't. You're just Space Marines moving to the damage system away from the instant death system has led to some of the most insane stat creep we've ever seen. I still hate instant death with Killing Blow and Monster Slayer in Old World. I don't think instant death. I know what you mean, Reaver. Like instant death and Killing Blow can. I don't like those things in Old World either. If I was to have instant death, I would bring it back very simply. If the strength is double your toughness, it does instant death. But yeah, I think there was a problem back in the day where psychic weapons could just like instant death a monster, and that was a bit much. Yeah, this is what I mean. Bring back, remaster it. Don't bring back Midhammer. Remaster Midhammer with all the lessons that we've learned. That's what you need to do. Yeah. Like, okay, we're having some death, but we shouldn't be like one. The thing is, though, actually, instant death was very important. Instant death was very important because it was the way you could counter monsters. Because either we have to have old school instant death back, or monsters need to go from having wounds to damage values like vehicles. Otherwise, monsters have all the benefits of being vehicles and none of the downsides. Vehicles can be one-popped and monsters can't. And I don't think putting wounds back on vehicles is the way to go. Yeah. I just think you have to be very sparing with instant death. Currently feel like we already have instant death. I mean, yeah. This is going to really blow people's minds. This is going to really blow their nips off. I think a Hive Tyrant had... the Hive Tyrant was the biggest bug in the game, and it had 5 wounds. Maybe you could pay for an upgrade that gave it 6. That's because every weapon in the game, including las cannons, did 1 wound. Crazy that, isn't it? Crazy that. So they were actually more durable. How is it that it has half of the wounds it has today, and yet it's way more durable? Because the way you could beat a Hive Tyrant is you would have to put multiple big las cannons into it. And if you wanted to try and instant death it, I think you had to do it. So psychers could do a thing where they could do a psychic attack in combat with a force weapon, and force weapons were designed to try and suck the soul out of the thing they were fighting. And so if you had like a Space Marine librarian with a force weapon, he had to pass a leadership test, and then he could, like, as long as he had to hit and wound, and I think the opposing bug had to, like, the opposing thing had to, like, fail its saves, if it was invulnerable save, whatever it was. If he did that, he then did a psychic test. If he passed his psychic test, then he instantly killed the Khan effect, for example. But if you were a psyker trying to do a force attack versus an enemy unit that was a force unit, then they could try and deny your force attack. But I think there was some limitations around it. Like, you couldn't do force weapons and psychic powers. So you couldn't be like, okay, I'm gonna do like lightning, which was called like smite. I'm not gonna be able to smite you and use my force weapon. I can smite you or use my force weapon. And smite was just basically like shooting lightning out your fingers, yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. And I don't know what edition that was in, but there was an edition where if you fucked up your psychic test hard enough, demons could manifest on the board and start randomly attacking people. I can't remember which edition that was in, but that was definitely an edition. I think that was maybe in 5th or 6th edition. And you had Perils of the Warp. So Perils of the Warp was if you fucked up your psychic test. If you fucked up your psychic test a bit. I think the demons manifesting was 6th or 7th. In 3rd to 5th edition, if you fucked up your psychic test, your psyker suffered from Perils of the Warp. It's a bit like miscasting in Old World. Essentially, he's tried to draw upon the power of the Warp, and he has drawn the attention of a denizen of the Warp. And basically, if you suffer from Perils of the Warp test, you took like a number of wounds, or there was like I can't remember quite how it worked, but there was some very negative side effects one of which could be your Psyker would explode and do damage to everyone around him. But the Imperial Guard had commissars. And commissars had a special rule called it's for your own good. And if a friendly Psyker suffered a Perils of the Warp test in basically in range of the Commissar, like in the same squad as the Commissar, or like within like 6 inches or something, the Commissar, before you worked out the result of the Perils of the Warp test, so before maybe the Psyker explodes or the demons manifest, before any of that happens, the Commissar just pulls his bolt pistol out and instantly kills the Psyker, just puts a bolt round through his head. And the idea was that the Commissar sees the Psyker. It's a bit like that scene in Astartes, where like the guy looks up at the Space Marine and goes, ah! And the Space Marine just go, bang! Basically, that's what the Commissar did. So the Psyker's like, ah, I shall smite them in the name of the Emperor. Oh, no. And the Commissar just goes, it's for your own good. Bang! And just blows his head off. And so the disadvantage of that was you lost your Psyker, because the Psyker might not die. The Psyker might not die. He might just like, he might not get his psychic power off, but bring, you know, but fight off the perils of the warp. So the disadvantage was you lost your Psyker before you knew what the result might have been. And he might have been totally okay. The advantage is that a Psyker exploding from Perils of the Warp was very, very damaging. And so being able to like stop that was often seen as it was worth it. Yeah. In 3rd edition, Commissars could get fragged by guardsmen. So the Commissar would shoot a guy, let you re-roll the test. If you failed the test, the guardsman would frag the Commissar, so he would die, and then would continue to flee. Like fucking Vietnam fucking fragging. But they got rid of that in 4th and 5th edition, and the Commissar just, he kills a guy and you pass the test. I think I prefer that because the reroll wasn't really worth it, but yeah. Macon, here's the thing. You might say it's more complex than what we have now, but I'd argue this all sounds not just flavorful, but these rules make sense and feel intuitive. Yes. Old Hammer, Mid Hammer, was complex but intuitive. New Hammer is just convoluted and abstract. It wasn't perfect. There were some wild balance problems, but if you could take the Mid Hammer core concept and update it with hindsight and for the new units that we have, I think you would have the best edition of 40k. I think you would. Armies were smaller as well. Standard game size is 1,500 points, and like a Lehman Russ was standard points cost for a Russ, once you take it into account, was probably about 200. And also you had the, okay, so here's the big thing. You had last thing, and then I'm like an hour behind on super chats. It's really bad. But last thing was force organization. So I think a lot of people would find this too restrictive now. I think this could be remastered, and I think if we basically nicked the bolt action / conflict 47 system, then this would work. But the old force, or everyone had what was called the force organization chart, and basically everyone was limited to, you were limited on how much of each unit you could take. So everyone had to take what was called 1 HQ and 2 troop choices. That's the equivalent of taking 1 character and 2 battle line. You could then take an additional HQ, and that was the max. You could get 2 characters max in your army. You then had elite choices, which you could take 3 of, and elite choices could include lower level characters. And then things like veteran troops and like specialist troops. And then you got fast attack, and you can have 3 of those, a maximum of 3 of those in an army, and that's like your sentinels and your hellhounds. And then you can have 3 heavy support, and that's like your Leman Russes and stuff. And your troop choices you could take up to 6 troop choices. So I just think it's just too limiting now. And I think it's too limiting, and I'm pro Force Org. I'm pro Force Org, but I think I would bring back I would basically kind of nick the platoon system from bolt action / conflict. Yeah. Yeah, I think that'd be the way to do it. Yeah. They weren't squadroned until much later on, Mad Larkin, but I know what you're saying. But yeah, see, Force Org, the thing is with the Force Org chart is it very clearly started creaking at the seams, because they started saying like, oh, you could take like 0 to 5 commissars as like one Force Org slot, one elite slot. You could take, and then there were some units that were like, hey, you can take this and it doesn't use an elite slot. And then it was like, oh, and this you can take like 1 to 3 Russes in 1 heavy support. And it was basically, by the time that they got rid of the Force Org chart, it was already basically not being used. Yeah. Squadron could have been 5th edition, Mad Larkin. You're right. No, you are right. It could be 5th. It could have been. It wasn't 3rd and 4th. It could have been 5th. I'm happy to concede that it was probably 5th. Yeah. The rule of 3 now is very restricting in my opinion. It's the lightest it's ever been. Yeah. Now, Force Org has never been lighter in 40k. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they end up, getting rid of it, but hot take, wish it was rule of 2. I think they do need to bring restrictions back in on units. I mean, Victrix, no one would complain about Victrix Guard if they were 0 to 1. But no, but it is not in Games Workshop's interest to do that. It's not in Games Workshop's interest to limit what you can buy. They don't want you to buy 1 box of Victrix. They want you to buy 3 boxes. They don't want you to buy 1 box of Blade Guard. They want you to buy 3 boxes. So they're never gonna bring unit caps back in. Well, I never say never. They are less likely to bring unit caps in. Anyway, I've been going on about Oldhammer for ages now. I need to catch up on my super chats. I'm very far behind. I'm sorry. But I hope you all enjoyed story time with Mordian. There we go. All right, let me catch up with super chats, and then we'll see where we're up to. Let's have a look. Ogug, thank you for the super chat, man. Friends, bolt action, first list and stream discussion. Thoughts? Let's take a look. Platoon commander. Rifle platoon 500 points. Platoon commander plus 3 blokes. Rifle section where okay, so I don't actually know what he's got in this list, man, because if I show you, it says like 1 officer plus 3 soldiers, but it doesn't tell me what weapons they've got. It says 1 NCO plus 9 soldiers, and it says assault and team weapon, but I don't know how many LMGs that is or how many SMGs it is. And sort of, it's not, I don't know what's happened, but it's not really. And then like randomly it says 1250 points required here. However you've exported it, it's not quite worked, unfortunately. I do apologize. I know you've been waiting a long time for me to get to it, but I can't really review it because I don't know what.
Mobile infantry made me the man
it's not really exported very well. Yeah. I mean, I can see Platoon commander, rifle section, rifle section. Rifle section, Piat team. Okay, so that's fine. 3 rifle sections, Piat team, a Bren carrier, fine. Humber armored car, Churchill crocodile, fine. 6-pounder, medium mortar, medium mortar. Okay, so I don't know exactly what rules, what weapons they've got, but I can see that you've basically got 30 riflemen, a Humber and a Churchill, 2 mortars and an anti-tank gun. That's fine. Nice mixed force. Nice mixed force. Yeah, you've got some. You've probably got enough anti-tank in there because the Churchill has got a light AT gun. You've got a 6-pounder, which the Churchill's got a medium AT. 6-pounder's a medium AT, and the Humber's got a light AT. So you've got 3 sources of AT in there, and you've got the Piat. So you've got plenty of anti-tank. Churchill Crocodile's a super heavy tank as well, so that's pretty gnarly. You've got a bit of HE, you've got a bit of flamethrower in there. Yeah. Overall, I think it's a solid army. I don't know exactly what weapons you've got in the squads, but overall, it's a mixture of tanks, infantry, and HE. And that's what you need for a good bot action list. So yeah, I like it. Solid. Churchill Crocodile will be a beast to deal with. Absolute beast. What do we got next? You've resent it. Ugug. Let's have a look. Four rifles on the officer. Eight rifles, an SMG, and an LMG on the guys. So you probably don't really need the SMG on the sergeant. I tend to put my assault weapons in one squad and my LMGs and rifles in another squad. But it's fine. If it's just one SMG for the sergeant in each unit, it's quite flavorful. It's quite flavorful. So yeah, I'm fine with that. As the rest of it, I was pretty much on point. Yeah, so everything that I said stands. Everything that I said stands. I think it's a good first list. And whilst the SMGs and LMGs don't normally go well in squads together, it's fine because it's only one SMG and it's a bit of fun. Yeah. Gotta have the SMG to differentiate the sergeant. Exactly, Macon. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, good. It's a good list. I think if he wants to pull the trigger on that, I think he would not be disappointed. There you are. Airborne, thank you for the 12-month member flex, man. X-Force, baby! 12 months in the late duty. Always late. I'm late to every stream, and I'm late to every super chat. Jenny, thank you for the super chat. Looking for help with the list in stream discussion. Let's have a look. I'm getting ready for a learner game for my friend. I'm trying to get a little bit of everything, but I don't want to make a bad list for her first game. I mean, if you're teaching her, as long as you know when to pull your punches, it should be a good first game. Let's have a look. 1,000 points, 7 order dice, 4 rift dice. Platoon commander in Galahad armor with heavy Tesla rifle, 2 LMG blokes support him. 1 automated infantry squad with MMGs. 1 Mark II squad with light autocannons. British Grenadiers with the assault rifles and rifle grenades. Another British Grenadiers squad. Super Bazooka team. And then a Mud Skipper. I mean, looks fine. I think you've got a little bit of everything. If you wanted to make the list a little better, I don't know if I'd bother with the Super Bazooka team. And you might want to I mean, it's fine. It's fine. The only thing I would you might not want to bother with the Super Bazooka. is the only thing that's really going through my mind. And you might want to lean more into the automated infantry if you can. I mean, Brits are all about them robots. You almost can't put too many in. You always can't put too many in. Yeah. But it depends on how many robots you have to draw upon. But, yeah. I don't think that's a bad list at all. I think that's a totally okay list. And I think that it will be a good list for an intro game. It does give you a little bit of feeling of everything. And I think it gives you a feeling for what's weak and what's strong. So you can get a sense of what works and what doesn't work in conflict. Or, you know, how different units feel. Yeah. So I think if you made... I would maybe tweak the whole Super Bazooka, maybe more a robots thing. But if you made 0 changes, I don't think there would be any problems. There you are. Hope that helps, Jenny. Seth Key, thank you for the super chat, man. Beauty of Imperial Guard. All games have a grunt with a gun faction, so our armies are easy slotted on other systems. Very good point. Very, very good point, Seth Key. A man with a laser rifle is a man with a laser rifle, regardless of the game system. Yep. Yep. 100%. We've got Zadron. Zadron, thank you for the super chat. My issue with is their name/goal, one-page rules. I love my depth and options. I love 2nd edition D&D over 5th edition. I love Battletech Classic over Alpha Strike. Yeah, I kind of get what you mean. But I think one-page rules is a bit of a misnomer. It's like the never-ending story. It does actually end. So John, I think that's probably one of the things that puts me off a little bit. Not puts me off, but one-page rules. I'm not bothered about playing a simplistic game. I want a game which has the right level of complexity and intuitiveness. But as Macan says, I think one-page rules has like 30+ pages of advanced rules. Yeah, exactly. I don't think it really is one page. I think that's more of a brand. I think it's OPR now more than anything else. It's not really one-page rules, it's OPR. It's like AEY. What does it stand for? Macan, thank you, super chat. Dawn Voice, I'm enjoying the story very much. I'm glad you enjoyed the Midhammer story, man. It's Midhammer was good times. Nostalgia Vivek, thank you for the super chat, bro. Vow update in stream discussion. Bellacor's done, right? I think I heard you say that. Yes. Let's have a look here. Vow update, still got a decent amount left, but I think I can do it. I am a day behind. Gonna see if I can get a Hellbrute and 3 Ultramarine characters done tomorrow. If I'm tired for work on Thursday, I can blame graduation day libations. Might have to settle for battle ready on some minis. Same standard as my Fireflies. Steel Legion Russ, Emperor's Children, Demon Prince, Be'lakor. Nice. It looks good, man. It looks very good. Cool. I like that Lehman Russ, man. I think you've done a very good job on that. And you've done the extra bits as well. Feet! Nice. Looking good. Bit of basting and that'll be re. That's cool. I like the the face. Oh wow. Yeah, it's you've done a good job there. And yeah, I mean it's very, very Emperor's Children, and that's fucking awesome. Even the sword's Emperor's Children. Yeah, it looks great. And then you got Be'lakor. Nice. I think I really like the blue you've done on his chest there, man. The whole model is excellent. Very excellent, man. Yeah. You've got a lot done. In a short space of time, you've got a lot done. Very, very impressive, sir. Push for the burn. You can do it. You've got until Sunday. You can do it. Trooper number 2102. Thank you for the super chat, man. Hobby progress in stream discussion. Dusting off my officer's cap. Let's have a look. Currently rush training some new recruits for an upcoming game on Friday. I'm also retraining a guardsman or two to help get my list ready. I think for the rest of the edition, I'm just going full vibe hammer to enjoy myself with friends. I think that's the way. I think that's the way. It's what I mean. I think everyone has sort of collectively burned out on playing 40k competitively. And I think it's all about playing 40k with your mates now. The issue is, the slight issue with 40k. Well, let me focus on what you've been painting first. Let's look at the good stuff. Nice. Rush training. Nice. The old classics, man. Mate, they look sick, bro. I don't know, man. Look, the new Cadians are great. And I know that in every way they should be superior to the old Cadians. But this model right here is sick. Do you know what I mean? I acknowledge if some people like the new ones, and they are right to do so. But nothing quite beats the old ones for me. Now, I'll say what I was going to say about what Trooper, about you playing with your friends. Obviously, good. Vibe away. Vibe, vibe, vibe. It's only a few months till the new edition comes around. I will say this, and I don't say this to put you off, because I want you to still try the Vibe Hammer. But I don't say this to put you off, I say this to steel yourself. So that you are aware. Going in with eyes wide open. Simon and I tried to do more narrative games and to do more Vibe Hammer. And we found that we had to put in an enormous amount of work to get it to get the system to kind of do it. We didn't house rule anything. We just had to really pull our punches. The game is not designed to reward you for playing for vibes. You can have the best of intentions, but 40k 10th edition will not reward you for doing it. So, play vibes. Play what you want. Play with your mates. But don't assume it's going to make the game any less lethal. And don't assume it's going to really fix anything for the game. All it will do is help you enjoy the game more because you'll worry about winning and losing less. Yeah. Yeah. That's the... I think that's a very important note. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. Don't forget to get the box tomorrow. I'll bust a rift. Bust a rift! Ugh. I'm busting. Cosmic, I'm busting right now. I've got some... I'm petting up a command squad right now. Got one guy. Got another guy. And I've got my officer. My vampire Axis officer. Yeah. Cosmic, I never had an issue with Narrative Hammer. I will say Cosmic because, and I do not mean this as an insult, I think even you will accept this as the truth being self-evident. You are not a particularly competitive player. You're not a casual player. You're you're a Warhammer player. But you don't tend to play against hyper-competitive players or in hyper-competitive meta. One of the issues that Simon and I had is that we are both competitive players, and so when we had to put a lot of effort into toning that down. Whereas you're starting from a different, you're starting from a different start point. Yeah. So I've not really explained it very well. Cosmic, I've not really explained it very well. Because it's nothing to do with player skill or anything like that. It's nothing to do, it's more to do with how you play the game and who you play the game with. So if you and I had a game, Cosmic, it would be really good. It'd be fun, it'd be vibes, and we could both do vibes. But if I turn up to the game or you turn up to the game and you've gone cutthroat, then one of us is going to walk away very, after 1 or 2 turns. Yeah. But competitive play is really good. Yeah. Most of Cosmic, yes I do. Most of the club are high level tournament players. But you don't play in tournaments very often. Is my point. And like I said, Cosmic, I'm not really explaining it very well. Like, I think I'm not really explaining it very well, and I don't think there's a very good way of explaining it either. I don't want us to get. I think the best way of putting it, Cosmic, is let us not get bogged down in the weeds. Because I think we're both basically arguing for the same thing on the same side. But I'm explaining it badly. And you're picking up on the details of how I'm explaining it. So let's put all of that to one side and just say, if you... I need to do 2 sets at the end of the stream. If you... I think you've never had a problem with playing more casual narrative games, and I think that is evident by the kind of I think that's a good thing. I think that's a good thing. I think there's probably a bit of a difference. I think it probably comes down to a little bit of the local metas that we're playing in. I think that's the better way of putting it. I think it's one of the things where you can never really explain it very well because it's going to come across either like badly explained or come across badly in terms of like poor form and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Cosmic, I will get the box tomorrow though. Don't worry. Chris K, thank you for the super. Thank you for the gift of membership, man. Thank you for the gift of membership, bro. Appreciate the support. We've also got Cosmic again. Thank you for the super chat, man. Too much old 40k talk. Now I'm confused. Teachers Conflict 47. The Rift will teach you. FDR will teach you. You need to go into the Rift, Cosmic, and then you will unlock the secrets of Conflict 47. Mr. Lucky, thank you for the super chat, man. It's been a while, Mordian. It has been a little while, man. Good to have you on stream. Sorry about that. Just painted up 2x6 Krieg style Bullgrin for a tournament in February. Wish me luck. Good luck. May the Emperor protect. It's good to have you back, man. Amazing. We've got the lower decks. Thank you for the super chat, man. Our man in Vossenberg. Stream discussion. So, extracting myself from Father Gregori's presence has been itself a challenge. The man appears to be a drunken fool, but there was a mind at work there. I have no doubt that part of his brain has been cataloguing every scrap of information from the base and coarse company he keeps. These mercenary vagabonds remind me of the Penal Legion sometimes. That said, the thought of Colonel Tiki and Father Gregori joining forces makes me shudder in fear. That must never be allowed to happen unless we get to control them, and then it must happen. After finally being able to duck out Gregori's alcoholic clutches, I thanked him for the experience and asked him if he had any parting wisdom. I provide his parting wisdom in artistic form.
Well, then, guys.
fights in 5 hours. Only won 3 of them. My jaw broken, nose broken, both my eyes blackened. So I got into a bit of marijuana and a couple of bottles of rum. That dulled the pain. That didn't work out. I ended up shitting myself. Ended up sleeping with about 3 different girls over the weekend and rode a wild horse and a bucking bull and come home again. Most people haven't done that in a lifetime, have they?
Yeah, that's basically Father Gregory. That's basically Father Gregory. Amazing. Halen Jedi, thank you for the gift of membership, man. Amazing. Thank you for your support. Zedron, thank you for the gift of membership, bro. No, not the gift of membership. Thank you for the super chat, my man. Thank you, bro. Honestly, the 9th edition Force Org was amazing outside of the command point thing. If we took that and rule of 3 applied, knife out the command point thing, it would be great. Yeah, I mean, that was where you started with a fixed amount of command points, and then every detachment that you took cost you command points, didn't it? And then you spent the remaining command points throughout the game. I think it was something like that. Or it was either that, maybe that was 8th edition, maybe 9th edition was the amount each attachment unlocked new command points for you. I can't quite remember which way around it was. But I'm going to make a bold statement here. I think all stratagems should get in the bin, and all command points should get in the bin. I don't like them. It's just fucking magic cards, fucking Yu-Gi-Oh bollocks. What are we doing? What are we doing? Why are we playing cards in a war game? It's a bag of shit. Never used to have it. They never used to have it. And they've never been able to fix. They've never been able to get it right. What should we say? Nothing. Just take them out. Just get rid of them. You don't need to replace it with anything. Just get rid of them. Get rid of command points. Get rid of stratagems. Just what is on your data sheets. And there should be the only things that should have unique abilities should be epic heroes. Every other ability should be covered by universal special rules. We live in the digital age. If I look at a rule that says, like, feel no pain, I can click on that and it tells me, well, feel no pain is a universal special rule. But if let's say there's a special rule called, like, sweep and clear. That's what gives you rerolls to wound against enemy units on objectives, for example. That could just be on my data sheet, and I can just, if I'm on the digital app, I can just click on it, and it brings up what that rule is. And it's the same. Sweep and clear is the same on every army. Don't need, and I'm going to make another bold statement. Not every unit needs an ability. Not every unit needs an ability. Some units should have them, some units shouldn't. Yeah. Abilities should be special. You might be able to, maybe you could unlock them for points on some units. Like a unit of guard, like, how can we represent Katachan jungle fighters? I know What if there was a standard Imperial Guard datasheet and you paid plus 10 points to give it Scout? Why are Catachans defined by having to take 2 flamers? I'm pretty certain that there are Catachans out there using grenade launchers and melter guns and plasma guns. So why can't I have my infantry squad, and if I want to make it a Catachan, I can just say, oh, well, a Catachan or a Tanith, and I can just go plus 10 points or plus 20 points, whatever it may be, Scout. The unit gains Scout 6 inches. I want to make it a Krieg. Well, there's multiple units which have the Grim Demeanor style ability, like Sister Battle get it on some units, right? Okay. Well, Grim Demeanor could be a universal special rule, and I can pay that on a unit of guardsmen, and suddenly, boop, it's got the Grim Demeanor ability. So you want to play one-page rules? Well, probably. No, I don't want to play one-page rules. I want Warhammer to be better. You are literally describing one-page rules? I'm just also describing this little sweet honey. It's Conflict 47. Always has been. I bet you could play a game of Conflict 47 with 40k minis. Yeah. But yeah, I'm just 40k is too convoluted, and there's I said it earlier, it's too convoluted, and there's too much stuff which is presented as being like high skill, high intelligence, and actually it's just busy work. It's just busy work. That's all it is. Yeah. Battle Report, Warhammer 40k, Conflict 47 mashup.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe.
I mean, I could literally do it like with I could do. I'm trying to think of how would be the best way to represent it. You could probably do Guard versus Necrons and have it be Americans versus Brits. Probably the easiest way to represent it. Yeah. Even this, hell, even down to the game scoring, it's just busy work. Yeah, just busy work. Once you see, this is what kind of caused me to have my massive crash out last year. My massive, continuous, long-winded, salty crash out, because I was having to face some hard fucking truths that I didn't want to fucking face. And, you know, one of them was like, what is 40k? It's just basically, it's just like busy work simulator. Yeah. It's a bit harsh. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. No. That was old Mordian rearing his head for a second there. No, I think modern 40k, 10th edition, it's very easy to shit on it. But I think there's probably I think we probably all I don't think it sometimes gets the credit it deserves. I don't. Yeah. Yeah. I think there's a lot of things that 10th edition does do right, but I think it definitely needs to be... I think there's a lot that modern 40k does do right, but no game system is perfect. And sometimes it's too easy. Sometimes we're only human. All of us can fall into the trap of comparing the negatives of one system versus the positives of another system. You know what? It would be really, it would be like me comparing. Imagine we flip the script. Imagine if we flipped the script and I compared Grizzled Company in 40k to some of the Japanese stuff in Conflict 47. Or High Voltage on the Brit Robots in Conflict 47. Or it's like me comparing Grizzled Company to, in 40k, to fucking Unkillable Tomb Kings in Old World. It's not a fair comparison. You've got to compare positive to positive, negative to negative. I think you've got to be fair. And I think it's too easy. And I think myself, all of us, and many content creators, we find it too easy to focus on the negatives of 40k whilst hyping up the positives of another game. And I think that's natural, because the reason why you've talked about the fuckiness of 40k is because you're sick of it, and you go over to a new game system and you want to talk about the exciting parts over there. But I think you have to be careful with doing that. It's 10th is the most balanced but most mundane rules. It's not even that. I mean, it's the most balanced, relatively speaking. But it's still not balanced. See, I would say 10th edition has the illusion of balance, because every army kind of has one or two viable builds. But it has, I think 40k has good macro balance, but terrible micro balance. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, I think I think there's just bad internal balance for a lot of 40k. I mean, let me have a little whinge just for a second. Cosmic, put the banana away. How the fuck have we gone an entire edition with, by the end of it, it's going to have been dozens of major changes. And the Wyvern is still unplayable. How bad it is. They never bothered to fix it. They never even tried. In fact, all the Wyvern has done is spend the entire edition catching strays for being an indirect fire unit. Remember they kept nerfing the Wyvern because they just kept putting indirect fire points up across the board? That's, if I'm gonna have a legitimate gripe. Actually, Cosmic, it was 6th, so if you're gonna mock me, get it right. But you know what I mean? It's a bit of a pisser. Yeah. Yeah. First LVO. All right. Anyway, let's have a look. Preston Johnson, thank you so much, man. I'm looking to start a German army for conflict/bot action, themed around how I play Company of Heroes. Hotchkiss, tank, spam, and artillery. Well, I'll say this. You can spam a bit in conflict and bot action, but I would always encourage you to start the game with a balanced army first and then specialize a little bit, because the game the game isn't that rewarding of spam. I mean, you can do it, but I've seen many a 40k player come over to bolt action, try and spam their way to victory, and end up being disappointed. So I would say start with get a starter army, build that starter army basically how you see it on the box, and then go from there. That's not like if you were to do something like if you were to get like the just as a fucking example for like bolt action, if you got this Rattenkrieg German veteran starter army and literally built it, even down to the infantry squads, literally built it how you saw it on this picture here, you would have a really like solid base force. Or you did the same thing with the Fallschirmjäger. Yeah. You definitely want to start from that and then start taking some wacky shit. That's my advice anyway. But President Johnson, however you decide to start, however you decide to play, let me just say, good luck, have fun, and welcome to the Rift/War. Ninja Bricks, thank you for Super Chat, man. I'm White Monster Lover. Help with the 40k list, please. Of course, mate. Of course. Here's my first 40k list. I've been building it around a late war type build if you ever played late war Germany in Hoi 4. I'm not yet at 2,000 points. I've yet to paint it because I have college and college athletics. I do so. I've been too busy to paint them, and I need to go out and buy some more primer. But I'm kind of playing a very Boomhammer list. It's very skewed, but made to mostly be cool and fun list. Infantry for screening, mostly. The Krieg and Cadians for taking objectives, and combined arms in order to use the coordinated actions. Mostly use fields of fire and take aim to increase armor pen of the mortars by 1. A very defensive list. Can you give any suggestions or improvements for it? Okay. Let me have a look here. 2 times Shadow Swords, and I have 1-2 Rogel Dawn tanks. Oh wait, so you have. Oh, I see. So you have 1 Shadow Sword. You have the Rogel Dawn. You have the heavy weapons. You have the Tech Priest. You have the Caden Shock. You don't quite have the Death Core yet. Caden Command Squad. Okay, so I won't look at what you have and what you don't have. I'll just look at the end result and tell you whether it's a good direction to go in. 2 Shadow Swords and a Rogel Dawn. Is this 2,000 points? 880. 1,130. 90. I feel like I don't know if the end list is 2,000 points. It might be. I'm just not sure. I think I'm just getting muddled up with the whole what you have and what you're looking at taking. Like when you say have 1 of 5, is that 1 of 5 Deathcore Creed quads? I'm pretty certain when you say 4 of 4, is that 4 Caden Shock Troop units? Because 4 killing shocktrooper units isn't 540 points. And 1 Deathcore creature isn't 60 points. That's what's, I think, messing with me, man. Two Shadow Swords is 880. Regal Dawn is 250.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Heavy Weapon Squad is 65 points. Tech Priest is 45 points. 4 squads of Cadians is 120. If you take it with 2 squads of 20, it's 120 points each. Deathcore of Krieg. I'm using the codex. Did they update the numbers? Yes, they did. You have to go online and find the points, unfortunately. I'll show you where to find them. It's pretty straightforward. Oh no, you are right. Well, the good news is that you are right, and it is about 2,000 points. It looked like too much, but no, you are correct. So lambast me. So the good news is you haven't really fucked your points up, and even though the points have been updated a little bit, I think overall you're actually going to come out with more points to spare, which is good because I'm pretty certain Shadow Swords have come down to like 410 points each. So you should save 60 points here. It's going to cost you 5 more points there. But if you're taking 2 Shadow Swords, 1 Rogal Dawn, 1 Heavy Weapons Squad, 1 Tech Priest, 40 Cadians, 50 Kriegers, a Cadian Command Squad, and a Hydra, if that's what you're taking, then you should come under 2,000 points, which is good. Now, as for the list itself, the first thing I would say is this, mate. Let me have a look. We are somewhat on the cusp of a new edition, and we don't know what the new edition is going to entail. It could be that I don't think anything that you've got will be made invalidated or sent to Legends or anything like that. But there could be some stuff which gets better and some stuff which gets worse. Super heavies are very, very cool. But their fortunes, sometimes they're amazing. Sometimes they don't get used for an entire edition. They're so bad. Games Workshop never seems to have to balance them. For now, I would say stick with the 1 Shadow Sword. Get a second one if they seem to be viable at the beginning of 11th, which is only about 4-5 months away. It's not that long, not that far away at all. If I was to give you some real advice, man, paint what you've got before you buy anything else. What you've got so far is solid. You've got good infantry core, got a little bit of heavy weapons, got a Rogal Dawn, you got a Shadow Sword. Before you buy anything else, paint what you've got. Now, the reason I advise you to do this is not through some, your model should be painted. It's not through any elitism. The point is, it will keep you busy until we probably get close to 11th edition. Should keep you busy for a little bit. By the time you've finished that, I don't know how long it'll take you. Maybe you said you're quite busy. Maybe it'll take you a month or 2. Maybe it'll take you 3 or 4 months. But by the time you've been painting that, we'll probably have some leaks, and we'll probably have a bit more information around 11th. Then you'll be able to make informed purchases to start the edition on the right foot. So my advice is, paint what you've got now, because that'll keep you busy until the new edition, and then you'll have the right information to make the right choices. If that sounds far too sensible and you're like, fuck that Mordian, tell me what to buy, I think you've already got 50 infantry. I'd say buy one more Krieg squad, one Krieg command squad, that will get you and one more Cadian command squad. That'll get you 3 full platoons of infantry. So that'll get you 20 Cadians and a command squad in one unit, 20 Cadians and a command squad in one unit, 20 Death Corps and one command squad in one unit. And then get another heavy weapon team, give them mortars. And
Forward, you
maybe another local dawn. But I'd definitely chill on getting the second Shadow Sword for now. I'm not saying you don't get it in the long term, but I'm saying for now. Because everything else that you've picked is what I would describe as a bread and butter unit. Solid. Dependable. Whatever happens, it'll probably be legit. The only thing that's the risky investment is the second Shadow Sword. So if you want, you could buy pretty much everything else you've thought about, and then come back to the Shadow Sword later. But for now, I would strongly recommend paint what you've got, and then when we get closer, like I said, you have more information. I hope that helped. I hope and I hope that's not too sensible. And there you are. Jack has it. So second Beyblade, got it. God damn it. Ninja Bricks, glad I could help, man. And I got a little bogged down in the details there, but let me say, you've got a really, really solid start to your collection. You've smashed it on the Infantry Corps. Rogal Dawn's a really good choice, and you've started getting the right officers. And the Shadow Sword's a fantastic centerpiece. You're going in the right direction. It's not, you've literally not bought a bad model. So that's good, right? So take that to the bank. It's just a case of, it's better to make some informed purchases from this point. You've kind of got a nice foundation. Let's see what information we can get before we get a bunch of other stuff. Yeah. But I thought it's worth mentioning that you've started off very strongly. And very strongly not just for now, but I think for the future as well. Cosmic Drew coming in next. Thank you for the super chat, man. Talk about one-page rules is a ban. Glory to Conflict 47. Glory to the Rift. Praise the Rift. Cosmic. Fun Jacob. Thank you for the support, man. Thank you for super chat. That's interesting. So interesting. I just made an order supporting that story time. It should be here in about a week or so. Picture in stream discussion. No. He's bought 5 more Jackal Light Walkers. Oh my god. Fine. Fucking fine. I tried to tell you guys. It's not a spam game. But if you want to fucking spam, you can fucking spam. Now look what you've done with Ninja Bricks. Now he's out there buying a second Beyblade and not being sensible. Fucking fine. Oh, fun Jacob. Now I just need to find a community in the Miami area that plays Conflict 47 and can teach my smooth brain how to play. Use the community link, boys. Get a game that appreciates your time. Next purchase in a few weeks will be the US Starter Force. Made of Bricks, get the second Beyblade. MG is about to help me make a list that must include 2 Shadow Swords and 3 Death Strikes. We could always use a few more Jackals on the front lines for FDR. Fine. mine. Thank you for using the link. There you are, man. Fun, Jacob. You mad, crazy, beautiful bastard. And I raise my glass to you, sir. There we go. We've got. I need to wrap the stream up soon. We've got 3 more super chats, and then I'm not sure if I got a tip from Squark, but I'm gonna check. No, actually, before I forget. Oh, I did, but I already answered it. Okay, that's fine. I've got 3 more super chats. I think we're gonna wrap things up, boys. Fidel Castro, thank you for the member flex and for the super chat. Member flex first. Thank you for the 3 months, man. Played my first 2 games ever, lost both, but had fun, dude. No worries. I mean, you lose your first 10 games of 10th edition, and then the wins start coming in. Start collecting in September. This is the collection in progress so far. I still have Rogal Dawn and Sentinel to build. Let's have a look. Hey, man, that's pretty. I'm getting. Let me have a look here. Make sure I'm not missing anything. That's fucking hell. That's pretty legit, mate. So you've got a 3rd Rogie D, a couple of the old Valks, and you've got an extra Sentinel. It's a very solid fucking start, mate. Damn solid. Damn solid, damn impressive. Let me have a look at some of the close-ups. Ooh, I like your paint scheme. Yeah, I like the way you've done those models, man. They look solid. The Valkyries and the Field Arms batteries being dug in with the logs. Very nice touch. Good armor pool, especially taking into account the 3rd Rogal Dawn and a cheeky tech priest. Okay, so I mean, you have such a solid start to your collection there, mate. I mean, you really, I mean, you really don't need much more at this time. Mordian, stop being sensible. Look, okay, right. You've got 3 heavy tanks, a medium tank, and 2 light walkers. And you've got 2 Valkyries. Okay, now the Valkyries aren't so good in 10th edition right now, but I bet you they're going to be good in fucking 11th. If what I've heard, which is Valkyrie, which is flyers are getting a big overhaul and going to be good. You know, you don't need anything right now. You've got an armor pool that's sorted for now and for the future. Have you got artillery? Yes. You've got a field arms battery and you've got a mortar team. Great. Okay. Have you got infantry? Yes. You've got 2 squads of Kazakin, which bring elite infantry to the table. And you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 squads of... Is that 5 squads of line infantry? Yeah. And you've got officers to support them. 2 Castellans and a platoon command squad. Like... If you wanted my advice, I think you need... If you want my advice, you can never go wrong with... You told me to buy 3 Chimeras and 2 Russes and a Dawn and 6 more infantry. Why does he get away so easily? I mean, that's Helen did it. I can't remember the conversation that we had, but I'm sure there was more context to it than me just going, buy, 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 buy. Right. So, if I was to give you any recommendations for this, I think your battle line infantry corps could do with bulking up a little bit. Right? You've got 50 infantry. I think you could probably bulk, I think another 10 would give you the option of running 6 10-man squads or 3 20-man squads. Combine that with your 2 Kazakin and you've got like 80 infantry, which is solid. And you've got the officers to support them because you've got the Cadian Castellan and you've got the platoon command squad, right? So, I think 10 more infantry would be a good place to round out your infantry corps. I think whilst you have 3 Rogul Dawns, you are missing out a little bit on the Russ fleet. I always recommend more Lehman Russes because they're such a solid, flexible, dependable vehicle. So you could do with several more Russes, as many as you're comfortable with. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And I don't see any dedicated transports in your army. So a couple of chimeras or some chimeras would be good, and maybe a little bit of artillery. But you know, whether that's a couple of mortar squads or something, yeah. But it's all fairly bread and butter stuff that I'm recommending, and none of it's really needed. It's more just rounding things out a little bit more than anything else. You're just a solid collection. Do you know what I mean? It's a solid collection, and I think just rounding things out a little bit will put you in a very nice position for the end of this edition, and will set you up well going into the new edition. Yeah. Again, it kind of comes down to the fact that, you know, the new edition isn't that far away. And you know, people say, oh, well, the new edition's not going to be for like 5 or 6 months. Nah, man, the new edition is definitely going to leak early. Like, it's going to leak early. Even no matter what Games Workshop does, it's going to leak early. The new edition, in my opinion, could be as close as 3 months away. I wouldn't be surprised. And so that's why I'm saying to all of you guys, like, you know, if you want to buy stuff, get bread and butter. Get bread and butter units. If you've got units that currently aren't painted, paint those before you buy much more. Because you just don't. Because you could go out there and buy fucking 5 Lehman. Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with Lehman Russes, but you could go out there and buy something that's a bit more specialist. Like, oh, I'm gonna go out there and buy like 18 Bulgrin, and it's like, okay, well, what happens when 11th edition comes along and suddenly Bulgrin aren't worth it? You know, so I don't think you can go wrong with the staples of the Guard. If you are someone that's addicted to buying things, so say we all, then I recommend you buy bread and butter. Tanks, battle line infantry, and artillery, and transports. And when I say transports, I mean chimeras, because Tauruxes have been terrible for about 20 years, and they've only been good for the last 6 months. The last 12 months, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's annoying with the whole extra set of treads. I know what you mean. It fucks with my OCD as well. Yeah. Hellhounds are a bit specialist, but they're fine. Hellhounds are a bit specialist. A bit. But I think they're right on the edge. I think if you want a fucking Hellhound, buy a Hellhound. But it's like 60% chance it'll probably be fine, 40% chance it might not be as good as it could be. But Hellhounds have been alright for a little while. I don't know. Because I don't know anything about 11th edition yet. Yeah. But I think if you stick to the staples, chimeras, Russes, battle line infantry, and frankly, if you're going to pick an artillery piece, I'd say mortar teams. I think if you stick to those to tide you over on the obsessive purchasing front, you'll be all right. All right. And I'm not calling anyone out. I just know you all as well as I know myself. But I'll catch you. I hope that helps, man. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat, man. What other Conflict 47 US walkers should I get? Well, you've got like all the linebackers in the world, and you've got a jackal, and you've got. Have you got a mudskip? You've got the big ape guy, but I'm not sure what you're counting him as. Should I get more linebackers? No. You got the Proximus. Is that the ape? The Proximate Skipper. Okay. How many jackals and how many coyotes do you have, Cosmic? If you have just the... I have the coyote, not the jackal. Okay. I recommend you get 2 more light mechs. Whether you go jackals or coyotes is up to you. But I think... I'd go 1 more jackal, 1 more coyote. I don't think you're ever going to run 3 light mechs, but I definitely think you could run 2 light mechs. I mean, think about it. If you run like the linebacker and the Greyhound, the M8 light car, you can basically do a straight swap for the Greyhound for the. I mean, I ran a list with the Brits, which was a medium mech and 2 light mechs, and it worked very, very nicely. Yeah. A Kodiak. If you've not got a Kodiak, Cosmic, I think you need a Kodiak. Kodiaks are great. Yeah. Kodiaks are great. If you've not got a Kodiak, you definitely need a Kodiak. You also need at least 1 more light mech, and I'd recommend probably going for an extra coyote. And then, because I think a dynamic duo of 2 coyotes is really good. And then I think a couple of linebackers and a Kodiak is amazing. What about the Bruin? It's okay. It's a good vibe unit. Like, if you look at it, it's cool. It looks cool. Belly gun, big belly gun, missile hands, or rocket hands. Rocket hands and belly gun. But it only fires like 2 shots. It's like, oh, there's a medium anti-tank shot. Oh, there's a medium rocket shot. Wait, why is the Kodiak so good? Isn't it just twin autocannons? It has 2 autocannons and 4 heavy machine guns, Cosmic. And because the heavy machine guns are in the arms, they don't halve shots. So a Kodiak fires 4 autocannon shots and 24 50 cal shots each turn. It is, as far as I am aware, the most DACA from any mech in the entire game. It's the only Conflict 47 unit which fires as many shots as a 40k unit. Oh, okay, that is cool. So I should get more linebackers. Yes, but there's a secret, Cosmic. What you need to do is it's like the McDonald's secret menu. If you want more linebackers, what you should do is click on the Kodiak on the website, because that's the secret like variant of the linebacker. Yeah. Should I use more Super Zookers now that they can benefit from Arsenal? They can't benefit from Arsenal. Stop it, Cosmic. I'm not listening to you anymore. Right. You've all got that's it. You've tried my patience for the last time. Grizzlies can be kind of good, but I feel like if you're gonna take a grizzly, I feel like the coyote has to be covered. Yeah, jackals are good as well. I do think jackals are good as well. I think double jackal and a linebacker could be a very spicy combo. Yeah. Should I get 15 jackals? I've given you my advice, Cosmic. I have made my position very clear. You must now do with that information what you will. Yeah. Right. it's time for a double set, and then we're going to wrap the stream up because I've missed 2 lifting sessions. So I might as well have a big blowout at the end of the stream. There we go. Let's have a go. Fucking hell, my arms are getting tired. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now for the socially awkward squats as I stare into your soul. One. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. All right, and then I'll do an over the head one. It's a me, Rev. Not really getting the jackal. It's bad, right? No, it's fine. It's a cheap, deep striking flamethrower. It's just, you don't need fucking 8 of them. Or 9 of them. Like, Fun Jacob has bought. I mean, technically you can probably... I think technically you can spam that many, but you don't need to. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. Oh. There we go. And on that note, we're going to wrap things up. Hingy 4K, how much than doubles? Not very much at all. It's only about 7.5 kilograms. They look a lot heavier than they are. They look like really big, but they're not that heavy. I feel like by the end of the month, I'll probably have to go up a bit. But for now, they're some old dumbbells and they're doing the trick. Yeah. All right, what have we got next? Let's end the poll. 940 votes in the poll. My God, sir. My God. So, 41% of players say that they like 40k, the game, but they have had enough of 10th edition. That's a huge proportion. Huge. Yeah. Interestingly, I actually thought that I am looking for the door. As in, I've not quit yet, but I'm looking for the door. Like, I'm looking around, like, at other games. I thought that would be, like, one of the higher categories, but that's actually the lowest category at 12%. But, you know, we can round up a little bit here. Because, like, 900... I think that the proportions have stayed fairly steady throughout the stream, which is interesting to see. So, you know, nearly we'll just round up to, like, 1,000 votes, and I reckon the percentages will be about the same. And they might shift 1 or 2, but not by much. 18% of people. I think that, I mean, you know, I might actually fucking screenshot that poll, man. I think that's really interesting. That's really, really interesting. I think that's like, that's actually a significant data set. I don't know about you guys, but I actually think that's a significant data set. Let's have a look. Yeah. So more people have said that they have outright quit 40k than more people have said they've outright quit 40k than that are looking for the door. So actually, most people are pretty made up on their most people are pretty made up on their minds. Most people, the majority of people are either in or out. 18% are out. 29% have no issues whatsoever. But bear in mind, we've just had Christmas. So there's probably a lot. That probably makes up a lot of new players, which is fine. That doesn't dismiss those votes at all. It's important. It actually kind of feeds into what I was saying before about you know, the new blood coming in, a lot of old blood going out. And I think we're seeing that televised for the first time. And I think the telling result is I like it, but I've had enough of 10th edition. 41% by a long, long way. 41% of players said they had enough of 10th edition, and I think that's very, very indicative in people. I think a lot of people are like, look, I still like 40k, but I've had enough of 10th edition, and I think that is reflecting in people picking up new games. People are picking up new games to sort of try something new out until the new edition comes along. I think that's very indicative. I do, at the risk of Cosmic putting a potassium injection up my rectum. What does that mean for 10th edition? What does that mean for 11th edition? I think what might matter is the degree to which people have had enough of 10th. Like, I'm just bored, or I hate 10th. I want to rewind the clock. I mean, I think that makes sense. That's a good point, McCom. What if 11th edition is just 10.5? What does that mean for that 40%? Does it mean something? Or does it mean fuck all? Because a new edition is always hype. I think both could be true. Not at the same time. I think it could go either way. Yeah. If 11th edition is 10.5, that's not good if this poll is any indication. New edition is hype. Now stop being a bore. 10th with granular points and psychic phase would be peak. Reading Moon Lords, I'm not sure it would be peak. It would be a step in the right. It would be 2 steps in the right direction. Why can't we just have no stratagems, no command points, steal the conflict/bolt action platoon system, meaningful cover, go back to damage values, psychic phase, granular points, no more cumulative scoring in the a choice between cumulative scoring and not an end of game scoring, both designed for tournament play. I need to make a list of everything. It's not even Midhammer. I want Midhammer remastered. I do. I'm sorry. I want Midhammer remastered. Yeah. Yeah. But if I can't have that, I'll play Conflict. Hey, it had to be done. No, I am looking forward to 11th. I'm looking forward to 11th just because I'm curious about what they've done with it. I'm really because I'm really curious to see what they've done with 11th, and I'm really curious to see if any of the issues with some of the other games, like Horus Heresy, have maybe been influential in what GW's done with 11th. We'll see. Right, I was about to shoot off, but Fun Jacob has decided to come in here with 50 gifted memberships, baby! Yeah, buddy! Yeah, buddy! Yeah, buddy! Woo! Here we go, baby! My God. My God. Fun Jacob, you crazy, crazy, beautiful bastard. I was not expecting that at the end of the stream. I said I wasn't doing any 7-hour, 8-hour streams. Damn your eyes, sir. Oh, man. Fun Jacob, thank you so much for the 50 gifted memberships. From the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose, to the end of my moustache. It's getting there. I don't know if it's going to grow any more than this, though. I think this is it. I think now the neck beard just descends. If previous attempts at facial hair growing are any indication, this is as good as it gets. And then the Reddit moderator badge seal of approval grows from that point onwards. But Fun Jacob, thank you so much for the 50 memberships. Thank you for the incredible support. Thank you for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. You absolutely fucking incredible Giga Chad. And I raise my glass to you, sir. Fucking. Oh, it wants to lift again. No, I've done enough lifting. I've done enough. There you are. There you are, man. You do not have to stay up later. To be fair, that membership drop was supposed to go through when you read more jackals in my last stream discussion. I gifted myself a membership, baby. Let's go. You conscripted yourself. Oh my God. Amazing. Amazing. Fun Jacob. Thank you, man. Thank you so much, bro. And I really appreciate all the support. Yeah. Two-time manhunter here. You're always hunting yourself. Sometimes you're hunting yourself so much you couldn't sit down. There we go, man. There we are. Fun Jacob, thank you for the support, man. Yeah, it's a big deal. 50 memberships is a big deal, bro. Incredible. Everyone in chat, do your best Spriggs impression. Spam 07, hard and fast. Let's show Fun Jacob a bit of appreciation, because I think a big 50 drop is that's a big fucking deal. It's a big fucking deal. There we go. Unleash the 07s. Yes. Unleash the salute emojis. There we are. I tell you what. Oh, Cosmic, thank you for the support. Last reminder, get the box and bust a rift. I'm always... Mate, I've busted 7 times since being it. There you are. But thank you for the reminder. I will get the box. Get the box. Let me wrap things up. Because we've had a really, really interesting... It's been a pretty interesting stream. I think today's stream has been a nice... It's almost been like Mordian 2025 remastered. We've talked about Midhammer remastered, right? It's always been Mordian remastered. Because last year, I think I talked about a lot of this stuff, but I was definitely wilding out. I was salty. and I was definitely I was working through the 40k angst, as it were. And we've not talked about any of this stuff for like a month, and I've come back to it now. And I don't want to talk about this every stream because it was dominating like every stream. Like I'll talk about it as and when it is appropriate and when it pops up. And oh my fucking god, Sir Newbie! No, we're gonna end it with the Norwegian army for action. Stop it! They don't sell any models. Stop it! Right, I'll quickly wrap up what I was saying, and then I'll wank you off, Sir Newbie. But I think talking about today, it's been a lot more objective, and I think I think today is the first time where I've stepped away from the Salt, stepped away from 40k, come back, and I think this is the first time where I've been able to talk about this stuff, and it's not just sounded like wah 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 40k wah 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 wank off warlord wah 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 wank off conflict. It's actually been like, no, there's a lot of stuff that 40k does right now, but why has there been this like collective everyone's quitting 40k? And I think it's the summary. I think the summary headline is this. Very, very simply, I think the summary headline of the entire stream is this. Looking at the results of the poll, looking at the content out there, looking at the people that I'm talking to in real life, looking at you guys, I think the answer is just very simple. A lot of people are just burned out on 40k. Not everyone. Lots of new blood is coming into the game, but a lot of people that make up the existing player base of 10th edition that have been playing the game since near the beginning of its launch are burned out. I think Games Workshop has said to us, do you want it, baby? Do you want it? And I think this is the point where people go, no, it's too fucking hard. And they've got off the treadmill. I think that's all it is. People have just got off the treadmill. But they will be back on it. They will be back on it. People just need a palate cleanser. Whether that's an old world holiday, or whether it's a bath in the rift, or maybe it's just time to accept that at some point you're going to be getting really into history, so why not play some historical war games? Yeah. But I think everyone has just got a bit burned out. In fact, I want to find you guys the scene, and then I'm going to wank off Sir Newbie. I should be able to share a little bit of this on stream without the stream getting banned and demonetized and all that kind of stuff. Right. Let's have a look. Right. So let's have a look. I think it's this bit.
Take it up a notch. Let's rock it all the way to.
Here you go. Here you go.
Quietly, Beanman. I'll relax, fat boy. Now come on, let's take it up a notch. Let's rock it all the way to the top. Now, can you take some more? Do you want some more? Do you? Do you want it? Do you want it?
No!
What?
I don't want it. All right? Fuck off. You made it too hard. I can hardly fucking pedal. No mountain is that hard. It's just not realistic.
That is us. Do you want it? Do you want it? There we are. Don't worry, Cosmic. I'll get you in a second. Yeah. All right. Let's have a look. That's the summary of. I'm gonna have Evan make a video out of that. Yeah, I think that works. Yeah. I want to say a big thank you to Sir Newbie, who has joined Fun Jacob on the 50 count with 50 gifted memberships, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Woo! Oh, Sir Newbie, you crazy bastard. Fucking hell. I'm trying to go to bed. Sir Newbie's like, nah. Not on here, partner. Not on here. From the bottom of my heart, man, thank you. From the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose, thank you so much for the 50 gifted memberships. We are going in with the first wave. Means what bugs for us to kill. You smash the entire area. You kill anyone more than anything with more than 2 legs. Anyone with more than 2 legs. Everyone who's just got massive dicks is like, what the fuck, man? You get me? We get you, sir. We get you. There we go. Newbies novitiates. Newbies novitiates. Newbies noobs. I think newbies noobs just works. Newbies noobs going in the first wave. There you are. Man, I'm also going to go to bed, but I had to send in the next wave to make up to 900 members. The grey offends me. Dude, that's insane. 900. Oh my god. Oh, amazing, man. Holy shit. Sir Newbie, your efforts at recruiting people is most commendable, sir. Most commendable. Fantastic, man. Go and get some sleep, bro. I'm going to wrap the screen for a minute now. But seriously, 07, mate. And thank you for your phenomenal support, sir. There we are. There we are. Cosmic. We've got Cosmic, Raising Rulers, and Jimmy Squid. And then that's it. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. Meme of your squat faced in stream discussion. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, that really does sum up how I was feeling towards the end of last year. Yeah, and I've seen some of these ones. The Jackal, sorry about the fire. Rat-tat-tat and whoosh of flame, sorry about the fire. It's fucking, I love that. I want to support Warhammer games really, but it's far more economic to just buy at a local game store. Dude, nothing wrong with, mate. Nothing wrong with buying from your local store. That not only supports Warlord Games because they get their stock from Warlord Games, but it also supports your local store, which is awesome. And it also, if you're buying Conflict through your local store, then it means that you are supporting that store in that game system, which is very, very important because it encourages them to stock it and encourages more people to play the game. So there you go. There you are. 40k is like a rickety old car, and I'm fed up. Okay, like, I love it. I love it. I do. But why the... not getting political here at all, but why the fuck do I look like Zelensky? Like... tell me I'm wrong. I don't need a stratagem. I need a rift die. We are here. We are here in Conflict 47. We have not fled. We have not run away. There you are. GW's like, you don't hold the cards, Mordian. You don't hold the cards. And I'm like, that's right. I don't. Because I don't have secondary objectives anymore. I'm playing Conflict. The only cards I have, Games Workshop, are Magic cards for Old World. There you are. All right. What do we got next? We got a couple of bits coming here. Raising Rune Lords. Thank you for the 28-month member flex, man. X-Force, baby! Can you add your videos to YouTube Music, please? I'll look into it. It depends on how easy it is to do, and it depends a little bit on if that will. I mean, it depends. It depends if that will like. It depends on how easy it's to do, basically. And I've never used YouTube Music, so I have no idea how it works. But I'll look into it, and I guess it lets you sort of listen whilst having your phone. I guess it basically makes it like an audio file, so it means that you can listen to it without having to have your phone screen open. But you're probably going to miss a lot of the context because obviously I often show off what's on screen, right? So I can look into it, but I'm not promising anything, but I'm not dismissing anything. I'll look into it and see if it would work for the content. Okay? Okay. Jimmy Squid, thank you for the 6 months, man. Got my first game of 5th in Streets. Wait, you played a game of 5th edition? Oh my god. Finally played my first game of 5th edition. And let me tell you, this is the real 40k game. Yeah, people are starting to learn. They're starting to realize. I took my Praetorians as Black Legion so close to winning my first game, but my last veteran squad got molested by the big winged guy. Gonna play another game on Saturday. Since you are going to bed, I'll send you the list to you in tomorrow's stream. Wow. Look at that. It's interesting that you still played on like the Perspex stuff, but there's a lot less terrain. A lot less terrain, but no one's been like tabled off the board or anything. Look at, I mean, it's kind of crazy. I guess you just using like the you're just sort of using the the terrain that the club's got available, which is going to be like the modern 40k stuff. It looks cool though, with like the destroyed vehicles still being on the board. Oh, that was one other thing. Yeah, vehicles that got destroyed stayed on the board. Yeah. You got to at the end. One guy, my Griffin left. That's not being tabled. That's all right. Yeah. Dude. Cool. You nearly won, but you lost on like the last bit. That's cool, man. Yeah, I agree, though. 5th edition is a very, very good edition of 40k. It's very, very good. I'm not surprised that you played it, and I'm not surprised you enjoyed it. There are the only problem with 5th edition is it doesn't really have things like the Rogel Dawn in it. But it has everything else. It has all the Rust variants. Yeah, I wanted to give 5th a go if it was remastered. I mean, so newbie, the only thing I mean, literally the only thing you're missing from 5th edition is I think the Rogel Dawn. Maybe the Wyvern. Hydra was in 5th. All of the Rust variants was in 5th. Basilisk, Manticore, you get Vendettas back. So some people might not know what a Vendetta is. Vendettas were Valkyries that took 6 las cannons. They used to be in our codex. Just because of all the Primaris stuff? Yeah. Shame. Oh no! Anyway. Cosmic, thank you for super chat. One more for you in stream discussion and member box. Let's have a look. Fuck's sake, Cosmic.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Fucking hell. Jesus Christ. I tell you what, AI is scary. AI is scary, Cosmic. Jesus, man. Yeah, it's good, but it is scary. Disbelief. Thank you for becoming a channel member. Thank you for supporting the channel. Welcome to his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. There you are. You asked for it. I suppose. I have a model train just to make of you. Oh my god. Right, I better go. I better go before Cosmic gets any other ideas. But seriously, I want to say a huge thank you to all of you who joined today's stream. And I want to say thank you to all of you who not only joined and liked and subscribed, but also who got involved in the conversation. I think it was a really, really active stream. We had hundreds of people in the stream. At its peak, we had about 300, which is pretty good. And at the entire time, we kept it non-salty. Sometimes we got close to the line, but we always knew when to pull it back, and we always knew when we were becoming less objective and becoming more emotional. And I think today was actually a really, really productive stream, a really interesting stream, and a very thought-provoking stream. That is massively down to the perspectives from that were shared from within the community. Yeah, I had my opinion on things, but that only took up a short time in the stream. The rest of it has been the discussion that has come from you guys. And I think, as we sort of said, the takeaway is it's easy to shit on 10. It's easy to shit on 40k, but the game is actually good. The game is actually good. There's a lot of areas it could be done with some improvement, but the game is actually good. But I think there's just a big collective burnout. I think that's it. I think there is just a big collective burnout. And that is explaining a lot of the chatter that we're seeing around the game. And knowing that there's a sort of big collective burnout, I think everyone could do with a good palate cleanser. And once we've had our palates cleansed, we'll all be ready for 11th edition. That's my take. And I think, if I could take it one step further, I think some people will palate cleanse. They will discover new games, and they may not come back to 40k. But that's all right. There are many good games available out there. You should not feel trapped into playing one. You should play the ones that you enjoy. If you like 40k, then play it. If you don't, well, it's a big, brave, beautiful wargaming world out there, and GW is not the only game in town, and every day that goes by, more and more other game systems get established. And so you will be able to find your people, and you will be able to find a gaming group for non-40k games as well. And that's good. So even though it seems salty, I actually do believe that everyone, those who choose to stay with 40k and those who choose to move on, whether permanently or just temporarily as part of a palate cleanser, I think everyone now has something out there that they can enjoy. 2026 is going to be the edition of Gain. One way or another, 2026 is shaping up to be a bit of a golden age of wargaming. And the great thing is, it's not a golden age that is entirely dependent on Games Workshop. They're a part of it, but they're not the only part. And I love 40k, but I like other games as well. So there you go. A good, see, no salt, no sodium, just a bit of objective fucking thought for once. But all of this is my opinion, and who knows, 11th edition could come out and be amazing, or it could come out and be a giant stinking sack of shit. We don't know. For once, I will agree with my arch nemesis, the wait and see crowd. Because for once, We can only wait and see. And on that note, I hope you enjoyed today's stream. Thank you for watching. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.
On Mordian never fades, and the sun's a ghostly flame. We march to war on full display in the Emperor's holy name. Hey! The drums they pound, the boots they shine, and step through death's domain. For the 50th Rifles hold the line, and never shall we wane. Form ranks, hold the line, stand fast and stake our claim. The Iron Guard will ever shield the Emperor's holy reign. Form ranks, shoulder arms, no fear, no fault, no pain. For the 50th Rifles never yield, we're Mordian's watchful flame. 1, 2, 3, 4, stand tall, 3, 4. We march through ash and shattered halls where demons scream and die. Our volleys ring like chapel calls neath Emperor's watching eye. Oh, some will bend and others burn and others fade away. But the 50th Rifles never turn, with iron will we stay. Form ranks, hold the line, stand fast and stake our claim. The Iron Guard will ever shield the Emperor's holy reign. Form ranks, shoulder arms, no fear, no fault, no pain. For the 50th Rifles never yield, we're Mordian's watchful flame. 1, 2, 3, 4, stand tall, 3, 4. Our boots are bright, our banners high, our buttons catch no grime. We fight as one, we live, we die in perfect holy time. No fear, no drop of cowardice, our thunder breaks the night. Our last guns cut through fog and mist.